Are you looking for a high-quality education provider? Are you looking for an educational institution that is 100% focused on Black history? Well, you have come to the right place. At AE Learning, we provide exceptional African history education, training, resources and courses to an international customer base. At AE Learning, our e-learning courses deliver high-quality content and support teachers and students alike, ensuring that they have what they need to achieve their learning goals. Go to aelearning.net to select from our comprehensive library of multimedia e-learning courses. Our courses come complete with tutorials from our African history teachers. Within our e-learning courses, you'll also benefit from high-quality videos to assist in your learning. Throughout our courses, quizzes and examinations are provided so you can test your knowledge. A generous library of downloadable resources complements your learning, and in addition, there are materials to read through. Go to aelearning.net to learn more. AE Learning, your source for quality African history education.
Peace, family. We are, well, let me check the settings real quick. Okay, we're good to go. Peace, fam. We are live. Again, Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you so much for joining us. It really means a lot. You got to hit that like button. That is your price of admission. You got to hit the like button. Also, you got to share and you have to subscribe. I greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. Where's my Sierra Leonean passport at that I need to renew before the year is up? Sierra Leone. Citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. So if you're interested in starting the process to get your passport, please visit Danfo, that's Danfo, DANFO.Africa to learn more. Again, please visit Danfo.Africa to learn more. We will love to have you in Sierra Leone. I would love to host you. A couple of changes, though, to the actual process. Number one, you got to come twice. You have to come twice now, and you have to wait a year in between each visit. And the ceremonies are going to be held every April and December. Again, the ceremonies are going to be held every April and December. So the group I have there now, they won't get their passports until the following April. And then the group that comes with me in December, they won't get their passports to the following December. So that's how it works. That's how the process works. Also, they're also accepting more DNA test providers. So originally it was just African ancestry. Again, originally it was just African ancestry. Now they're accepting Ancestry.com, 23andMe, which unfortunately went bankrupt, but you know, they still accept the results, but you can't get any more tests from there because but so no more 23andMe, but they still accept the results, and they're accepting another company called CRI Genetics. But I'm reading these comments already before, you know, let me get through these announcements, and I'll address these comments. But I'm like being distracted by the comments because people are already getting started. That's about it. So Sierra Leone, I'm taking another group in December. So if you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo.Africa. Again, if you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo.Africa. You're right. I do need to get a haircut. You're absolutely right. I do need to get a haircut. In fact, you know what? While it's on my mind, I'm going to schedule my appointment right now. You are correct. And y'all leave my beard alone. Again, y'all leave my beard alone. I am trying to grow my beard out, but let me go ahead and schedule my haircut appointment right now because I am behind. Right. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Book again. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me though. Let me book my appointment. Let's see here. I'll get to that later while that loads up. But yeah. So that's that is what's going on. Thank you, RB. Exactly. Why boycott when you can build your own? There we go. So please visit Donfo.Africa. Again, please visit Donfo.Africa to learn more. Again, please visit Donfo.Africa to learn more. We are also rolling to Senegal next month. Y'all, it's already May. Well, it's not May yet. It's the 28th, but man, we are 2 days away from it being May already. It's crazy. Time goes by flat. Time flies. Time goes by fast. We're rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Again, Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Then we're going to Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Then Namibia and South Africa in November for Amapiano and Dunes. So we're going to be climbing dunes. We're going to climb Tabletop Mountain, listen to some Amapiano music. And then we're rolling to back to Sierra Leone in December for another citizenship group. So if you are interested in joining us, please visit Donfo.Africa. That's Donfo.Africa. That's DANFO.Africa. Link is in the chat room. And, you know, we got you. We got you. So let's jump into today's topic. The boycott. The boycott, you know, we want to boycott Target, you know, we want to boycott Amazon because they got rid of DEI. And I'm just saying to myself, like, why boycott and why not just build your own Target across the street? Why not why not find, 2-acre lot? You know, I don't know how much space it takes to build a Target. So I was gonna say an acre lot, 2-acre lot. Yeah, 2-acre lot, and build your own Target. And guys, when I say build your own Target, it's in quotation marks. Something similar, put it across the street and put them out of business. See, this is the issue I have. People like see a Target losing billions and some other slave master's slave is defending them. I'm not defending them. I'm saying go build your own Target and put them out of business. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Go build something similar or bigger and put them out of business. Why don't you guys just do that? But what doesn't make sense, so even with the removal of DEI, right? So DEI is gone from Target. Okay, whatever. You do understand in Metro Atlanta alone, again, in Metro Atlanta alone, Target employs more Black people than all you Black people that are talking about boycott Target employs. Again, Target employs more Black people than all you Black people who are saying we got to boycott Target employees. Or like somebody said, buy up all the shares. We can't compete with, here we go. We can't compete with our oppressors because of the position. Here we go. Here comes the excuses. I knew it was coming. Here comes the victimhood. Here comes the excuses. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I knew the victimhood and the excuses were coming. I knew it. That's what it's about. Instead of the little was it the little train that could? It's the little train that can't. I knew it was coming. Building your own Target across your street from Target has nothing to do with a monopoly, Ghana. It's not a monopoly. You guys are just making stuff up and making excuses on why you just won't build another Target, in quotation marks. You're just throwing everything at it. It's the white man. Now it's a monopoly. You're just throwing everything at it. Black wealth is headed to zero by 2053. What money are we supposed to use, brother? So if this is really about protecting black wealth, why are you guys advocating for the loss of black jobs or the jobs of black people who work at Target? Why? Hey, Hood Rich 902, is Iron Mountain, is that the paper shredding company? Hood Rich 902, is Iron Mountain, is that the paper the document shredding company? So you guys bought out. So I used to work for Centos, and I want to say you guys bought out our shredding division. Iron Mountain did. I want to say you guys bought out our document shredding division, Iron Mountain. Kwame, I'm gonna put the link in the channel here shortly. I'm not a target. I'm not attacking. I'm not defending Target. I'm saying open up your own Targets and put them out of business. That's all I'm saying. I mean that's just my suggestion. Guys, links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. If you want to call in, if you disagree, you're more than welcome to call in and say, "Hey, Donis, I disagree." Again, if you disagree, you're more than welcome to say, "Donis, I Go ahead, Kwame.
How you doing, Dennis? Hope
I'm
all is
good, man.
well.
How are you?
Hey, man, no complaints, man. Home and feeling good and feeling well.
Okay.
All right, first I want to start by saying that the boycott has its benefits, but it's also counterproductive for Black people to be self-dependent and interdependent and have their own economic system. So I agree with you. You're absolutely correct. Is that why don't we build and be self-sustainable? But it boils down to first fundamental education. You have to be taught to be self-sustainable and build your own economic base, and that's something that we don't take as a priority, or we don't see the importance of it. We might have small businesses scattered throughout the United States, but we truly have not studied the teachings of Claude Anderson, Amos Wilson, the books and the literature that they've written to give us a blueprint for what we should be doing. We're not identifying and studying that material day in and day out in our households throughout the country. So it's very possible to build targets throughout the country, Black people to do that, but because we're not educated and doing co-op, and we
We
don't
lost
take
you,
it as
Kwame.
serious, and we don't
Go
see
ahead.
the effectiveness of it, we refuse to do it because we just dust it off our shoulders and say, "Oh, that's not important." But we'll put all the energy into uh, uh, in somebody else's economic system that turns around and oppresses us. But for some reason, we won't use that energy or refuse to cooperate to use that energy and synergy to build our own economic base in our own community. As Claude Edison said, there's not one fully functioning independent, economically functioning Black community in the United States of America. And may I point out this book here, Amos Wilson, Blue Plastic.
That's opposite of Claude Anderson. You know that, right? They're opposites in the view. You know that, right?
Now say that again.
They are opposing in views on approach to the white supremacist system. They're opposing. They're polar opposites. You have to know that if you read those.
When you
They're polar opposites. Claude Anderson is an idiot sellout, and Amos Wilson is a pro-Black, Pan-African, intelligent man. And you're comparing both of them as if they're together.
Well, I'm
not comparing them. You put them together.
I get you, but I'm not trying to compete and see who's ideologies today. What I'm saying is that these programs about both individuals talk about self-sustainability and economic independence. That's what I'm saying overall.
How would you have economic independence when you are a people inside of a nation? You can't have economic independence. That's like us saying having economic independence and you live at home with your parents. You'll never be head of household when you live at home with your parents, and you'll never have economic independence.
Are you saying the white man is your daddy? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying power structure. You live inside a nation where you have no control over the politics or the monetary system. Those who control all of the money and the power in the place are not your people. So in that sense, we're not in a position to do that. You know what I mean? We're not in a position to make the moves that he's talking about.
That's a defeated mindset. Why are you
That's not defeated mindset. That's a common sense. As I said, can a child listen? Can you be head of household if someone makes more money than you and you live in the same house? Because you're in a nation with someone. If you're in a nation and they have the power and control, they control the government, have the money, then you can't be what you're talking about. You can't be the head of household when you don't have income. You understand?
Young, a quick question. Do you define yourself as FBA or ADOS? You there?
I do, and including I'm an African American, so all of that stuff just mean African American. So I do.
I like that.
No, I'm saying, but do you see Ghana, the Jola?
What's that? I'm an African American. I'm not a FBA or none of that. Those are weird titles that don't make sense to me. But I'm African American. I'm a Black person.
Hey, brother, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, brother. So is that does that mean that because I live in another man's house or economic system that I can't feed myself? I can't hunt and go find the deer and feed myself and my family?
No, you can't hunt, but you better get approval from him. You need a license first. You know that, right? You can't just do that on your own. You got to get a license from him.
You talking as in an aspect of a fearful.
You just asked me a question.
A fearful, defeated individual, man.
All right, can you go do it without a license?
That applies anywhere on the planet, man.
Okay, you have to go see them then. That's the question you asked me. So you do have to see them. So you agree with me?
You got to go
right
and apply.
All right. So are we in agreement? So we're both in agreement that you got to see him in order to eat. You got to see him to get that license, right? The man that gives out the licenses, the man that gives you approval. Who gives approval? If you don't know, we're gonna find out.
Yeah, we all have to go.
You do. So you do. Okay, that's what I meant. He didn't know that.
If you go to Jamaica, you're gonna apply for a business license too.
Okay, so you have to. So that's what I was saying. So you agree with me? It's not defeatist. Now you agree with me. You have to.
So see, Ghana, what you're saying is instead of attempting to build our own targets, the quotation marks, you rather just.
No, how much is Target? No. Let me ask you this, Dinus. How much is a Target? How much does it cost to own a Target? The whole thing.
It doesn't matter.
I need a number. I need a number so I can match it up with what our people's numbers are. So let me see your number. What do you think it costs?
I think to build a Target, have it fully stocked, is going to cost probably $20 million.
No, not to build a Target. I mean to own all the Targets. How much you think? What is Target worth? The company Target. To build that, you got to have, what it's worth.
Just say you believe Black people can't do it. Just say.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question to give me a number. Can you give me? No, listen, Dinus. Please, let's be honest. People are listening. They just want to hear you give a number. What do you think it would to own all those? So I should just come up with it. What do you think it would cost?
It's going to be billions.
How many billions you think? 1 billion, 5 billion.
Did you say you
All
think
you
black
gotta
people
do is
can't
look
do it?
at Target
Just
on
not a.
Yahoo
Hey,
Finance.
notice the question is very easy. It's a very. You
Just
think
say
it costs?
just
Do
say
you think
black
it's?
people can't do it, and we just gotta beg for DEI. Just
Listen.
say it.
No. Please don't try to read into what I'm
I
saying. Just
said
answer my
I
question.
said billions. I
No,
said billions.
I don't want a number like that. I don't want vague numbers. Please give me a real number. 10 billion, 100 billion. What do you think?
Hold on. I'm gonna do what you should have done when you asked all them questions. I'm gonna go to Yahoo Finance and just type in the ticker and get the market cap. Okay.
You're gonna get it? Okay, get the mark. Okay, do that.
Yeah, something you should have easily done.
No, I could do it, but it's not my point to do it because I'm not trying to say it's easy to do.
Just say you believe
I know
black
the
people
number's
can't
high.
do
I
it.
want you to present a number that you think that we
Just
could just.
say black people can't do it, and you got to get with
No,
Al
I didn't say
Sharpton
black. I
and
didn't say
beg
any of that.
and
That's
beg.
you.
Go, you
That's
got to
you
get with
lying.
Al
Hey,
Sharpton and go
Dynas, no.
beg. I get it.
See,
I get
so
it.
right now,
I get it.
instead of answering my question, right? Instead
I
of
get
answering
it.
my question, what you're doing
I
is
get
trying to
it. You
lie to
get with Al
everybody.
Sharpton
You're
and get
trying to lie to everybody,
and
and
go
you're
and
trying to
beg.
tell them
I
what I'm
get it.
saying
Get with Al
because you
Sharpton.
don't like that I ask you a question. When I ask you a
It
question,
costs
notice how you
43.
didn't provide a number. Notice you don't have an answer.
Hey, calm down, dude. It costs 43.6 billion.
43.6 billion. Okay. Now, who do you think's supposed to come up with the 43.6 billion? Which black person?
I thought black folks had $2 trillion spending power.
I don't know what made you think that. That's crazy to think, but you can go on with yourself thinking that. That doesn't make sense.
All right, I wanted to answer from an economic standpoint, Dynas, your question.
Hold on, though, because we're in the middle of my question. I just wanted to know. Hey, before we go further, since we're on that 43 billion, I was just trying to see what black person you thought was supposed to come up with it so that we can do the
It's not
target
just
thing.
one black person. It's black.
How many black persons you thinking are going to come up with it?
I was saying it'll be black people, but I get it.
Black people. How many black people?
But I get it, Joel.
How
I
many
get it.
black people
I'm
are
not
supposed
even
to come up
just
with it?
looking for black money. I'll take white
All right,
investors
help me out.
if I'm
I
running the
want the
company.
answers. Hey, we're here
I
trying to
just
get some
told
answers,
you.
so let's figure it out. How many black people? How many black people are you?
I
It could be
told you I'm
5
not
million. It could be
concerned with
10 million.
only
Could come up with
black
that,
It
brother.
could be
investors.
5 million. It could be 10 million. That's just like a guess thrown out in the air. No, I'm saying
Depending on the
realistic.
amount that each person contributes, it can be done. That's called group economics and
Right.
cooperative
No.
economics.
All right. So what you're doing is called imaginary. You're just making
That's
shit
not
up. Saying that ain't what you're
imaginary.
just. No.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's my point. We just
Has
got
that
to
ever
get with
happened?
Al
All right. Let me
Sharpton
ask
and
you
go
this.
big.
Let
I
me ask
get
you
it.
this. Okay.
Get
So
with
what you're
Al Sharpton
suggesting?
and go
All
big.
right.
I
So
get it.
all right. So check
Okay,
this out.
let
So
me
what you're
just question
suggesting?
your last question
Hey,
before you
listen.
pass the mic.
No, listen. So what you're suggesting is you're saying that, hey, it's no big deal. All we have to do is something that's never been done. Just get millions of people to come together and put money into one little company and build it
But it
up. Is that
has
what you're
been
saying?
done. We
It's
just
been
looked
done?
at Target's
Tell me
market cap.
the
If you
company.
can't do that in a group,
We
you're not
No,
going
just
to do
looked
anything
at
else.
Target's
tell me the
market cap.
company.
I know it might be hard to
All right.
believe, but black people own
Who
Target
did that?
stock too.
Can you tell me the company and the people who did that? Just put it
I
there.
Man,
just
Simple.
told you
Can you
black
tell me the name of the
You do it
company?
when you invest. You
own
do it when you
Target
buy
stock.
stocks, don't you? You buy stocks in companies on Wall Street, right?
Yeah,
You
buying
Black
do it
stocks
people
every
and
own
day.
shares is
Target.
different. No, that's different. That's not building. That's buying into. That's not building. That's buying into. What I'm asking is
You're
to try to
talking
say,
about funding the
at some
company.
time in history, you said that a whole bunch of millions of people had got together and built this company. I'm just trying to ask who it went
Who
and where, so
said
we can.
that? Who
Oh, I
said
thought you
that?
said y'all said it
Hold
was
on, one mic.
possible.
Sit
So
down.
you're saying that
Sit down.
that never happened. So you
So
don't think
see,
it.
No,
So
no
from
one's
your
saying
knowledge,
that. We're saying
so
that
from
there
your
are
knowledge, has it
millions
ever
of
happened?
people
Has it?
You're not well.
invested.
You're not
We're
well studied,
saying
brother.
there are
Speaking of
millions of
company.
people
Has it
invested
ever?
in Target right now.
There are millions of
It
people that are not.
happens every day.
No. What you're trying to do now is you're talking about people buying into stocks. That's after the company was built and people bought into it. What I'm talking about and what Dynasty is talking about is building from the ground up. So
It
I
can be
wanted to know.
done.
So what I'm asking for is example. He said it could be done.
But here's the
I just
problem, though.
asked.
I got to
Here's the
mute. Hold on,
problem. Here's the
Willie. Hold
problem.
on. One mic.
Hey, yo, please. Yeah. So my question
No,
is,
I'm
please.
muting you. I'm muting. I'm trying. Don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me. Respectfully, don't overtalk me. And see, Willie, this is
Can you show me
why
what it been done? Has it been
like
done?
Willie, this is why when it gets people like Jola and just the black community as a whole, I'm just tired of living in the past. We
Has
built
it
this
been done? Are
country.
you asking something impossible?
I'm just tired of it, Willie. Because what we doing now?
Yeah.
What are we
Are you
doing now?
asking something? See what
All
you're
we
mad
do,
at my question.
so the solution is go and beg with Al Sharpton. That's what the
Has it
solution
ever
is.
been done?
But we
He
brag,
doesn't
but we
answer
want to
questions.
brag. But I got this guy just good. But we want to sit here and brag how we built America, how we the trendsetters, how we this, how we that. But then when it comes to like, okay, let's get some shit done, we get excuse out of excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse, Willie.
Hey, I wanted to make a comment on that, Dinus. I don't want I just think this is kind of a new zenith. So I've thought about all of this from an economic standpoint. This is my background. I mean, from childhood. And one of the main stumbling blocks that actually stop us from growing big businesses, I think, has kind of been defeated. And let me explain. When I was growing up until probably Trump has gotten elected, whenever you talk to the aggregate of Black people in America, like, hey, we should buy Black this, that, and the other, the main thing is the price. They would always say, well, why am I going to buy for you when I can get it for cheaper? But now since Trump has been in office, and trust me, I didn't vote for the guy, don't like the guy. But what he's literally trying to do is get America to understand that, hey, we might have to pay more prices in order to build up the customer base of an all-American business. But once we have all these customers,
hey, Gino, I don't, hold on one second. Let me see something. All right, go ahead. Go ahead and talk.
But once, is that me?
It's Kwame. Okay.
But once we have the customer base large enough, then we can work with lower prices because you buy more on a bulk, you get cheaper. So before 2025, I don't want to frame it like this, but if you couldn't sell to your Black women, it was literally impossible. You couldn't sell.
This is a lie. That's a lie.
Hold on.
Hey, Sigan, I'm gonna need you to stop interrupting people. All right, it's General Dave's turn.
Because
you gonna give me a chance too?
Yeah. After I'm done, man. Because our mind state on buying was, well, if you can't beat the price, then I'm not buying with you. Same thing when it came to carpentry, anything we're rehabbing our houses. Hey, you can't beat the prices from so and so. I'm going with Hector. Forget you, Black man. But now, since we're seeing this transition, one of the main roadblocks we had as a community, which was, hey, I don't care about anything. I'm just buying on the cheapest price. I'm starting to see that slowly go away. And that was really the main stumbling block. Because in order to get these big businesses you're talking about, you have to have a large customer base in order to buy in bulk to get the cheaper prices. And I'll mute.
All right, let me pass it to Willie.
I'm at a different place in thought in terms of business, of the things that would benefit us, and I'm not stuck in just having Black investors. I'm also not stuck in just having Black products, needs, and services.
I agree.
think what will eventually separate us is when we're a player in businesses outside of our own in the world, when we really go out there and compete. Do I think we can accomplish it? Absolutely. But it probably is going to take a very different strategy than any of the ones that we've been doing. But
all right, let me pass the Pam Mulatto. Go ahead.
Peace, family. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
And I appreciate you passing me the mic. I'll keep it brief. To the brother Jola, even if your argument is that we haven't, when I say we, I'm talking about descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, even if your argument is that we have not built an equivalent to Target, you have to understand that we can. We have the ability to. Even if we don't initially, if it's not initially comparable to Target, let's just work with what we have and build our way up. But and I'll say this in closing, it hurts me, and I'm not saying this in an emotional way, but we cannot have a defeated mentality, because if we as men are defeated, then what is that? What message are we passing on to our sons and our future generations? So in closing, no, we have to believe in ourselves and our ability to achieve what we set out to do. And I'll mute up. Thank you for passing me the mic.
All right, go ahead, Jola.
All right. So I see it's a lot of dodging and dipping and running. Because I asked the question and 5 people spoke, no one answered it. I just wanted to know, this game plan of, hey, if all Black people got together and put millions of dollars in and built company, and I wanted to see if that ever happened. Like, you know what I mean? You asking someone to flap their arms and fly right now, because that's asking about an impossibility. To call that defeat is ridiculous. It's just realization. You're not going to flap your arms and fly. And you're not just gonna have millions of people build a company. That's not how it works, man.
So
That's
what
not how you
about
build a
Bob's
company. Oh, it's going to
recommendation?
interrupt me.
Hold
Hey,
on,
where's he? Where's Dynasty at? Do I hear you? Get that
Hey,
mic, please.
let him finish, Will. Let him finish.
All right.
Let him get. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as we go, so when you talk about even like a lot of black people seem disillusioned when I listen to this channel and I like the channel, I that's why I'm on here. I think it's very important. I like what you're doing, and I've been watching it for years. But I notice a lot of cats come up here and are in a fantasy land and thinking about dealing with this system that we're under. It's a worldwide system of white people oppressing non-white people, specifically black people. We living in this nation are in that situation. And when you're in that situation as oppressed people, you're going to be on the bottom of society. For you to think, for these black people to get up here and think it's all because of us, we're just not smart enough. We're not thinking business wise. It's ridiculous. It's like playing Monopoly, not understanding that the people you're playing against are actually trying to prevent you from winning. This is not a fucking fair thing. This is totally somebody trying to work against you. When you have these
but
big
Jola, you don't
corporations
think that we
like
could?
Target,
You don't.
when you have these big giant corporations, they're like monopolies. So when you come up with the idea of, hey, let's compete against them financially, that's senseless. That's why there are laws against monopolies. You can't, it's impossible to build up and compete against someone that is that far ahead of you. Fighting a white supremacist system means that you don't fight within the system. You don't say, hey, let me take on and become a capitalist and try to build up. It's not going to work. It's like being a hoe is trying to work your way up to be the pimp. Try a prisoner trying to work his way up to be a warden. That's not how it works. You had to think of defeating the system. You had to destroy the system. You don't work within the system to win.
So
And
just
now
so
I'm
we clear,
saying
are you saying that? Are you saying we shouldn't even try to establish our own equivalent to a target?
you can live within the system as a temporary reprieve from the oppression, but don't look at that as a solution and don't aim for it as a solution because it's not.
It's
Is
not.
the solution to leave the country?
He's absolutely right. This system,
In a sense, yeah.
yeah, this system was not designed for us. If we go further back enough, we had our own economic system. We had our own cities. What happened to them? And I can name the cities off: Tulsa,
We
Oklahoma.
did. Those aren't cities. We didn't have our own cities.
Yes, we built our own city, sir.
Those are
That's
towns. Those are towns. They're not cities, and you can't do that. That's like having
Hold
immigrants
on,
from.
Jola. Just listen to his point though.
no.
The
We
All
had
answer
right.
to his question is we fought to integrate though, brother. That's what we did. That
No,
was
no,
our
we didn't fight
choice.
to integrate. We fought to have our rights. We fought
I'm
to have our
reserving my
rights.
time, print
All right.
Dynast, because after all of this back and forth, I'm just gonna grab 3 minutes. Y'all got it.
I'm just saying
All y'all do it.
we fought to exist in this system when our system was taken down. I mean, due to taking us out, and they actually used the military to do it. If you go further back in history, we had our own thing. We had our own system,
That's
and
false.
no, yes, it is.
It's
But let him
absolutely
make his
false.
point though. We listening, brother. Go ahead.
All right.
Research the political takeover of Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. It's not
Right.
even long ago.
That's a U.S. city. That's part of the
Yeah,
U.S. government.
no, but no, that was a city that
It,
we
it was a part of the U.S. government. It's not our own. That's theirs. That's why we're voted in using the U.S. voting
but
machines, and that's a U.S.
Well then,
but
Jola, why haven't you left the U.S. yet? Then, if that's the solution, respectfully.
you got to the U.S.
Yeah,
is
I didn't say that's the only solution. And those are things you work towards. You don't leave and do things until you're prepared. And so I'm
bro,
smart in making moves, intelligently.
bro.
And
The,
plus, there are
Exactly.
things that,
So
and there are things that may be going on here that may call for my services. So we're gonna see. You know what I mean?
that's
I,
when right now we're discussing what those of us that are in the U.S. will do to survive.
That's not what we're discussing. What we're discussing is should we boycott Target or not? That's what the discussion's about.
No,
Just to
actually,
catch
we
you
were
up.
just talk. Actually, the title says, "Should we establish our own equivalent to Target, brother?" And you said
Right.
no.
That's what I just
You
said.
said no,
You're
brother.
right.
You said we
No.
can't.
I listen. You know what it is to have a Target? To have a Target is a giant corporation. These corporations are capitalistic. Do you know how evil a capitalistic
So hold
corporation
on,
is?
Jola. One step at
It
a time,
you
brother.
you
Hold
don't
on,
want, yeah.
Jola,
So you
Jola,
don't want
Jola,
to. So any
Jola.
people you
One
don't
step
want.
at a time. Are
bro,
you saying that we cannot
Yeah.
establish
I'm on
a
this one.
Okay,
I'm on
corporation?
I'm
this
back.
one.
I'm back. I had to go check. I had to go check
Yeah,
out
you
something.
don't
Let me
want to
pass
be
the
a
mic to Blue
capitalist.
Star. Go ahead, Blue
You don't want
Star.
to be a capitalist. You know what I mean?
not
Not as a human. You don't
cap-
want to be a capitalist.
Hey, go ahead, Blue
capitalism
Star.
does nothing for us as a people, and you know that we don't
Right.
thrive in capitalism.
To
We
have a
don't.
target is
It's
to be a
not for
capitalist.
us. Like, now, you do understand that the United States is a corporation that slowly took over this land, and it took them like over like a couple hundred years to do it. You know what I'm saying? And when we started, they originally controlled the eastern seaboard, which is the 13 colonies. That was in the 1800s, and then throughout the 1800s, they moved all
No,
the
that's
way out to
before the
Canada.
1800s.
So I
That's
understand the
the
progression of the
1600s.
what? No. It was in 1776.
Form the 13th colony is Georgia, and that was built and that was founded in 1732. So 1700s, bro.
All right, but listen to his point though. Go ahead, Blue Star,
You got to
please,
get it right, but you can't just give false information when you're talking.
Cutting me off and you're not allowing me to
brother.
finish.
But did you miss his
Because
point? Yeah, go ahead, Blue
The
Star.
13 colonies, bro, was established in the late 1800s. It took
no, they
them deep
weren't.
into the 1800s to get all the way to, you know what I'm saying?
What's wrong
Even
with this
Alaska
dude?
was purchased in the 1800s.
Yeah, Alaska
So I'm
was.
just saying that there's been it was purchased from America. They bought it from the Russians.
Stewart's
United
Folly. I
States
know
bought it
all
from
about it. It's Stewart's Folly. I know all about it. Who is Stewart? I won't even tell you. I'm sure you don't know.
Hey, Jola, can you not interrupt him, please?
Russia.
And Blue
Please, yeah,
Star,
bro, you cut
and
me
Blue
off.
Star,
I'm
you're
talking
on your
about
Obama
the
phone. Blue Star,
progression
you're
of
on your Obama phone.
creating this land. And I'm just saying that our people was here all that time, and we had our own cities. And
You're
eventually,
make believe. That's not true.
Hey, Jola,
bro,
stop interrupting him.
Well, why don't you do it, Dynast? This just
All right, go ahead, Blue Star.
Yeah,
I'm trying to hear you, so go ahead.
because like when we look back into our family histories, we see that when we go further back, that our people had more. They had acres of land, a whole lot of land. They did their own thing, own businesses and everything. We all know that. And I'm just saying, over time, basically war was declared on us because we can't thrive. If they want capitalism to thrive and exist, we can't thrive. We're gonna have to be on the bottom, or otherwise capitalism is gonna go. That's the reason why they sacked our towns, they sacked our cities, and we all know that in order for this system to thrive, we're gonna have to be on the bottom. If we're in our element, it's gonna crumble. And not only that, and the reason why it's gonna crumble is because we're gonna influence other ethnic groups to live like us. They're gonna see how we're living. It's like, shoot, we're gonna do what they're doing, and capitalism is gonna die. And that's the thing, is that if we get in our element, we're gonna influence everybody else. And that's what they don't want. They can't have it. And we see that in everything. Name one thing when they give us a fair chance. We're gonna, you know what I mean, on the top end, we're gonna be there. It doesn't matter what it is, no matter what market, what sport, what industry, anything. You give us a fair chance, we're gonna be right there with the big boys. But that's not allowed, and we all know that.
What's not allowed?
It's for us to have a fair
Yeah,
chance.
please
Yeah, I'm
take the
not buying.
chance though, brother.
I'm not buying. It's not the not allowed argument.
Not well, because we're not capitalistic. That's not our mind frame, and that's
Shit.
no. The ones that are
Hold on, Blue
capitalistic.
Star. But why do they have to give us a chance? We got to take what's ours.
Say that
We got to
again, bro.
take the opportunities that's in front of us.
Okay, now when
We
we
got to
do,
take the opportunities that's in front of us instead of, hold on, let me complete the sentence. Instead of waiting for another race or another ethnicity to give us a chance, they not our daddy. You got to understand that, brother.
I agree
We
with you, and
men.
that's going to take us having a military as well. See what I'm saying? Because like the moment that we take that opportunity for ourselves, the same thing is going to happen to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Wilmington, North Carolina, Redwood, Florida, the Great Fire of Chicago, and many other cities across the country. Even the red.
Blue Star, let me ask you this. Did it require the U.S. military for Koreans to take their opportunities, or the Chinese, or the Arabians in the U.S.? Did it require them to have a military in the U.S. for them to take what they wanted for themselves?
No, they're operating within the system, sir. See, with the system,
Brother, that's my point. Bro, hold on, listen to what I'm saying. In order to benefit ourselves, why shouldn't we also operate to a degree within the system?
the system doesn't work for us. If that was the case, then we would be thriving right now, and that wouldn't be an issue.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about PG County, Maryland, or Charles County, Maryland, or these middle class and upper middle class African American enclaves that exist throughout the entirety of the U.S.? Is the system not working?
No. Everybody goes to the East Coast, and from what I'm hearing from, and don't be offended, it's something going on with the East Coast. I'm in Chicago, and I'm realizing we break every single mold that y'all talking about.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Even it, brother, you interrupted me, but let me make my point and I'll pass you the mic.
But
Even it,
I know
hold
what
on,
you were
brother.
about to
Please,
say.
brother.
Go ahead. And that's
Let me make the point. Let me make the point.
But I know what you're about to say. Go ahead.
So let me make the point and I'll pass you the mic. Even in the Midwest, let's talk about it. Out in Cleveland, you got Shaker Heights. That's a majority Black American middle class, upper middle class area that exists. Even in Chicago, within the city of Chicago, you got Bronzeville. That still exists. So we cannot deny that the system, as you have worded it, is working for at least some Black Americans. That's a fact. So my point is, before I pass you the mic, why not use the system to benefit more Black Americans?
All right, this Dave talking. So I'm gonna say the same thing I always say when I get up on one of these panels, and I'm gonna relate it to a domestic strategy. I said before, I don't know the yield curve for AAA African American businesses. I don't know what I'm supposed to get on an interest level to loan for 30 days, 60 days, 1 year, 5 year, 10 years. There's no yield curve for African American businesses. However, millions of Black people, African Americans, every 2 weeks have money going into a 401k and investing in everything. The solution is a capital solution. It's what every Black business says. They said we need more access to capital. So my thing is, yes, it could definitely be done. The main thing is of an investment vehicle to where we could use the interest, individual investors go into a mutual bond fund like we do every 2 weeks. Millions of Americans every 2 weeks go into a mutual fund or a bond fund. But in this case, you can just buy U.S. Treasuries, and with the interest that we get, we can decide what to finance and what businesses to start, those type of different things. So the money is there. The problem is, the main absolute problem is we don't trust each other. And that's a good thing. And I'm going to say it's a good thing because I firmly believe if we got our best lawyers down and our best scam artists, the worst of everybody who can steal, and we came up with a business document that covered all the bases with everything that we have in our community, I think it'll be one of the most brilliant documents on the planet Earth. It'll be better than like a Magna Carta because it would satisfy all our risks. It will have all the covenants that we need to work with each other on the business level instead of trust. So I'm a firm believer in the future. I already told you the main problem that I thought we had is being knocked out, which is that, and I hate to say women, but we have to have women as our consumers too. But our women were saying, hey, if you can't beat the price, we're not buying with you. But now that's starting to switch to say, you know what, I'll pay this 5% premium on the front end and demand these lower prices 5-6 years from now when we have a huge customer base, which is how all major businesses are built. And to wrap this up on the final part, we do have to go global, but operate local, which means this whole thing of you got to get out the country and you can't come back. Why is the Black man the only one that's confined to say, hey, if you get on an airplane and go to another country, there's no such thing as the second part of your round trip? You can go to other countries, establish businesses globally, and come back to America and still kick it with your family. Everybody else is doing it. We gotta stop. I don't know what it is with our community, but I know for a fact I'm as a Black man, I'm the only man on the planet that's told if I want to establish global communications or global supply chains, then you left, as if the American's airline flight ain't coming back. And I'm gonna wrap that up there for some rebuttals or building on to that.
All right, guys. Links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. Let me read this super chat. JC, thank you for the $4.99 holla. Why do we have to compete against the white establishments? That's equivalent to keeping up with the Joneses. Crazy. We can just focus on our own thing. So
and
what would
that's
you
my
so what would you consider boycotting for DEI?
capitalism is not our thing.
Yes, it
That's
is.
oh, it's not. No, it's not.
But we're first off.
Well, but Dave, let him finish.
Oh yeah, you're right. But we're not in capitalism. That's all I wanted to say.
We're not. So this society is not ruled by capitalism.
No, we're in a government-run economy. When we're spending $2 trillion just to keep everything going, if the government did not spend $2 trillion, this whole thing is shut down. Period. You won't have business. I remember when Daddy Bush, Bush Jr. said we have to deviate from capitalism in order to save it. And that's when he went to Iraq War and all that other type of stuff. I remember this, and we never got back onto it. We are in a government-run economy, bro. We're spending $2 trillion to keep things afloat. If the government does not spend $2 trillion, it all crashes. We've been gone from capitalism. Capitalism has rules, and maybe only one is in effect. It's like 7 different rules.
But bro, what you just said is a capitalistic, you know what I mean? That's a capitalistic principle. You see what I'm saying? In order for capitalism to keep going, profit has to continually be made. That's the reason why money is being pumped into it. It's not necessary if you get rid of it. When, you know, all of this money that's being extracted from the people actually stays with the people. And these basic things that we need to live, which don't really cost any money when you really look at it on a basis level, you know what I'm saying? Capitalism will die overnight. All you have to do is just make these basic things non-profit. And I'm talking about water, lights, land. There's plenty of all of that. And honestly, it could be free, but somebody decided to put a price on it. And guess what? The price keep going up. And it's making it harder for us to live. We ain't even really living. We working to live. You got to get a job, or you gotta get it out the mud just to make ends meet. And that ain't living. You know what I'm saying? And can't nobody realistically keep it up. How you gonna pay $1,500, $2,500 a month every single month for the rest of your life? It's not realistic. You're gonna fall short at some point. It's not real. That's capitalism, bro. And that's nobody's gonna, not even just us black people, everybody else. You know, you're destined to fail if you're not on the top. If you're not on the top tier and you're making these top boy dollars, meaning that you're a part of these certain groups that's getting to the bread because y'all keeping it amongst yourselves. No, you're gonna struggle like most people. And you already know this. 90% of our population is broke. If you paycheck to paycheck, you're broke. You're not doing anything. You're just going to work and hoping you can keep working so you can keep paying the bills. While these small percentage of people are making millions and billions off of you when it should be basically free. The only people we should pay is for the people to service our lands, to service our service, like our water, our electricity. Those are the only people we would pay. And I guarantee you, your power bill ain't going to be $350, $400 a month. It's probably going to be about $25 because you're just paying the crew to work your land. You know what I mean? So that's capitalism, bro. I mean, I see it, man. I've been seeing it for years. But I get a flow to somebody else.
Okay, so by the end of the year, we're gonna revisit that question. Are we in government-run economy or capitalism? By the end of the year, we're gonna figure that out.
Well, it's both, bro. The government it moves on a capitalistic principle. It's capitalistic. And then the thing is that we got social engineering, that we are all socially geared to think this is what we have to do. When we all have the power, not just black people, but white people and all the other ethnic groups, we all have the power to say, no, I'm not paying this high bill. I'm not paying this high mortgage when the land is here for our benefit. The land, the water, the electricity, all of this stuff, man, that is free for us. The only thing that we need is service to keep us, living a comfortable lifestyle, but that doesn't cost that much. You see what I'm saying? Not compared to the, because we're not just paying for the service, we're paying for the investors that's making billions off of us. That's why our bills are so high. If all of these institutions, I can name 5, if they all operated in a nonprofit capacity, life wouldn't be so hard, and careers wouldn't be so important. You could work at Waffle House, have a house with a pool, and travel internationally because it doesn't cost you that much to live. You see?
Okay. Well, then solution is to buy them out and the investors turn it nonprofit. I get you.
No, not buy them out, throw them out. We, the people, have the power. It just takes all of us at once, all people, not just black people, white people as well. Because like I was in a restaurant and I was talking to a white man, and I told him, I was like, man, when the real change happened in this country was when you realize that you just as much slave as that you claim that we are. And as a matter of fact, you more than I am, because you really believe this system works. You know what I'm saying? We don't fare well in this system. Some of us do, but most of us don't. And I know none of y'all can't stand it. I can't stand it either. But that's because this system is ran in a capitalistic manner, and it shouldn't be.
I split the two. My main problems is with the injustices coming from the government. That's really it. Like, I firmly believe that, I hate to say it, there's 2 things I firmly believe. First, I think black people made capitalism up, because it's in our bones, bro. Like just how I'm gonna forget that part. I don't want to derail the conversation. I honestly think, like, there's a formula. The power that 1% of people have using 99% of their resources is proportionally equal to the remaining 99% of the people using 1% of their resources. I think that's a constant formula, like an E = MC squared. Like, 1% of the richest people using 99% of their resources on the same thing is directly proportional to the remaining 99% of the people using 1% of their resources focused. That I think that, like, that's the theory. I'm just throwing. I know it sounds weird, but I think that that's a crazy theory. But this country has been sold. You're directly describing exactly what it is. But I don't fear that, because I think literally in a rolling scale, all of that, you can buy it all. The black people can buy out and do whatever they needed to do in a scale of what, 5 to 10 years, easy. That's easy. Just using interest with themselves and investing and buying and getting loans based off that cash flow. But the main problem is we don't trust each other on none of that level, and it's justified. And so what I kind of gear towards is I kind of want to see a renaissance of our black professionals, because ain't nothing gonna happen unless you're able to trust your black lawyers, accountants, managers, project managers, labor union, all of that. So until we get to some level of not blind trust, but enforceable trust amongst each other via this same system that you're saying we got to get rid of, like, I wouldn't go that far, because we still need the courts to even enforce documents amongst ourselves. And the last part here, and this is the last part, and I'm pretty much going to be mute for a long time after this, is I've noticed that people started framing civil rights and what my parents did from a framework as wanting to be next to somebody, when the reality is that my people fought us because we was paying taxes for all of these public institutions and paying service fees for water installations, for these water fountains, and taxes for the court systems and the police and the fire, but we weren't getting those services. So that's what my people went to a civil war about, was no taxation without representation. And the outcome was, hey, we just have to have one big system, because we paying these taxes, it's inefficient to have two. We was fighting for the taxes we was paying to us to get some benefit from, not for the ability to live next to somebody and all of this stuff that y'all been making up in the past 5 years. And this is my last point for Tulsa. And y'all keep bringing up all these old cities and different things like that. The fact of the matter is, Tulsa existed because the residents in Tulsa were willing to loan the banks money to be able to build the streets and build all of these buildings and stuff you're talking about. Individual residents of Tulsa, individual residents of Rosewood would deposit their money and get a bond back saying, thank you for your money. I'm going to pay you this interest. And our banks would take that money and build with it and pay the bondholders back their interest. So this whole thing about somehow you're going to get all of this back without putting your money up, and this distortion of history that's been going on for a long time, I don't appreciate it. And I'm just trying to at least say that. You want to keep bringing up Tulsa, then you guys need to understand how the residents and them depositing their money and investing in bonds of Tulsa created Tulsa. And that's it.
Okay, I want to respond to that real quick. The reason why, like what you just explained, that would still be going on today, but the residents of Tulsa was ran out of their homes. Some of them were burnt down, some of them were taken. Basically, all of them were looted and burnt down. So that's the reason why it stopped, is because war was declared on them. That's my number one point. They were built up, and there were our ancestors that lived there, and they were taken by acts of war. And in order for us to get back to that point, we're going to have to be ready for it, because that's what's going to happen. If we build ourselves up, the same thing, they're going to come for us again. That's my main point. And I land my plane with that.
Come to Chicago then, bro.
Say that again, bro.
Come to Chicago then, bro. Ain't no holes here.
Wasn't it Chicago? Chicago used to be a black city, right? Founded by a black man, wasn't it?
Not well. See, this is the thing about Chicago. It's still a lot.
It was. Yeah.
Like
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I'm with
Yeah.
you. I'm on your side.
Yeah, it was all. But see, now we got different ethnic groups. That's the great
Yeah, they done took over. That was my point. We had it. They took it.
Yeah,
We
Chicago.
took it. That's it. It used to be
Yeah,
black. It was founded by a black
They
man.
didn't take it. We spread out.
Oh, we spread out. We
There
spread
was
out.
no
They
way
took it.
any
It's
urban
part of the
city-
United States, man. Chicago is in Illinois. It's a state.
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
burnt. They
They know you spread out. They
we
put a
spread
state.
right. We once all those prohibited covenants were gone,
What prohibited covenants you talking about?
like the prohibitive covenants of selling houses to black people. You can't live here, it can't live there. Well, we were overstacked anyway. So the whole notion that
How are they
this
able to
thing-
do that?
huh?
How are they able to do that? They could determine where we live and everything?
Yeah, by the government.
Right. Okay, now you make it sense. All right. That's what I'm saying.
I've been saying my problem was
So
just
the same people that can't even build certain places supposed to make a nation inside a place they can't decide where to live at.
right.
Funny.
So the whole thing, there's not enough land. We're averaging like 49 million people. There's not enough land to say, oh, you're gonna take a city. And Chicago never had the majority black population. Black people always punched above their weight politically every which way. We never had the majority, not even close to 50%.
Bro.
But we punch above our weight wherever we go. So what I'm saying is, dude, I hear what Jola's saying. Jola's right. We do. The link is you do have to go global too, because you have to secure a supply chain.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
Jola's right. None of this works without having global black people too, without African Americans doing global business. That is a key part. But at the same time, you still have to find an investment way, like a real deal investment vehicle to finance certain things that you want here. But you know,
bro, do you know who founded Chicago?
Sable.
yeah.
Sable.
No, John
He's
Baptiste Point du Sable.
He's an islander. He one of our from
He's
our
a Haitian.
he was a Haitian.
Haitian.
Yeah, he founded Chicago.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
what the city was founded and built on. That was our city, bro.
Yeah.
right. But we didn't really have a city. He founded it, but you see what I mean? That was my whole point of, oh, we can have cities. We can't have those. It's not like that. You might as well imagine yourself being an immigrant going to Russia, talking about, I'm just going to build a country inside. That's not feasible. It doesn't work like that.
What
Whether we're in Russia or whether we're in the United States, I'm build my own. It's not like that. That's not what you do. You don't move to someone's house and build nothing in there. It doesn't work.
You're looking for a metropolis.
I'm not looking for that. No, not me. That's
not how black people operate, bro.
Right, I'm saying, well, that was the theory y'all giving, man. It's a lot of, this is the crazy thing. The crazy thing is a lot of black folks on this show, y'all think the answer is finance. And it's like, but what you need to do is be historical. Look into history, right? Look into history and look around the world and think to yourself. Like, look in the Native Americans and as colonization begins, think to yourself how much money they needed to overcome, their situation. Look at the Aborigines of Australia. You look at the Aborigines of Australia. I'm in the middle of talking. Why I got a timeout? Why is it timeout? Why does everyone talk, but when I talk, it's time to interrupt? Let me get a couple seconds, bro. Let me get a couple seconds. So what I want to say is that for any black people listening, man, look at the world. Look at oppressed people around the world. Pick any group. And then use the solution that you're trying to use that you think is here. Use it on them. Look at the Jews in Germany and then tell me how much, hustle they had to do. Like, just imagine if they just worked harder and built their business, they had their own target and all this, like they're being oppressed by people that hate them. And you're saying, hey, if they just work harder, they could, like, that don't make sense. Pick any oppressed people. Anyone, any group, South Africa, if they just work harder, if they just figured out their finance, it has nothing to do with finance. Only one who's thinking about a finance in those situations is a sellout. Sellouts, that's when they get their money. Sellouts get their money when people's being crushed and then they turn and go with the opposite side that's doing the crushing. They get the financial gain. When you hear black people come on this show, a lot of them think that that's the solution. Financial gain, the dollar. If you're a revolutionary, fuck that dollar. You want the dollar to crush to a penny. If you're a true revolutionary, you want it to die to a penny. You want the power of this motherfucking system to be diminished.
Hey guys, let me pass the mic to Philip.
Well, you should. I'm just saying.
I gotta pass the mic to Philip. Go ahead, Philip.
I just got the mic though, man. I wasn't even on for
He basically saying a lot of what
why when I talk you keep
golly, man. Go ahead, Philip. You guys have been talking. Philip was on. Pass it to Philip. Go ahead, Philip.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good to see you again. I didn't want to come up, but it was absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, they both were right and both were wrong at the same time with respect to Chicago. As you guys know, I grew up there. I'm there all the time. And Chicago was one of the prominent Black cities. In terms of economics, in terms of circular economy, it was. But what happened was that we made some strategic mistakes that the last person who was speaking actually said. It is very hard to build a circular economy within a system that is not built by you and not controlled by you. So what I was going to bring up was like, look, Chicago, when I was a kid, it maybe had 5 or 6 fairly capitalized Black banks. And now it doesn't have any. The last one, I think they were able to come back. We've talked about this before, Dinas. The Bank of Ghana came in and merged with the last bank, the last Black bank in Chicago.
Is that bank still open?
Well, this is the thing. It closed. It was closed by the SEC because, and this is where the conversation needs to go. It was closed by the SEC because they questioned the Bank of Ghana's capitalization for the merger. Okay. And so in that process of reviewing the Bank of Ghana, it had to close. And then I'm told, I've seen some articles that are saying that it has reopened, but it obviously is extremely weak. And what I was going to bring up was with General Dave, who, you know, I like him as much as anyone else. What we did as a community to support our Black banks, specifically Seaway. Seaway was one of our stronger Black banks, but it was bought by the Bank of Texas and no longer is a Black bank. And this is reflective of what the other gentleman was saying, you know, when he wasn't cursing, was that we tried to build within the system, and then the capitalization got challenged and we lost all of our banks. And part of that was that Black Americans didn't put their money consistently in Seaway and the others. Now, my family did. Both my grandparents, my parents, and I, we did. But it's not enough. And then the other thing that happened was that Obama. So I know specifically, because Obama came from Chicago, that Black businessmen went to Obama and said, listen, we've got to change the capitalization and reserve structure for our Black banks because the value of the accounts is so low that we have to buy a bunch of treasury bonds. And when we do that, then we're not able to do the loans to help the surrounding community. So what the Black leadership was trying to do was to ask Obama to do a cutout for some of the Black banks so that they could take a percentage of their reserves and make local loans in the Black community. And he refused to do it. Instead, he went on and supported the big banks.
Yeah, he did TARP. That was the 08 crash. Yeah. Yeah.
So this is what I was trying to say is that this other young man who was up here was breaking game of like, look, if we had built a circular economic structure from the 1970s forward, instead of trying to solely build from within the United States, our structure would be a lot stronger and would be able to withstand where we are now, which is now we're on the back foot in Black Chicago. If you look around, you know, and I'm going through the main thoroughfares, Dave, you're from there. So like off of 71st and 75th Street, right?
Yeah, that corridor.
Right, that corridor there. When I was a kid, right there by the Dan Ryan, all the southern, that was all the southern Black farmers would come up, and the excess that they didn't sell to the USDA,
watermelons and stuff. Yeah,
exactly. That they would come and feed the Black community with their product. That's been gone. Gone. Then let's go out
to Stony Island. Yeah.
That's where I was going next. Stony Island. Right? Yeah. That there are a couple that are hanging on there, but it's severely weakened. Then we go to 87th Street. 87th Street was huge. Huge. Black tailors, Black everything.
Doctors, dentists, everything, offices, all of it.
Exactly. And that was right in the reach of Seaway. And we had other banks. We had Independence Bank and we had South Shore Bank, all of which are gone now.
What do you have now? What just happened though? And this is why I keep saying it. Obama just dropped $1 billion right where you're talking with his library and subsequent, like the stuff they got planned. Because
I thought they didn't finish the library or is on hold.
Crazy, they got more. It was supposed to be 750 million. Ever since all this been happening, this is what I'm saying, y'all.
Well, hold on, well, Dave, let Philip finish. Y'all pass to you.
Wait, no, I mean, because we're both talking about the same thing. But yes, look, that they started with the Obama Library, but Dave, we got to talk about that too, because they took public parkland.
Yeah, they did.
To build the Obama Library. Yes. And
for it.
The community, which it sits, and this is a whole other thing with this library.
I know what you're gonna say, man.
Is that there was the parkland that they took was in the surrounding Black community of Woodlawn and South Shore. It is being built on the edge of Hyde Park.
Yep.
I'm from Hyde Park, Dave. I don't know where you're from.
I originally grew up in West Pullman, but then my family, we just sold the 3 flat over on 55th Michigan.
Okay, I got you exactly. And West Pullman is an important place to talk about in this conversation. So what happens with the Obama Library is the community said, hey, wait a minute, you cannot build since you're taking parkland without signing an agreement with the community that the community also gets contracts and to be able to participate with the museum. Mm-hmm. And that's where you were talking about where it got held up, Dinas, was that the community was like, hell no, we're losing land and we're also going to lose our consumer base by putting this library here and we don't get to eat off of it. What the hell is going on, right? And so that's when Rahm Emanuel came in and said, we don't give a damn, we're doing it and building it anyway, and y'all can just kick rocks. And so what wound up happening was the control of the library, because they want to make it a federal depository, was given over to the University of Chicago. And the University of Chicago refused to sign an agreement to hire people from the community that was being affected. And so that's why it's been a slow build now. Tell me where I went wrong with that, Dave.
You did not go wrong with any of that. What I'm saying is this. My generation, millennial, I don't want to say this wrong because I ain't no millionaire, but it's a whole lot of Black people that will sit and wait for them property prices to hit where they're at now. That was the fight was kind of between the homeowners and the renters, because where he put it was first to go to Washington Park, right? We was trying to get it over, whatever the one that was closest to the Dan Ryan, that was the one we wanted, right? But where he dropped it was damn near murder zone on the outer edges. And what the homeowners wanted was something that was going to bring up our property value, because we had never recovered from 08. While the rest of the world to move on, we were still holding on in negative territory. And so
Wait, Dave, if I can stop you right there, because this is a critical point that we never recovered from 08. The primary people that collapsed under 08 were Black people with these subprime mortgages. And here is where the key thing of what you're saying, and I'll give it right back to you, is because we didn't have the financial leverage, right? Because we haven't built out with the Nigerians, with the Ghanaians to strengthen our hand, we could not push it back.
Yes.
Hey, Philip, I want to make one statement.
Go ahead.
I don't even think that your home city, the city of Chicago, it didn't even recover from 1871. You know what I mean? Not in the capacity that it existed before. And I know that when you was younger, you know, that's the good old days, you know, for all of us. But the further we go back, the more prominent our people was. And I'm going back to 1871 before you was born, when the city was at its height. And that's the reason why it got burnt down, and it's never looked the same since then. And I guarantee you it was 10 times more prominent than the way it was when you was a young child. And you know, that's the point I'm trying to say, is that we go further back in history, our people were more prominent. And you know, the education system, what they telling us that who we were at that point in time, it's 360 opposite. Because I'm going back lineage, and the further I go back, the more land my people own.
Well, let's go to that, because this is relative to what Uncle General Dave was saying, and to a certain extent what Wall Street Willie was saying. And that is, look, my grandparents came to Chicago in the 20s. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Their parents would have been the people of the 1870s, 1880s. Okay. When the blacks started coming to Chicago in the teens and the 20s, you have to go to what I think it was General Dave was saying about the restrictive covenants and how black workers were able to come in there. Like, okay, like my grandparents, why did they come in the 20s? Well, they were able to come out of the deep South because of the segregation situation with sharecropping and the Klan and all of this. When they got there, though, they were not able to buy property because it was controlled. There were illegal covenants in place that said you could not sell a property to someone of African descent ever.
Right.
And so they couldn't get the title, right? So what happened, and that was intentional because these blacks well, they were the most skilled in the country.
Yes.
Coming out of slavery, that black tradesmen were some of the most skilled people and their children in the country. This is why you had this proliferation of these black towns that were wealthy. Why they were wealthy was because they were skilled.
But can I say something to add on to that?
Yeah.
Now in 2020, I want to point that the effects that the civil rights movement had and some of the strategy that the business people were thinking and saying, yeah, we have to do this. So now it's pretty much impossible to burn down Blacktown. If you just can't go around burning down black businesses, because guess who insures them now? It's State Farm. It's Allstate. Global institutions that if that starts going down, it's, hey, that is against business. That was one of the strategic moves that the boomers, the now boomers made is that they looked and said, well, if we're the holders of this insurance of all of these businesses and it gets burned down, we're all going to take this loss. You stop. The fight was to say, hey, if we have an Allstate and all this other different type of stuff, what you're dealing with now is well, you're dealing with the entire global financial system that's going to cover these certain things. So certain things that happened in the past can't happen now, while some of them can. One of them is this mass burn down that you're talking about. Okay, pay me the money off my insurance claim. And that's what stops that. The feds will get involved and say, oh, hell no, because that's against capitalism. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, I gotta respectfully disagree with you on that, because the same thing is still happening today, and I can name at least 2 different cities recently.
Hey guys, real quick. I have to go get my son. I'll be back in 35 minutes. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, just give somebody I can't stay up here that long. Somebody the ability to control, the link and
It
stuff.
has to be Wall Street because I'm at work too. I'm working.
Wall Street, can you do it?
Wall Street's out there. I'll put the link in the chat room, and you guys should.
Okay. All right, brother.
Go ahead. I think that was Blue Star.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Blue Star.
I respectfully disagree. I can name 2 cities. The one in North Carolina, I can't remember the name, but it came from the hurricane. The entire town flew. And the reason why is because that whole town sit on a giant uranium. I think it's uranium deposit. And the whole point was to get control over that area.
You're breaking up.
Hear me now?
Yeah, and somebody put in the chat, Asheville. Continue.
Asheville, North Carolina. It sits on one giant uranium deposit. If you had stock invested in uranium, your money multiplied 5 times over. But the thing was that a private company cornered the entire market, and so you was forced to get a check. If you invested $10,000, you would have $50,000 or $60,000 check sent to you.
But this goes to the point that the other young man was bringing up of trying to build within and not having the circular economy with the continent. Is that when you're not setting the rules and you don't control the monopoly board, then these kinds of things can be done to you through condemnation and eminent domain.
We got to go global. There's no way around that. There's really no way around going global. You know.
Yeah, it just is that we get these arguments from within ourselves of like, in the effort to try to create our own identity as Black Americans, we're pushing away the very people that we need in order to build a circular economy.
I concur with that.
And that's a problem, because at the end of the day, look, if you, let's just take any kind of shopping mall or pet mall. If you were able to put all of our stuff, because we're a very diverse group of Africans, in the sense of, if you just take the Afro sphere, if you were able to put in that mall Jamaican food, not Nigerian food, Black American food, fusion restaurants, fusion grocery, fusion clothing, we could have our own economy within ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't do that. We are busy.
I think it'd be a blend. I think it'd be a blend. Like, you're not, African Americans are never going to be like, okay, the better way to put this, without the African American, a lot of American, even global brands suffer, and the small businesses, because like what you say, the African American is the one group of people in America that shops with everybody. You know what I'm saying? We shop with everybody, regardless of race, creed, all of that. If we like what you got, we're going to come and shop with you. Whereas there are other communities that are more insulated. I think it would have to be a blend of what you're saying and one that is more of, this is the emporium to the world, and we just have the leasehold. You know what I mean? Kind of like come to the stadium, whatever team it is, but we the stadium.
Well, look, I agree with everything you just said. And Honeyflower put something that we have to address into the chat. She says, stop talking about it and do it. And that takes us back to the point that I came up with. I mean, when I first came up, mm-hmm. which was the capitalization problem.
Yeah, that's the point. Yes.
That we have not strengthened our hand economically to be able to incubate our businesses. And and the insurance thing is a key part of that. Actually, I was really happy you brought that up, because that is it's not something complicated. It's something actually very simple, in the sense of, if we got married and stayed married and we bought life insurance, we could, if we did those two things,
just those two,
and that's,
as a matter of fact, we just bought life insurance.
It's completely within our control. And we sit around and, how come we can't do this? How come we can't do that? But we don't do it. 70% of our households are single parent led. We can't build like that.
Well,
it's crazy.
Time out. This is where I'm gonna give the pushback. Number one, we didn't have this tool wasn't available. Like I keep saying it, like we're on a new frontier because in finance, they all in micro finance. Like you hear about this crypto, but that's really not what's changing finance. Financial tech, fintech. What's going on is that you're now able to crowd stream funding. So in my consensus is we don't trust each other, right? The only thing we can invest in jointly is that we all can agree on is pretty much U.S. Treasuries, right? But with those U.S. Treasuries comes a guaranteed income stream through interest. What I'm saying is that is what we need to be having these debates about, is saying a vehicle to where we're not investing in businesses and all this other type of stuff, Black. All we're doing is saying, I'm buying the same thing I was going to buy anyway, but I'm going to buy it in this vehicle right here. And the only reason why I'm buying it in this vehicle here is because Black people, not even Black people, because this needs to be available pretty much to everybody. It's almost like a civil right. Like it should be a civil right that wherever you buy a home, you should automatically have like a 401k that buys the bonds of where you live, because that's what controls the quality of everything of where you're buying your house. So in my opinion, what we need is just, and this is across the board, where you can go at Chase, you can go anywhere, any bank, where I can just say, all right, let me open up this account, and I'm just buying treasuries. But with the interest, it's some type of documentation to where if I can find 15 other people that own the same thing that I'm talking about, we can say, all right, here's what we get in interest, and go to a bank and say, hey, we qualify for a loan because this is the guaranteed money that we get, similar to when you go to a bank and try to buy a house. The only thing they care about is what is your income? You see what I'm saying? We don't have to touch each other's money or anything like that. All we would have to do is say, all right, I'm getting $100 in interest every 6 months. You find another 100,000 people or something like that, you can build with that, because all the bank is going to do is say, okay, all right, all y'all want to say you want to do this, here's what you qualify for. But the only thing the bank is going to need is a legitimate way as a covenant to say, hey, I'm going to make sure I get my loan paid for whatever business these people talking about. You see what I'm saying? So my whole idea is just saying we just need some type of vehicle. And and once we do it, pretty much the rest of America gonna do it too, because good ideas, you can't hold them back. But we need some way as a Black Americans and U.S. citizens to where we can buy U.S. treasuries, and with that interest, parlay amongst each other and finance businesses through those interest checks. This way, we ain't gotta trust Black people. Black people don't have to trust each other with holding the money. We just put it all in treasuries. The treasury is going to give us our money. And we went to another bank to do this. Just hire our professionals. All right, man. All right, you got your credentials. Cool. Run this business. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you 100%. I just want 120%. I agree with you. The only thing I was going to add in, I was kind of trying to look at the comments as you were talking to see how people were responding to you. And here, Honeyflower says here, a simple basic thing such as a corner store hasn't been accomplished. And what I would say back to Honeyflower is, if you've ever tried to open a store or any of these other things, then you have to do two things. One thing is you have to be able to buy the property, not lease it, and you have to be able to control your supply lines. And Black people, unfortunately, have not focused on that. So what winds out happening with a lot of these corner stores and things like that is that they have to go to other people, other groups, to get their basic supplies, and then they jack as the dependency grows, they raise the price, right? That's basic capitalism, because it's not them. As opposed to, in General Dave, we talked about this the last time I was up here, the Asians and the Arabs, that they have their own supply line. They have it from out of the country and within the country, because that's what they focused on. They built out. Black Americans did not focus on those things. They were trying to do
by Lauren, and she's right. Buying wholesale is not hard, and she's right. And it's because we haven't put the capital. Capital solves everything, bro.
No, I'm agreeing. Let's talk about what the people are saying that are responding to us. That the capital is not necessarily hard, but you have to have a full business structure to do it. And this is the other side of the African component, which is the sourcing and supply line. That we cannot get. And I'm basing this at a different point in my career. I was doing this kind of work in Asia. And what I can tell you is that in Asia, when they had the foreign investment come in, they took 51% of any joint venture that was put there, right? So they took that this is ownership stake that they have in these joint ventures, right? And then they used that joint venture money to capitalize those into funds. And then they built out their own parallel universe from the money, right? Afrodamus was up on one of the other channels, and he was saying Gambia just cut one of these types of deals. You know what Gambia took in the percentage of the investment?
What?
21%. That's not enough.
Minority stake.
Exactly. And they have no say because they're not majority owner. Whereas I was doing primarily most of my work in Vietnam. That in Vietnam, it's the national rule. If you put anything here from outside the country, it's 51% that we get from the jump. And this has to do with priorities and incubation of business within these African countries. And you can look across the board at their free trade zones and what their percentages are of what they're taking when they get foreign investment. And you can also look at the mindset of reverse engineering economics, right? So I was just actually one of my Nigerian friends reached out to me this morning, and he was talking about they just canceled Damon Wayans' show. And he was saying, how is it that this show got canceled after 1 or 2 seasons, and this other show that's on CBS, the Abashola, where she's married to the Mzungu guy, and that's got like 5 or 6 seasons. And I said, why have we not capitalized across Anglophone West Africa to be able to move those kinds of shows right into our media? Meaning it gets canceled by CBS or whatever channel he was on. We then take the capitalization from Nollywood and move that show right onto our show and lease that same studio space, put the African show writer.
I know why though. Like, we're in a perfect time. Like, everybody seems to think that the African American is like the super ancient know-it-all. Like, we're fairly new. If everybody's saying America's new, we're one of the newest, right? Even though we're a foundation, you know what I'm saying? But we needed, this is what happened. So the corporate 9-to-5 black man was the first one to try to shoot for the stars within this system that you're talking about in the modern day terms. Did awesome, but ran into the same roadblock that the corporate 9-to-5 man realized, oh man, I'm going to need everybody behind me. You see what I'm saying? And at that point in time, the street guy, I know you don't want to hear this, but the street guy was saying, oh, you're a nerd, you're this, that, and the other. Why can't you do this, that, and the other? If I was this, I'll be able to do this, that, and the other. Now you're seeing the street guy run into that same whole thing, right? So both different people have realized that, oh, there's the ceiling. What I'm starting to watch for is for this whole battle between two different, one on the right, on one working side, between the collars, between this white and this blue and white collar type of stuff, for that to just drop, to them to understand, yo, we're going to need each other no matter how you cut it. And then also for the street guy, because you got your entertainers, your rappers, all this other different type of stuff, your gangsters, and they're saying the same exact thing that Bill Cotton, all them other people were saying, right? So we're at a unique point in history that where you have a mindset combined with what America itself with fascism is on, where the mindset of African Americans is not in a cocoon, but it's already sheltered itself and ready to start making some moves as a unit almost. Because from what I've seen, because I'm millennial, and I remember that transition point where it was like, oh, well, why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? And now those same guys, you know what I'm saying? Because we all grew up together, just different paths. They've succeeded on what they wanted to do, but they also now see this, oh God, I can't. And everybody is in the same situation to where they kind of know they're going to need everybody from a consumer standpoint. Like, hey, I might not agree with half of what you're doing, but I still need for you to have some money so that you can buy whatever goods I got. You know what I'm saying? And keep this economy afloat for my job. You know what I mean? It's everybody's got the picture now. But before now, nah, bro, it wasn't even time. That's from what I saw. That was the main.
I agree with you, and I'm just looking at the comments here that at the end of the day, you're right that we have to figure out a way to now get everybody on the same page of just simple economics, like, you know, your treasury bond thing. And we don't have, you know, when Dinas was up here before, we were talking about how difficult it is to invest in the Nigerian stock market from the United States. And so this has to do with our capitalization. Now, the good thing about it is that you had looked at it, I've looked at it, that Black Americans as a whole are looking at these things now because we see what time it is, right? So that's new, that's an improvement. And I agree that the street guys were able to do some things in terms of local, what they call penny capitalism, to circulate economy and scale, right? But then when they got to the larger game, the corporate Black guys and Black women were able to show them, hey, no, we're still capped in. The last time I came up here, I was talking about that. We don't have the structure to take ourselves to that next higher level of scaling because we haven't focused on it, on the infrastructure, which is what you were talking about. But we're at least on the same conversation now. Before there was this weird split where street guys didn't want to talk to the corporate guys and corporate guys didn't want to deal with the street guys, right? But now we're all forced to deal with each other because everybody is in the same box, if you will. So, you know, and that's kind of the beauty of Dinas's channel, is that you have a forum where all of us, including the Africans and Caribbeans, come and can communicate. You know, the thing I want to reemphasize though is that the Africans really do need to get serious about making their countries fertile environments for foreign investment, and not necessarily from, I think that they're too targeted towards Europe and the Western powers and not targeted enough towards their own diaspora, meaning that even within the continent itself, the focus should be on inter-African country trade as the foundation and as the foreign investment as the level up. But they have it exactly the opposite, where they're focused on the foreign investment from, you know, the Western countries as the foundation, and the inter-African trade, the inter-Black trade as the level up. And it should be exactly the opposite. And this is why it's not growing, is because they can shut down any of these African countries at will, and are doing it, right?
Well, it's my opinion. It's my opinion. It's my opinion. The main problem they have, and this sounds crazy, the main problem they have is that there's not a connection to African Americans, because a lot of what they have, one, foreign exchange rates, right? Access to the capital that they need, which they're getting from China. So that's up to them. But what they don't have is the no frills emergency line. Like, yo, man, emergency line. When you hit an emergency, you might be able to go to, some refuge and sleep or whatever. What I'm saying is that Africa doesn't have a guarantee that there's 500 million US dollar coming in every quarter from the diaspora on this side of the Atlantic. That's solely geared towards buying a bond so that they don't have to worry about their national even having their country running. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I agree.
Because they're getting their funding, but that's just for projects, different things like that, which is great. But for just the everyday running of a country, there's no, what is it called? There's no swap lines. There's no swap agreements that they major have with African Americans or the diaspora as a unit, like where hey man, we know on October 31st, there's going to be a demand for 50 billion in African treasuries. Now, y'all figure out, or the American investors, they'll figure out which countries they want to do that. But there's no knowledge of all right, we got 50 billion coming in October. Here's the covenants that our investors want. They want to see at least some things going on. That's not it. That's not happening. So for me, honestly, I don't take responsibility, but I do know that the man, banking and finance is the problem, bro. Is the problem. That's the problem. But we're at a point in time to where it's almost a new frontier, bro. But banking and finance, how black people in structure, and just harnessing that power. And we can't just harness it in the US because, the US will go crazy, man. So you're going to have to distribute that out, in the world, such that, everybody ain't thinking you're going to take over their shit.
I agree with you there. I think that part of the issue, and by the way, guys that are watching, that Dinah stepped away for a moment to go get his son. And so we don't have the ability to block this ridiculous person in the chat.
No, that's African, man. That's my buddy. He's African.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm like, oh, no, that's African, man.
Okay, we'll ignore it then.
He'll make me pissed, but then, and sometimes he'll be like, all right, okay. But, all in all, it's cool, man.
Yeah, I'm not, man, let you know.
Yeah.
I'm not, some of this stuff, man, you young guys, I'm not, I'm not familiar with everything that's happening, but let's stay on point. The point is that if you become too reliant on one thing, then you can be shut down if it's not controlled by us, right? Yeah. So even the treasury thing, this, that you can only take a certain amount of money outside of the United States at a time Otherwise, you got to deal with the letters of credit. Who controls the letters of credit? The SWIFT system. Who controls SWIFT? The United States. They're the primary controller of SWIFT, right? So what, in my view, has to happen, and this is yet another example of us not, it's almost like we're like, I always analogize it to the Jacksonville Jaguars, where our confidence has been affected, right? So like, you know what I mean? We're in the pros, but we look at our jersey and we're not supposed to be in the playoffs.
Right.
And that, what I'm talking about now, is what's happening with the Naira and comparing that to what's happening with the ZIG, right? The ZIG is the new currency from Zimbabwe, right? So Zimbabwe, just as a step back for those that are watching that haven't been following, Zimbabwe was former Rhodesia. Rhodesia was kind of a parallel site to South Africa that had a lot of control by the Mzungus, but was and still is a resource-rich country. Okay, and the Mzungus really did not want to leave there. They put up a hell of a fight to leave. And let me just skip ahead because it would take too long to try to go back through it. People can Google what happened in Zimbabwe. But what they did most recently was Zimbabwe actually is a location of a historically great kingdom of Africans, right? And they have a ton of natural resources. So they decided to try to strengthen their currency, which had hyperinflation, to go to a currency called the ZIG. That's black, that is backed by their gold. So it's a gold-backed, resource-backed currency.
Okay. Right.
Now, we know in the weakness that has happened now with the dollar, that gold has shot up, right?
Yeah.
So this should be a moment where the ZIG should be like not a hardened, it shouldn't maybe be a reserve, but it should be a hardened currency because it is literally gold backed. Right. And this goes to the Jacksonville Jaguar analogy. What's happening with the ZIG is that Zimbabweans themselves are nervous to trade in it. So even though it has been strengthened by the strengthening of gold, they are not using it with the kind of confidence that you would expect, right? And that totally has to do, currency strength in part is people believing in it, right? That's true. This is the Jacksonville Jaguar part. You literally are essentially trading in paper gold in Zimbabwe, and yet that we are not seeing the kind of leverage of that currency that we should, right? And let's now take it to the Naira. I have been saying for the longest time, if Nigeria would just back its Naira with its oil sovereignty fund and its iron ore, it would harden the currency from all those decades of structural adjustments.
Because you know why?
Well,
corruption. Because that would deny open access for global conglomerates to tinker around with those reserves and with control of those reserves, buy out those reserves. Yeah.
This is the point, right, Dave, of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's on both sides. Like we are bending the knee before we actually give ourselves a chance to grow, right? But what you just said, we can't do what's best for us, global us, without being afraid what, oh, they want to play in our market, and if you do that, then they can't play in it, so therefore we can't do it. And we have these corrupt officials at the top that are worried about being coup d'etat, right? So they take these weak stances because they want to stay in power.
Well, the question, I know that, right? I think that the better proposal, if we're under capitalism, if African Americans were coming up saying, yo, I got 50 billion in this national in bonds, we're ready to buy. This would probably take 10 years. Like if African Americans today said, all right, man, I'm gonna put 100 in a month of my own money in my own account where I just buy U.S. Treasuries just to start, right? And I'm gonna do that once a month, right? Whatever you can. This ain't no put all our money together and we gonna do something together. It's just, hey, we just starting this, and then start arguing over the interest. I think after 10 years, after the first 2 years, we'd have been figured out something of a touch the nation. Where it's like, all right, man, all right, we all just gonna invest in, Atlanta for 1 month. Like, all right, everybody who putting in this month is going all to, what I'm saying? Would have been figured out how to rotate the pot around the nation so everybody happy. And by year 5, 6, we'll be to the point saying, yo, we ready to buy. We tired of looking at Haiti like that and all of this stuff, man. We ready to buy some of y'all bonds, and we'll be over there in Africa too. And I honestly think that through those swap agreements and foreign exchange values and loans and business, a lot of these issues, mainly that issue, that the trust factor, I think that would go away because there's so much money that's already inked out, cemented. Like the reason why the U.S. dollar gonna stay like it is because everybody got contracts written in U.S. dollars. It's already on paper. And when enough money on paper for a certain degree of time, that creates the stability.
Well, this is the whole thing, and Dave, I agree with what you're saying there. That I like you talking about the square so we can bounce it back and forth. The issue is when you build up that treasury thing, you got to go to SWIFT, and this goes back to the thing I was talking about these mergers of African banks with Black American banks. If you put the money in, I was just looking at it's Illinois Service Federal Savings and Loan. That was the Black bank, right?
Yeah,
and then Bank of Ghana.
They got bought up by that Texas bank, Self Help.
Oh no, that's Seaway. Seaway got
Bank and Seaway.
Oh, because here's the thing: the Bank of Ghana came in, and that's the one that tried to merge. With Illinois Service Federal. Now, I didn't know the Texas bank tried to get a piece of that too. I did not know that.
No, Self Help bought Seaway.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're on the ground there a little bit more than me, so thank you for the up. But the point I was getting at, and you can see it, is if you put the money in Illinois Service Federal in Chicago, and it's also part of Bank of Ghana, then the money can shoot across.
No,
it's still going to.
No. I see what you're saying. Okay, what I'm saying is not create a Black bank. I'm saying create a product that every bank can tap into wherever you go. Because I thought about it like this. Like, what if everything did work out? That would kind of be detrimental to my current African American service professionals that work across the entire financial industry. So if we had a product that was all of this was going just through a Black bank, one, that would be a detriment to my African Americans working at banks across the United States, because now they're at a disadvantage. So what I was thinking is well,
wait, explain that further. Explain it further here.
Okay, so let's say that there was a mutual fund, right? That was, hey, this is the Black people were investing in building mutual fund, right? And that mutual fund was only offered at a Black bank. That would change the flow of dollars in America such that, one, my current African-American professionals that may work at all these other different banks, they don't have the ability to sell their customers that product. And it would diminish the prospects of future African-American professionals going across the industry, because now it's like, well, your business is over there, not over here. So what I figured is how do I make the African-American professionals in the banking and finance industry not better, but more valuable? And
but wait, Dave, wait. Before, let's focus in on what you just said.
Yeah.
How is that different than the small hat banks now and the Chinese banks that are here now? The same thing that you just said, that's a threat for Black financials that are not in Black banks, is also true of the small hats and the Chinese, that they also...
Because they're not, we're American, which means I'm looking at it from saying everything in this country, whether y'all think I'm a part of it or not, like this was meant for me too. So I'm not reinventing the wheel and saying I need a bank. I'm saying we need a product to sell wherever my people's is at. Because
but wait, let's deal with this. I get what you're saying, but we got to get at the core of this. So what is to stop them with the product that you just described from Shadur Sandersing that product?
The network. What I'm saying is that if, okay, you like Vanguard, right? Vanguard is just nothing but a company of mutual funds, right? But Vanguard mutual funds are offered through every bank. They're offered through every bank.
But don't you think that the more strategic way to do that would be to offer that through Bank of Ghana, Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Liberia, etc., than to try to do it through Seaway or, Illinois Service Federal?
Yeah, I'm not saying
just in terms of, because we can't control the laws.
No, I'm saying doing it through Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, through our own banking system. What we need is
we've already tried that though. Wait. This is why I was trying to stop you so we can break this down. We already tried that. That when Black banks tried to become regional banks, that was South Shore Bank.
No.
South Shore is now Shore Bank.
No, I'm not talking about a bank at all. I am literally...
You're just saying a fund. You're just saying a fund.
Exactly. Now you get it. Okay. Yes. Just the fund. Right? And I'm going to put the mutual in front of it, because that's really what I'm saying is a mutual bond fund. It's not us all together and you don't have no control. It's your individual account under banking, wherever you bank, right? And what I'm saying is that use the system to do all the paperwork, give us the interest, do all of that type of stuff. The system that needs to be set up is, how do you get 2 million different people? What type of form can you create where they battle out until they get the best ideas that they actually want to invest in? And then use the interest that you're getting from these funds that are available at all these different banks to be able to say, hey, it's verified. I got $53 on this big plan. And another person in St. Louis saying, yeah, through my bank, yeah, it's verified. I get $100 interest through this bank, and add them all up around the country and say, all right, you can get a loan. Because I see throughout all these interest payments, that adds up to what you need in monthly income to be able to qualify for this loan to build this shit you're talking about.
I see your point. I think that could work. I think it can work.
That's the market we need.
I think that is something that should be what do they call it? Where they brainstorm it. But that could work. And to vibe with the ant, he's talking about backing it with treasury bonds.
Yeah.
So by backing it with treasury bonds, it's not some fly by night thing. You're literally taking the
trust factor away.
Right. It's the full faith and credit of the United States dollar.
Yes.
So that's the difference between what he's saying and everything else.
Yes.
I think it could work, Dave. Actually, that is something that could be chalkboarded and collaborated to try to do that. That could work. I agree with you.
And then now, since you grasp that idea, here's what I really think. So for me, what I would love to be able to do through my 401k, every 2 weeks, I'll be able to invest $100 where I have 35 going to Chicago municipal. I'll buy the U.S. Treasuries, my interest, but I'll have the option. I also want to have the option to buy my city's bonds, Chicago, right? But I want to be able to invest in them. I want to put 50 in America. I want to put 25 in Africa, 30 in Africa, 15 in the Caribbean, and let that shit keep auto as I go to work. That's my pro-black. That's as much as I got for everything, all of what everybody talking about. That's as much as I can do for y'all, is to build that yield curve for African Americans and all these other different businesses. That's all I got. And Atticus laughing, but
I think, Dave, if I may interject there for a second, I think that's all that Black America is willing to do right now because our confidence is low.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. That was your argument. And I think that you're right because, you can see it in the chat. If people are downing what Dave is saying, just look at what other people are saying about doing business with us.
Yeah.
Right? And there is some truth to that of this is the way that you go from being a bottom feeder of the league to making the playoffs for the first time, right? And then from that, then you can make a couple of player swaps to maybe get you deeper into the playoffs. Yeah. But right, I feel you on this, Dave. Keep flowing, man. I didn't want to break you up, but I wanted to draw attention to what you were saying so that people in the chat can really take in what you're saying. Continue.
So for me, it was multi-tiered. I looked at it from like how these people be talking about, like from, hey man, it's a nation. We're a nation of people, 40-some-odd million, man. If we don't look at ourselves at that, everybody else is looking at that. So I'm from Chicago, but I know that I'm gonna have to look out for damn near everybody, every other city, every other place. So for me, I was looking at, okay, well then let's up this. For me, I'm looking at saying, all right, I want Chicago municipal bonds. I want to be able to rotate a certain amount of money throughout America in they bonds. You know what I'm saying? And I came up with the idea of touch the nation, where we got a schedule. It's a schedule for the next 3 years out. Like let's say you live in Mississippi, you in Jackson, Mississippi. You can look on that schedule and say, all right, my time where every Black person in America is going to buy these damn bombs in Jackson, Mississippi is 2.5 years from now. I get 1 month with the full force of everybody, every African American in America. 1 month of it, full force. And, my $25 for my Touch the Nation for that month, it goes to Jackson, Mississippi. And I'm going to stick with it because I know in the schedule, Chicago's 4.5 years from now. So I'm going to keep the faith. Everybody keep the faith. You're going to be able to touch your day coming. You know what I'm saying? Where your economic cavalry is going to be there no matter what. And you better be prepared because when we coming, we ain't coming with no 100,000. We coming with millions, large amounts of millions. And when I say that, it's not we spent 100 million there and 100 million's gone. No, this is literally just 100 million sitting there gaining interest. So you're going to have wherever, if you in Jackson, if you in some small city, this isn't the money's leaving. It's basically we buying this up, and you better have a plan because this money is still generating interest. And we expect to see, we might not be bringing more, but through interest, it's growing anyway. You see what I'm saying? So just take a little touch. One time. Like I keep saying, the power of 1% of the richest using 99% of their riches is directly proportionally equal to 99% of everybody else using 1% of their resources. It's directly.
I'm with you on this. So now let's chalk talk. What are the steps to put that in motion?
Okay, so the steps first is, from what I think, is just the basic mutual fund strategy. It's just a basic mutual fund strategy. And in all honesty, it would take the masses of African Americans fighting for the right to be able to buy. Like, okay, I'm from Chicago. It'll take pretty much African Americans fighting, not fighting like fist fights, but you know how we politically fight, do what we got to do, remove politics, for me to be able to have the right to be able to buy Chicago municipal bonds incrementally. Because right now, unless I had $10,000, I can't buy it but in increments of $10,000. But I think that we need to be able to, we need a mutual fund. And I think ground based, I say Chicago because I'm here, Atlanta, New York, anywhere. A mutual fund needs to be created where average ordinary people, 5, 10 or whatever through their bank accounts has access to the municipal bond market, instead of being priced out like it was in the stock market before E-Trade and all this other different type of stuff. You know, it's a barrier to entry. That's why I say we're not in capitalism. It's a barrier to entry in this market for municipal bonds. For the U.S. Treasury part, we already have that per se, but to make this work, what we would need is we would need basically our finance and banking professionals to almost not have like a fund house. You know how like it's not a fund house, but not a processing house, but it's like an intermediary where we can count what is going through this fund. Like if this fund is available for JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, all of them, Citigroup, all of it, then there needs to be some fund house that actually counts what the tally is, the net asset value. We wouldn't need to know who owns what, because each individual bank would just submit us just a sum total of the balances in the fund. You see what I'm saying? And it'll be my opinion that it would be, if not a separate department, like a department under trustee or something like that with the U.S. Treasury. You know what I'm saying? Because this is a big thing. Like I would, for audit purposes and to make everybody know that, hey, this ain't no bum investment, put that shit under the Federal Reserve itself. Like, hey, we got an eye on this. What help do you need to make sure that, you know, you're getting the data that you need from all the participants who have invested in this fund? You see what I'm saying? That's what we would need to fight for. Is, I wouldn't say a department in the Fed, but we would need a bond fund, a U.S. Treasury bond fund with a clear mandate of trying to basically, you know, promote African American business, as well as being audited and under the auspices of the Federal Reserve. That's what we'd have to have, because you'd have to.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Dave. I support what you're saying. If you can, look at trying to get that started, I think that it actually is a winner.
I'm writing a book.
Okay, that's a first step. I mean, the thought bubble and having people believe in the thought bubble once they understand it is a big part of it. If people, that's the Jacksonville Jaguars too, right?
Yeah.
If people don't understand, what your team is and what you're trying to do as a team, the personality of the team, then people won't believe in what you're saying, even though you're suggesting having it backed by the biggest, capital sources in the country. This is the problem. You see, we're and I say we as both, just the Africans in general, right? Whether we're talking about Black Americans or we're talking about Caribbeans or Africans, our confidence has been shaken, right? So when somebody starts talking about a big idea like what you just said, then people are, where's the scam? What is the hustle part of this? It sounds too good to be true, and that strictly, that's the zig, right? Where the zig is literally liquid. I mean, is paper gold, and people are like, I don't know.
Yeah. That's why I said the hardest part we have is trusting each other. But that's why I say you got to back it by the U.S. Treasury. Damn, it has to be under the auspices of the Fed Reserve. Like, hey, we're auditing this and we're helping you collect this data. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody want to say, oh, no, we're not going to, the Fed says, yo, you got to give them their data they need. Who's put the money in? Have you paid out the interest? Not who's put the money in, but what are the balances? What are the interest paid out totals? You know what I'm saying? That would be it. You'd have to have that. And then from there, it is my end goal, and I hate to say that, Black Americans, we need to vote amongst ourselves. Like, at the end of all of this, it's going to force Black people to vote amongst themselves, because you're going to have to figure out what you're going to do what business you're going to create. So you're going to have to take a tally and vote.
Well, I think, and there have been some interesting discussions on that last point that you brought up already. And I think that if it's a solid business, as you started with, then the dispositive factor is whether it's Black or not. So in other words, if it's a good business and it makes financial sense,
right,
all things being equal, Black people will choose it. What they don't want to do is this thing where people come forward and they say it's a Black business and that's why you should do it, without the financials being transparent, or that's the core of the business. You can't, unfortunately, with us, because of what has gone on, you can't lead with it's a Black business. It's a good business that is owned by Blacks.
Well, it's changed, and that's only because of what we were talking about before, where both different groups of Black males have ran into that ceiling. But because before, they would tell you, nah, it doesn't matter, man. That education don't matter. Those certificates don't matter. But now that, that ceiling is being reached, now people are more willing to say, all right, unless they, if we're trying to design a building, who's the architect? Let me see their certifications. You see what I'm saying? I'm seeing a renaissance of the respect for, I want to say, our educated professionals, because that's really what was missing, is through this whole cycle, because it was a cycle. It started with educated professionals having to shine, and then, corporate America shutting that off a little bit. and then, you know, different various groups of professions until you had your rappers, you had your celebrities and all of that. And everyone has hit the wall until now where you're starting to see even the people who used to beef in the beginning, everybody's accepting like, look, you got your role, man. When it come to this, you know, we had a tendency when you look at every these scam businesses, I don't want to say it, but every professional in the field knew it was a scam. Because you're looking at the person saying, man, they don't have a certification in this. They don't have the licensure for this or what they're talking about. But, you know, they're hustling the group that says they used to hate the people that went to school. And that's how they were able to scam. They were saying, we don't need the people who went to school for this. You know, it's okay you don't have that, even though you're talking and this talking, you're going to do it in that field. You don't need that because school don't matter. And they was able to get that from the dudes who hated the school people. Well, that ended up being a scam. So now with the people who hate the school people were saying, nah, we need the school people if you're talking this. You see what I'm saying? So it was a cycle to where now.
Well, no, I think that was profound what you just said. That and how it has now circled back around. What I'm going to ask you about now, and I will talk about my own thing, but you're flowing, and I don't want to interrupt it too much, is what you see. You know, I don't know your experience. You're a younger guy of, you know, I've worked for, and my dad worked for a few Black businesses, you know, corporate ones. And what tends to happen there, why these things don't tend to go forward. So if you want to speak to that, or I can speak to what my own experiences have been.
What ideas that we have like that?
Like your idea, like
I can tell you
that you know, just to kind of share with, because you know, I'm watching the chat.
It is a risk because like when you're getting into corporate and all that other different type of stuff, it's a risk because if anything goes wrong, the main thing I'm gonna say is, what, you trusted a Black guy? You see what I'm saying? So as a Black professional, when you get into big things like that, you're fighting uphill because at the end of the day, if it goes wrong, the person, whoever banked with you, they're just gonna get even more. It's like, why would you trust the Black guy? That's the main thing. So there's only so much you're going to be able to do. And everybody likes to say that corporate America is white. No, corporate is global, is the right word. Like Saudis have a huge investments, Asians have a huge investment, Europe, South America, everybody has investments in American big business. So,
well, can I pause you for a second there, Dave?
Yeah.
Just to throw something back, and you know, take a look at what people are saying in the chat to what you were saying. That what I wanted to throw was maybe some anecdotal stuff. You know, what I was really trying to get at, because what you said is correct, that there's just a kind of lack of confidence in just dealing with our own professional people. But also, just I was going to share some anecdotal stuff of, you know, having worked for a corporate Black business there in Chicago, and you know, some of the experiences my dad went through working for one. That and he also started a business too, and that was a whole other conversation. But what I have seen, and you know, as I say things, stop me and add your stuff, okay? That one of the things is, okay, so I work for this business, and they were a beneficiary of, Illinois had an affirmative action statute that said that okay, I'm in the law business. Okay,
I know what you're talking about. You don't have to say anymore. I already know what this is. I already know what it is.
All right, so
we fall for that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, so
city contracts, yes. I already know.
Okay, with the city contracts, and so they had this affirmative action law where the Black firms were saying, look, we should get access to some of this business. We have the competent attorneys and so on and so forth, and that we're not getting a taste. So Illinois passed a law that said, look, we're going to create a list of certified Black and Latino firms. And when the city or state business is over $10 million, whoever gets the contract, they have to also pick a partner firm from this list that we've certified and checked out. Okay. So they did that. And there were several Black firms, of which I'm sure you know the names of, that were on that list that benefited. For I think that law was for 10 years, maybe 15. But where they were getting part of the city contracts, they made millions. Okay. Now, some of those businesses went out of business and split into pieces. Why? Because okay, go ahead, Dave. You want to?
I already know why, man.
Go ahead, Dave. No, we're having a conversation.
Infighting, and of course, not preparing for the expiration or political shift coming up.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, and this is. But people in the chat, we're both Chicago guys, so we know this. Like instinctively, you knew that this is what happened. And my observation was that, number one, they made a lot of money because now they're getting city and state contracts, right? Millions. But what happened? What happened was some of them, they got married or they were married and they bought that summer home and they bought, all their kids are going to private school now. And, maybe they bought a new house, and as these monies were taken out of the business, which you should see, some all of the people were working very hard, right? But as this money was taken out of the business, you named it. That law had a sunset provision, right? And it sunset in, I want to say, 1998 or 1999.
That sounds about right, man.
and what wound up happening was, the theory of this law was, and this has to do with our naivete, why we're now building out globally, but how we didn't build out before. The theory of this law was, once the city and the state and these Fortune 500 companies could see that the quality of the work produced by Black and Latino firms were of the same nature and quality as the other majority-owned firms, that they would hire them. That because they've worked with them for over a decade, right? They've done that work, they've reviewed it, it's good. What happened was,
I already know, either you're gonna come into my law firm or we ain't doing business. I already know. I already know they hired the top talent, and the rest was fruits on the vine, man. I already know.
That as the law started to sunset, then you had to go to your reserves, right? Because now the business started shorting up, because now the city and the state and the big Fortune 500 were no longer legally required to have you as part of it.
Here's the solution to that. What I was talking about solves all of those issues, because every single politician, from city all the way up to president, literally works for the best interest of the bondholder. Every office is represented by a bond. When you vote for the school, well, we can't do it here in Illinois anymore, but a long time since we did it. School board president, guess who they represent? Guess ultimately what they supposed to be dealing with. Who pulls their cards? Whoever owns the Chicago Board of Education bonds. Who controls the mayor? The person who owns the general, what is that? Damn, Chicago municipal bonds. Who owns the train systems? Whoever owns the CTA bonds. Who owns the airports? Whoever owns the airport bonds. Who owns America? Who does the president answer to? Whoever owns enough of them U.S. treasuries. Who does Governor Pritzker answer to? Whoever owns enough of those Illinois bonds. Who you want clean water? Who owns the water reclamation bonds? Who controls the police? Who is the police falls under the mayor, which folds general obligation bonds. That's your pot. We've been saying in the equation, we're looking for the politician to work for our best interest. That's literally a mathematical equation. We got to have the bonds because that's who these politicians work for. So
Dave, wait, stop right there, because you just said a lot, right? And this is the core of it. You know, one of the things that, you know, if you've watched this channel is people are saying, why don't we have this? Why don't we have that? And because you're not the holder of the bonds. Exactly. Because you're not capitalized to a level where you need to be listened to. And since you don't own it and don't have the capitalization for it, you're ignored because
And taxes is for consumption. Like, you may have some taxes for capital and all of that, but that's mainly because, you know, that's another issue. But everybody, I pay my taxes. Yeah, you get to use the roads, you get to do that. But that new shit going up over there, that's capital. That's not tax. And that is funded. A lot of this stuff is through bonds, which means this. If you got 50 million in bonds, right, and you want this big mega whatever the hell to be built, all you got to do is go to the mayor and say, look, Mr. Mayor, I want this to be built. Mayor say, man, I might not be able to do that. Okay, Mr. Mayor, these bonds, you owe me, Mr. Mayor, another $5 million coming up in about 60 days. How about we just forgive about $1.5 million, $2 million of that, and give me that approval of what I need? That's how.
Now you're talking about it, Dave. And you've been laying out gems the whole time. I just hope the chat is taking this in of like, this is what it really is.
That's how you get it moving. When Amazon or somebody else wants something big and major, the first thing they do is they go get the municipal, whatever bond is controlling that politician in the way. That's what they get. The currency of politics is the bonds. And it's not your vote.
Right. Now, Dave, can you transition, or would you like for me to kind of transition on the Africa side now? The problem with the bonds that they have.
The only problem Africa got is the threat of death from military powers. That's what, I'm not naive to think that ain't nobody pointing no pistol at them and saying, yo, if you don't do this, I'll blow your head off. Real talk, that's what's happening. And really the only way to kind of remove that, you got to buy people out. And it seems like they can't buy themselves out. One of the main problems that Africa has, and this, I may go a little bit crazy on this, is I'm so sick and tired of the narrative that Africans sold Africans into slavery. It's my firm belief that Africans sold Negroes into slavery. Like, as I look through history is...
Well, wait, Dave, can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
Because this is a point that I do think needs to be expanded, but it has to be said in the right context.
Yeah, I don't want to go down.
I mean, we're doing money talk, but
yeah,
let me
keep
just
on money. Yeah. Africa's got to get without.
Wait, hold on. Let me just throw this to what you were starting to say, because I don't want to dismiss it. This is a point that a lot of people bring up. I postulate that the Africans made a mistake when they allowed the Mzungus to come in there and resupply themselves to go around the Cape of Good Hope, instead of, because they were funding themselves with gold. Okay, the Africans were, because they had mines.
Right.
But the problem was in all of that gold transactioning, and look, Dynas isn't here, so he won't.
No, I'm back. And let me bring on.
Perfect.
I just walked in.
I'm like, I ain't doing this.
This is what I was going to say. And now, Dynas, I'm going to say something controversial. I'm going to say, I hadn't said anything controversial until you got back. That Mansa Musa single-handedly brought the European eyes on us in a way that they wanted to get at us, and that led to the slave trade. That's because he was blinging out in a way that the Europeans, if you go back and look at what they had at the time, which was, they were basically living pretty rough, and
Philippe,
right?
Quick question. Salute to you, by the way, Philippe. A lot of respect to you. A lot of respect to you, my brother. You're a very intelligent African American, and you're the type of person we need. Dynast has a big heart. We need that too. Dave,
what's up, man?
Yo, bro, salute to you, Dave. Hyper intelligent when it comes to economics.
Thank you, man.
We need people like this. But my question to you, Philippe, have you got yourself a big booty Ghanaian? What are you waiting?
I'm married.
So, and no, Dave, watch this. As an African, and
you're talking about
look at my face.
The African structure of marriage, right?
Correct. You as an African should know this. It's in your blood. And
brother, I do know, but I don't want to take this conversation in that direction, brother.
Philippe,
we're doing money talk.
Should I say Philippe or Philip? Should I say Philippe or Philip?
Either one, man. I respond to either one.
No. Brother. You tell me. I'm not going to disrespect you, my brother.
No, it's not even like that. Dynas calls me Philip. I respond to that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You decide. It's your name.
Okay, brother.
You decide.
My name is Philippe. But
Philippe.
Listen, brother. We doing money talk. I'm not going to talk.
Yeah, you're about to get him in trouble, man.
No. That involves money too. All I'm saying is this. In our cultures, productive men can have more than one wife. And guess what? If you visited the continent, which I suspect you may have, Philippe, at some point. I don't know where, but in Kenya, by law, you can have more than one wife. And if you ever get divorced, by law, everybody leaves with what they came with.
Damn, man.
It's an incentive to keep the women there.
I'm divorced now, boy. Woo.
Dave, I'm not lying to you. By law.
Convo, man. This guy trying to get me to go ahead.
Dave, please Google what I'm saying. By law.
You're taking us in a different direction, brother.
No, Philippe. We're going exactly where we need to. Money, power, women, all the same. Please understand this, my brother. It's all the same. You see what? If you treat money.
Oh shit! Look who it is.
Look who it's not.
Who that? Black Beauty? Is that Black Beauty?
It's Black Beauty. Guys, let me read these super chats real quick.
Black Beauty, you take that a mouth off.
I gotta read Atticus.
I'm sorry.
We need leaders, not people that divide us, but unify us for the purpose of building a new Black Wall Street. If we could do it over 100 years ago, what's wrong with us now? We need to segregate. Let's see here. African Goddess, thank you for the 4,000 hour. Good conversation tonight. Thank you. All gas, no brakes. Thank you for 999 holla. All I hear from blacks is that we can't, while Asians, Hispanics, Indians, and now West Africa are saying we can. You won't convince me that capitalism can't work for us. All right, go ahead, Black Beauty.
Oh shit! I came on because I thought that was really funny, Philippe's comment, and I had to jump on because I'm like, how could you stop us from shining? That's just black people way. Like we was born to shine. Like the skin shine on our skin when we come outside. When we come dip on the sun, you see it color, you see it glitter. You can't stop that.
Yes,
So what do
yes.
you mean?
Yeah, Black Beauty, we know you.
Atticus, you got feedback, so that's why I had muted you. I don't know what's going on with your phone. But go ahead, Black Beauty. You gotta mute yourself, Black Beauty. Unmute yourself unless you're done talking.
I'm just saying that was really all I had to say. I'm just saying like you can't stop excellence from shining. You can't stop the first from being the first and in the front. We was the first on this earth. We was the first with resources. We was the best. And so when Mansa Musa did his traveling across wherever, the Sahel and etc., what was he supposed to do? They calmed down for the people that he didn't even know? Like, it sounds
Well, I mean, listen, Black Beauty, you always are on point, and I know you're down for bag talk. Here's the thing. If you go back, and I'm sure you've read these things, the accounts of the Europeans when they discovered, if you will, Mansa Musa, that then
look at his skin, Philippe. Look at his skin.
Which is beautiful, beautiful.
Dog, imagine 1 million of them walking around. 1 million. It's real. Africa's age, average age, 65% of the population is under the age of 25, Philippe. You as a productive male, as an African, you as an African have every right. No, Philippe. No.
I hear you, Atticus. Don't think I
no, Philippe. I have to tell you this as an African. You as a productive African male have every right.
Women ain't gonna
and guess what? They won't look at you. These women won't look at you like, oh, who is this man trying to talk to me? Oh, this man is not my age, nothing. No, African women are very different from Western women. If you're a producer as a man, ask Dynast. If you're a producer and you're about what you say you are, not this gimmicky stuff, not this playboy stuff, but you are who you are. You can have more than one wife and they'll be on it. They're not playing games. This is their culture.
I think the system makes sense. I from what I've been able to learn from my African brothers, that there is a point to it. The bag talk. that the bottom line is the Europeans say in their own accounts that they were unaware of the great riches and wealth that was in sub-Saharan Africa until they came across Mansa Musa. And then this is what drew them to the coast of West Africa to start doing the refueling to go around the Cape of Good Hope. And it was at that time that we made a mistake, because at that time,
Philippe, hold on. Black Beauty, just stay on camera. Philippe, carry on. Just stay on camera. Black Beauty, yeah. Right there. Let me see.
Because this comment came up out of General Dave talking about how they sold us. And what I am trying to explain is a context where the Africans had muskets, they had purchased them, but they did not reverse engineer them. And they did not use the capital that they had at the time to scale up the weaponry, the cannons, the things that they needed to protect the gold that they had. So when the Mzungus came with a thing of like, look, our colonies in the Americas need labor. We're not going to do the work. We need somebody else to do it. The Africans did not have the technology to push them back. And that is the kind of the core. They did not choose to sell the Africans. What happened
We had weapons. We just didn't have gunpowder and firepower. But we had advanced spears
Yeah,
because
guns.
when I read that book about like the Hausa land was developed, right? When I read that book, I realized that a good amount of the Sahel was protected by folks that had advanced iron weapons, right? So we didn't necessarily have like muskets and shit, but the Fulanis were protecting the region with the weapons they had.
You are correct about this, but because they didn't have the gunpowder and they had not reverse engineered the latest technology, the muskets that they already had and the cannons, that they were in a position. You're correct. We had some of the best swordsmen, some of the best ironwork, some of the best. We had steel, but up against the muskets, you could kill
We
the
had
best soldiers.
metallurgy. Yeah, we
We
had
had it.
metallurgy. Yeah.
Still have it, right? But this is the other thing. And what ended it, Black Beauty, was ironically, and this was something that was invented by a Black American, the Gatling gun. In the 19th century, when they came up with the Gatling gun, which you could kill the best soldiers and the best armies with 3 or 4 of those Gatling guns, then it was over. That all I'm trying to say is, look, for the Black Americans that are watching, the Africans did not want to sell their fellow Africans per se. They were put in a position where they didn't have a choice because they didn't have the firepower to push these people back.
But what about now? They have firepower now, right? So I want to know, can the Fulani be deployed in our best interests?
Yeah, I can answer that. No, Philippe, hold on. I can answer that for you real quick. Black Beauty. The same way we have firepower now, do you have Instagram now? I can't hear you. Mute it.
Yes. Sorry.
What's your Instagram?
A Black Beauty official. Straight.
Hold on. Let me check. If you're lying to me.
Listen, it is my view that some of these Black African countries need nuclear. I'm seeing the AES is going nuclear, but the only thing that really backs up these Mzungus now is nuclear, the threat of nuclear.
But hold on, not just nuclear. What about things like lavender? Advanced AI technology that targets insurgents and shit like that. That's not nuclear, but that is high level advanced.
They're doing some of it, but the point I'm trying to make is the wealth that we have, and still, the other young man came up and talked about the rediscovered gold mines that are in Burkina and Mali and so on and so forth. We have the wealth to do it, but what we don't have is this culture of reverse engineering the weapons. Like, I see AES doing of the drones and the various different things to be able to, if you build what Dave just described, I don't know how much of that you heard, Black Beauty, of building a mutual fund with US Treasury back to scale ourselves, to scale our businesses, that you have to be able to protect it. And the position that we put ourselves in now, that anything that we build that's below, subsistence level, it can be taken because we can't completely defend it.
I want to know, do we have the intention of building every business in USD? Because like the business that I'm building, I know Naira is not strong, but it can still be converted. I'm building it in Naira. I'm building it in Nigeria. Because I want access to other currency. What if they cut me off here and I can't work no more and I need to make money? I'm gonna be making my money from Niger.
This is where we were going before you came up. Exactly what you just said. So yes, that's exactly right. That we need to diversify and specifically to harden the African currencies. And what I brought up the example of, and if you want to respond to it, Black Beauty, the Zimbabwean ZiG that's gold backed, that it should be much stronger now because gold is doing better, but because our confidence, if you look at the accounts from the Zimbabweans, they've had so much of an issue with hyperinflation that even though they have a currency that's essentially gold on paper, that they're not using it as much as they could or should because their confidence is shaken. And so, Jackie, you can, or I'm sorry, Black Beauty, you can speak to that.
Yeah, the gold, but here's the thing about the gold thing. The gold was a standard that was set by the Europeans. It's not necessarily a standard of value if their system is not in place. So for example, like it's capitalism, right? Nobody says that in 2025 capitalism that you have to have a system that's tied to gold. That's not necessary.
No, and in Nigeria's case, I wouldn't recommend that. I would say the sovereign fund that's backed by the Nigerian oil and iron ore. But the whole point is the concept of backing the currencies with raw material resource wealth, right? That concept. That's
what they were talking about the other day on the show when they were saying, I don't know what the acronym is, but the Sahel Alliance that they're putting together, and they were saying there's gold mines up there. And I think that like the gold is not even as important as the uranium up there. Like, why don't they back the currency on the uranium? Like, that's more valuable than the gold up there.
No, Black Beauty. Africans need to stop thinking in terms of commodities and start thinking in terms of productivity.
What you mean by that?
Yeah. We don't need to be selling our commodities. We need to be utilizing them. And then we need to be selling our skills
you're right.
to the wider world.
If we back our currency with a commodity, that commodity doesn't get sold. It gets held. So we don't sell it if we back it. With the uranium stays in-house if we back it. Right? Because to sell it would devalue your currency. So it's not that you're going to be selling uranium. It's that you're going to take your most valuable resource, whatever that is. If you're Congolese, maybe it's coltan. Maybe you're going to take that and back your currency with it. Does it have to be gold?
No, Black Beauty.
Because these Europeans don't recognize gold anymore. They don't even recognize diamonds anymore.
Black Beauty. It doesn't.
I gotta pass the mic to Q Butter. Go ahead, Q Butter. Unmute yourself, Q Butter.
Yo, what's good, Adonis?
What's good, man?
Yo, I love your panels, man. Shout out to your sister is cooking. I was gonna agree with
Q Butter, my dog.
What's up, Q Butter? Good to see you here, brother.
What's good, Q?
What's good? Shout out to the chat. I love y'all over here, man. The sister was cooking. That's why I didn't want to unmute. I was just came to agree with Philip. Like, we definitely got to practice re-engineering and increasing our technical skills and our engineering skills across the Black world, from Nigeria to Jamaica to Brooklyn. Like that should be the primary focus. And I was gonna add the connectivity between industrialization and mercantilism. I think that I would have gonna throw that in the conversation earlier. I know a lot of times.
Ooh, I haven't heard that word in a long time. Mercantilism. Ooh.
Yeah, because I was hearing earlier when they were talking about capitalism, and I was like, and it's funny, Dinah. It's like years ago, I would have.
What happened? Hello?
You're breaking up, Q.
No, I'm here, but they want to stop me from talking to Black Beauty. But carry on.
No, but Q Butter, your Obama phone, man. We got to upgrade the Obama phones, Q Butter.
Dinus, why do you want to keep me from Black Beauty?
She's married, bro.
And
Q Butter, you there? You there, Q Butter? All right, let me pass it. Mrs. Sam, go ahead, Mrs. Sam, man.
Hello?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yeah, thanks for letting me on. So
Dennis hates me.
Okay,
My bad, bro.
So the original question is.
Hold on. Let me Q Butter, let Mrs. Sam Man finish, and I'll pass it back to you. Go ahead, Mrs. Sam Man.
You good? My bad.
Okay. Yeah. So the original question is, why instead of boycotting Target, why don't we make our own Target? So if you look up Target and where they get the majority of their merchandise from is from China, and I believe they also get a lot of merchandise from Mexico. So when it comes to big business like that, the bottom line is, and y'all all know this, is all about profit. So the company can go over there and the the Chinese yuan or whatever they call it, their money currency is what, like 15 cents to every US dollar. You know, that really, you could really stretch it and make a huge profit. Just getting your product from overseas and then sell it to the actual marketplace here in the United States for a nice hefty profit. So if you're talking about, building up our own supply line and starting our own department store like a Target, okay, yeah, I guess you could start a supply line from Africa, because the conversion from the American dollar to the African, naira, you could probably, make a huge profit that way. However, if we're going to focus on improving the value of the naira, then the profit margin isn't there. Also, we also got to keep in.
Yeah, he got an Obama phone too, man. Y'all got to stop calling in with these Obama phones. Go ahead, Q Butter. You got your Obama phone ready, Q Butter?
This ain't no damn Obama. It's a Trump phone, son.
Okay, he good then. Go ahead.
Oh, now, yeah, I'm driving, so it keeps going to black screen. And it cuts
Yes,
off.
we can. Yes, we can. Obama phone.
But nah, I agree with y'all in the sense of like us increasing our productivity and however we do it, because I think sometimes the conversation, even down to resources is one thing, but at the end of the day, it's a service market and a commodity market, and we want to be able to provide on both ends. We want to be able to get our resources met, first we have to get the resources. That's one of the biggest challenges in the black regions. We have access to resources, but are we the ones actually creating the machines to mine the resources? None of the top mining machines are created by a black person in any place. You know what I mean? Like the machines to mine, the motors to mine, the designs to mine. Yeah, the structural engineering behind mining. Yeah, that's the whole part that we got to get into. And that's why I agree with Brother Phillip when he was saying we have to focus on re-engineering and stepping up our technological skills so that way we can
Dynast,
compete.
this is all FBA deflection. All of
Hey,
this.
Atticus, do me
I'm
a
sorry,
favor.
Dad.
Can you not interrupt? I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Go, Q Butter, please, Q Butter.
Yeah, no, that would be the concentrated
But Q, buddy,
focus.
keep it real.
What are you talking about keeping it real? This is the technological. We're in America. America's
So,
pushing for STEM.
Dynast, can I just engage Q Butter real quick? I think Q Butter
Nah,
is kind
Q Butter needs to finish. But bro, can you stop interrupting him, please?
Yeah, that's it.
Go, Q Butter.
Yeah, that's just the fact that we want to get technologically advanced, and so that way we can actually compete on all thresholds. And that's just the reality of the conversation. Like industrialization and its connection to mercantilism and capitalism, and even down to us being in the fourth industrial revolution. The third industrial revolution produced the world's leading corporations right now. Elon Musk, Robert Smith, Verizon, all these different corporations. These are all industrial revolution babies through the network communications that were developed through the internet. And the next revolution with AI is either going to push black people. There's a paper that was in 2018 that said black people could decrease the economic wealth gap with AI. But if we don't get involved in AI, the economic wealth gap will never be repairable.
All right, go ahead, Miss Sandman. Let me just Miss Sandman.
I'm not sure when I got cut off.
Man, it's your. I know y'all with Obama phones. Y'all never sure. That's you got Obama phone.
Dynast, please.
I don't know. I think it's my network, and I'm in a bad area.
No,
I think I'll try again later.
Can I say something?
Well, let Miss Sandman go. Then I'll pass to you, Atticus. Go ahead, Miss Sandman.
Yeah, I'm not sure when I got cut off, but basically what the man before me was saying was that it's all about a profit, the profit margin. A company can go across seas to Mexico, China, what have you, and their dollar can stretch. And as an Americans, if we wanted to start a supply line like these major department stores like a Target, Walmart, so on and so forth, we would have to find like a Jamaica, or I'm not sure what money Jamaica uses, but what currency Jamaica uses, but or an African country like Nigeria, what have you, or where we can have our U.S. dollar stretch and get more and buy more supplies, so we can have more of a profit here, a profit margin here, so that we can sell it to not just the entire country, regardless of demographic, but be able to supply some of our not as wealthy people with with daily products that they need as well.
But can you address what Q Butter was mentioning about the production? Because I'm building a business in Nigeria, and I'm telling you, it's a shit show. Like all the things I need, like the only thing I could find is the raw materials for the product itself. But the packaging and everything has to come from China because they have no customability, no ability to scale. No, it's now I see why all the Niger people they japa, because at the end of the day, it's very hard to build anything. Even the main makeup brand that I use, that's a Nigerian makeup brand, when I look at her packaging, and she's an Igbo lady, when I look at her packaging, the majority of it comes from India.
Yeah, I think that's
My
the
packaging comes from China, and it's
I think
expensive. It's not cheap, whether it's in Naira or US dollars. So how do we make it so that Miss Black Beauty could be Johnson and Johnson's 50 years from now?
Well,
I think the biggest issue is management. You know, we need a person with vision and a person who can take the company and make it more efficient so that you don't have that issue where you have to go to China or go to India.
Like Beauty, how long have you been listening to this stream?
The whole time. What we need, I'll tell you from Nigerian perspective, because I just came back. What we need in Nigeria is we need high level production. Not just a black bottle and a white bottle, but where are all the colors that are offered in the color?
We were talking, me and Philippe, we were talking about that comes with capital. And also it comes from it also.
You gotta really listen to me because I've been living in Nigeria. I've been living there for the last 4 years. I just got married. You have to listen to me. If you decide today that you want to make beard oil and you want a shiny black bottle, they don't have one for you. What I'm saying is everything that's production, it needs to be outsourced in Nigeria. And that's the reason why there's no money on ground for people in their businesses.
This is okay. So here's what I'm trying to say. So in the very beginning of this stream, we were talking about the Target thing, and I was saying that the one impediment that we did have that I see being removed is, and this is an American mind state, was in order for the Black American consumer to get what they want, first they're going to have to pay higher prices in order to, until they get the huge customer base that is needed to create the economies of scale to get the lower prices that they want. So let me explain it like this. The way normal business works, the business cycle works is, and this is what Trump is doing too. Before, everybody was saying you could not go anywhere in the African-American community and convince any African-American woman to buy anything that any Black person sold unless first it was cheaper. Now, we're slowly getting to the point to understanding that, wait a minute, I may have to pay more than what everybody else is paying until we get the large enough customer base to be able to buy in the scale sufficient to lower the prices to where they're cheap.
I hear what you're saying, and you know what that sounds like to me? It's an idea I had thought about, which is at a certain level of sales, I can now open up a little plant that creates my own bottles. And I can do my own colorful bottles and offer that as even a service.
Based on the demand, yes.
Correct. But what I'm saying is that, do you think that all the Nigerian people in Nigeria didn't think about it? All the Igbos over there trying to build a business in the East?
Now listen.
They told me on the phone. I had a meeting with them. They said, hey, listen, I know what you're trying to do, but why don't you just put a pink label on the white bottles? Because it's too expensive for us to get the dyes to color the bottles the way you want. You'll have to go to China.
Now,
Can
I hop in there, Black Beauty?
Go ahead.
Because you're speaking real facts here, and this is where I was saying earlier, industrial policy has to be adjusted in these countries to put the power of the state behind incubation of very practical building to local market, right? The difference between what's happening in AES and what's happening in Nigeria or Kenya is that they're still looking to import the most basic stuff so that local vendors can sell. And when you take that policy, then you are completely at the mercy of the market of what the price is to import.
And I want to piggyback off Philip when you're done.
Okay, what I have tried to say, it starts from the I don't know if you heard this part where I was talking about earlier in my career, I was working in Asia. And in Asia, what they were doing was the state was taking 51% of any joint venture that was invested in that country. And then they were using that 51% to create mutual funds of their ownership to then create a local market, right? Okay. So they have all these pieces of these different companies of that have invested in their country. Then they set up a fund. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I know where you're gonna respond, but just let's hear the.
I want to add something real quick.
Hold on. Let me just get the idea out, because I got something. And then we'll know. I know what you're gonna say though. But the point is just what the idea was they took all these pieces of companies that they own, right, that are joint ventures with foreign investment. Africa has foreign investment too, and free trade zones. And then they put those mutual funds in Singapore and sold the funds to capitalize it. Then they used the capital from the mutual funds to develop their own local market of those same products, like what you're talking about.
They did it, Philippe, right? They actually did it, as opposed to Niger, who will go take your money and never deliver. Abi?
Well, and that's the problem is, and this, I think you heard us say it, that a lot of these governments are bending the knee ahead of it because they don't want to be cooed. They don't want to, it's a combination of skimming off of the top, and also they're scared of losing power by now being able to compete in the global marketplace.
Okay, and here's my piggyback. This is because this is the exact conversation we had. And after he said that, and he was like, how does what you're talking about with bonds and all that relate to it? I said, stability comes from knowing a guaranteed amount of money coming in and coming out. I said swap agreements. If people knew that, hey, November 30th is coming. I know 50 billion is coming in from them African Americans over there buying Nigerian bonds because they're investors in our bonds, the national bond. I don't care about nothing else. That stabilizes two things. It stabilizes your foreign exchange rate, and it also provides that security for everybody else to say, you know what? There's already been deals. We know for a fact the ink is dry. This amount of money is going through this economy for this time period. The more those swap agreements and investments in those bonds and international flows between those currencies happen, the more stability you will have on the ground in what you see, and more people will want to invest.
But I'm talking about today, right now, like me and like 3 of my girlfriends.
That's not going to happen without capital.
Right. And what I'm telling you is that even if you infuse a kind of economy like Nigeria, where people are untrustworthy, now I get it. Now I get all the Nigerians, everything they've been saying for years, because I'm building a business. I get it now. If you put that money, if we, all of us African Americans, go over there and put $1 billion of injection into the economy for all of us collectively for these bonds, just give it about 5 years before they default on your bond, go take the money and go move to France with the money.
Which may not be a good reason why that should be the country that we kind of look at to invest in. But what I wanted to bring up and what I wanted to interject was about business models.
I got. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me pass it to Atticus, and I'll pass it back to you, Shaw. Go, Atticus. Unmute yourself.
Salute, Dynasty. Dave has the right idea. It's like, but we have to guarantee them a return. If you understand what I mean, people on the continent. If the return is 6% per annum, it has to be 6% per annum for them. It can't be a risky venture because Dave is talking about government bonds. That's supposed to be the safest of all.
Exactly.
So exactly. Yeah, we need to guarantee them a return. Because if African Americans jump on board with this, as Dave has described it, that's a huge capital injection, bro. Huge capital injection. Apparently, African American spending power is greater than most countries on earth. Just them on their own, not the United States as a whole, but African Americans on their own, you know? So if their spending power is greater, arguably, than all the African countries combined, that huge capital injection would be a great thing. But on our side, we have to guarantee them a return.
You have to guarantee it through your government bonds.
So,
That's all we asking.
right,
Guarantee
but
government
that's
bonds.
Go ahead, Shaw. Go ahead, Shaw.
yeah, that's great and everything, but we have to look at the what's going on with the people and how they're moving. I remember me and Philippe in Dynasty's show talked about a project, like hypothetical Ajal Kuta steel company, reviving that steel company, getting it online, and having African Americans also come to work and live in Nigeria on in that project, and something like that. But business model is kind of what I wanted to talk on, which is like a smaller business model, something that is, where you're using human labor resource. For example, a call center, starting call centers, right? That could be a very competitive business. The people speak good English. You could get contracts in the United States. Those are some of the things. Looking at the model for in China, that this millionaire community that is in China, you guys have probably heard about it, where they were just farmers, and in the 70s, and so they got together and created a textile company first, and a portion of the monies was put aside to invest and grow into other industries. The people eventually built their community up and start to bring their wealth in. Now we need to look at that model and see, if that's something that could be used. Co-ops, like if you do a call center, the people actually own the business. That is something we need to really, really look at, is ownership of the business. Everybody owns the business. It's a whole different way of thinking. Another thing we talked about, and
So,
I'll end with this, is as African Americans, right? Getting our cities, our contracts. We have contracts in other countries, and I don't know if it's like, I wouldn't say through USAID, but I'm sure there are some types of business contracts that are going on between USAID and companies in the United States. But other types of government entities, that where there are contracts, international contracts, we need to be bidding for those international contracts here in the United States, so that we are establishing these connections with Africa, or focusing and saying we want this money to go to this. We want contracts in Nigeria or Burkina Faso, and we want to, whatever it is. I'm saying that we need to be looking at utilizing those types of resources to build in Africa as well, so that we're not using our own capital, but we're using monies that are coming from the government, whatever agencies, to help build those projects, whatever they are. So I'm saying those are things that we had talked up about briefly before. So I just want to bring that in.
All right, let me pass the mic to Melanated Alien Royalty. Go ahead.
Peace. Everything everybody says is valid. I just want to drop this real quick. Blockchain solves all these issues. Trust, speed,
Adonis is
capital.
white.
I'm sorry?
No, keep going, man. Everybody
Adonis is white.
talk about that
I can
block.
see it. Dynasty.
Atticus, it's an open platform. Go ahead, Melanated. Go ahead,
Yo,
Melanated.
that's wild. Welcome to the homie over here. But yeah, blockchain solves all this.
Okay.
Like the trust, capital, nobody has to move anywhere. If we have people on the ground, everybody's communicating online. It's fast, it's cheap.
Right.
And
But it's
that's
not
how you,
authorized.
and you bypass government and
It's
fiat.
not authorized. See, the
I'm
thing
sorry?
about the
I'm not trying to bypass government. I'm trying to
Well,
bypass.
but the government can authorize if they want to, and it'll
yeah,
lead
but
to
you have to leave that
transparency. So
route, and
I'm all for blockchain because it
Yeah,
leads
I
to
am too.
I'm
transparency.
down with it.
Everybody keep telling me I don't fully understand, but I get a basis of it in the fintech world. We'll talk about that, Philippe.
Yeah, that's another
Yeah.
topic. But yeah, I'm
But
all for
if
blockchain.
they don't allow it, then everything you do on it would be deemed illegal. So they don't allow it, right? So you can't really do any kind of Bitcoin investing without doing it.
He's not talking about Bitcoin. He's talking
I
about
know he's talking about the blockchain technology. But I'm
yeah,
just
but
Right.
not for Bitcoin. He's talking about for different. Okay,
Like how you
I
launch.
earlier,
understand that. But what I'm saying is it doesn't matter what coin or
yeah.
anything related to blockchain technology where they can't see what's being done with your assets is illegal in Nigeria. That's all I'm saying.
What
Yeah,
I
yeah,
would
yeah. I
say.
get that, but I think he was talking about
Well, hold on. Let Melanated Alien Royalty finish, and then I'll pass it. Oh, I guess Kojo. Go ahead, Alien Royalty.
Yeah, so what she was saying, yeah, if the government doesn't allow it, but then the thing how you can use it is as a group we use it. Then when you want to deal with people on the ground, you switch to fiat. So for instance, if I have money in the United States, I switch it to crypto, I send it to the group, then they take it and they switch it to whatever the local currency is. And all that is transparent. It's not like the government doesn't see what you're doing. All they have to do is allow an on and off ramp of fiat to crypto. They don't really even have to regulate it or anything like that. And that's a done deal. I'll land right there.
All right, let me pass it to Kojo. Go ahead, Kojo. Unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. I just wanted to give a slightly different perspective.
Your mic is trash, coach.
Yeah, Kojo, you're like muffled. Can you talk directly into the phone, please?
Now, can you hear me now?
It's muffled, man. It
No,
should.
it's Ghanaian Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Hey,
Come on.
in my opinion, I feel like Ghana
One
is a safer place to hold money if they're going to start doing things like that. Like I can have the Nigerian marketplace and offer my products and services in Nigeria, but domicile the money in Ghana. I would trust their government more. I'm sorry, that's my opinion.
Didn't Ghana default in its debt, Black Beauty?
Yo, Dynas, let
You're
me get in when I
advising
get
me.
in
I wasn't
effect.
aware. I didn't do no Ghanaian history because I don't even trace to Ghana. I only did my
So,
Nigerian.
You got me looking it up.
Yeah, Atticus. Yeah, y'all, you guys, listen, Atticus. Can you talk? If you're on your phone, Atticus, can you just talk directly to your phone? Because it's just too much feedback.
sorry, is it muffled right now or?
It's not muffled. It's a crackling noise. Like I don't know what it is. Like if you just,
I promise you, it's not me. It's
Oh no, actually, hold on. All right, go ahead, Atticus. Talk again.
Okay, I'm talking right now. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3,
Go ahead.
testing.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, I just wanted to say, I think Black Beauty is capping because Ghana did default on its debt not too long ago, and Ghanaian citizens had to take about a 30% cut in their investments, including their the bonds they purchased.
I'm no cap. I just wasn't aware. That's what I just said. I had no
So, okay, so you go through life just looking cute, and you don't pay
So
attention to
if
details.
Burkina
Okay.
Faso was more stable, I mean, I trust Traore's government more than any of them. Really, to be honest with you, if it wasn't so much stuff going on around them, that would be the place to invest. Really, to me,
Well,
because they're trying to do
this
something totally
this
different
gets
there.
into the structure. If I may just throw in a thing, and I also put in for Melanated Alien and Koja. Are you guys familiar with the story of Reggie Middleton? He's a black
Yeah,
financial analyst.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, essentially, Reggie was killing the game for a while. He had his own blockchain format, and he was getting various. Particularly, he was going to the Caribbean because he's Haitian. To get their stock exchanges to trade on his blockchain software. And then the SEC came in and basically destroyed his company, bro.
Yep.
So I put the link to the article, the SEC claim against him in the Eastern District of New York. It's in the chat. But the issue from my standpoint with blockchain is that we don't control blockchain any more than we control Swift. And because as Reggie was growing his company, it represented a certain threat to market investors, which is what General Dave was dealing with, to say, look, part of the reason why we get disrupted is because then it creates a threat within the regular market to disrupt you before you grow. So if you guys want to deal with that.
So couldn't we create our own blockchain?
I'll deal with it. Two things.
Couldn't we create our own blockchain?
Yeah, you can.
You don't have to. Honestly, okay, so like the blockchains are permissionless, so anybody can build in it. Literally right now, we can go and create a DAO, put money in, create a coin, and everybody who's listening to this can buy a certain amount of coin, and it starts to trade on the market instantly. Reggie's biggest mistake was, first of all, that was like what, almost 10 years ago now that he was really doing his thing. The government was against it. Trump's in there, they're dropping all their cases, so that's a side we don't have to worry about, in my opinion, anymore in the United States specifically.
I have no idea. All I wanted to do was go through regular banks, mutual bond fund, U.S. Treasuries, use the interest to build, and then furthermore, I want to be able to invest through U.S. banks, regular means, give me access to some African national bonds. That's it. That's as far as that's where my Pan-African is. That and maybe traveling on vacation. And I'll let the Africans build up their stuff, but I just don't want to hear they ain't got the money to do it. Just give me my regular return back.
Dave.
All right, let me pass it back to Q Butter. Go ahead, Q Butter.
Yeah, King. So I and this isn't a disrespect, but I think the stock market, like the bond perspective, is based off of globalization and being a part of the global market and being able to show that you can secure as a government. Like it wasn't just the French doing it, the British in America, like their military industrial complex is what secures the corporations the ability to make money. And I don't see that in African nations. So of course they're developing. I don't see where the security in the bonds would come from. So as a Black American, I don't know what y'all would be investing into. And I get, besides the pride in helping the country, but I wouldn't call that an investment. I just think we should be, if you're going to do it, just donate. As a
No. I want.
Can I answer that, Dynast, please?
I want my interest payments. That's really what I want.
Sorry, can I answer that, Dynast?
Before you blink the response, because when you say
Okay.
Like, and then at the same time say you're Pan-African, there's a reality in the world of globalization that the Black community is in. So we're saying Black Americans want to help Nigeria, but at the same time we're like, yeah, we want to make money off of Nigeria. What are we really saying? Like, if we want to be vested in Black people want to be invested into Black Americans in America, and saying only we want to help you. No, you're not helping. You're investing because you want something out. Now we're trying to develop. It's a shared input. And that's why I'm just listening, because the approach of the stock and bonds and the assurity that the bonds represent would be from a government level. So I'm just trying to see, there's a question.
Well, the president.
I can answer it, please. Can someone just let me answer it, please?
Go ahead.
Dynast, it's unfortunate that the Chinese don't ask these questions. It's unfortunate that the British don't ask these questions. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry, what was that?
But the reality is, when you say the British or the Chinese, there's a study that Chinese are practicing Chinese mercantilism. They're using their businesses and their security firms to establish outreach around the world. So there's a pure reason to do that, and everybody knows that they invested tons of years into developing a working class that is highly developed in terms of technological education. That's why you invest in the country, because you know.
Thank you for saying that. You just buttressed my point, Q Butter. And respect to you, by the way. I like your channel. I like your show. Don't worry about nothing.
Didn't they also build within first and built a base within their own country so that they didn't use all of their own, just we don't have a base of money that we've built up as a people.
No, no, no. Let me just give this answer once and for all. And you guys carry on. Here's the thing: they see an investment opportunity. They've made a plan, and they know how they're going to get a return.
As a
I don't
nation.
know. Please, I don't know why FBA African Americans can't do the same. Go out there, do your prospectus, see what your potential return is in a particular field of investment. Put your money in, not out of good faith, not out of your good heart or anything, just pure business. By the way, you will hire Africans. I'm going to finish. Please. You're going to hire Africans. You're going to pay them a salary. They're going to be happy. And you are going to get your profits. What's
As an
wrong with that?
individual, as an
Do you
individual,
hate
right?
yourself?
As an individual, right?
As an individual, all of
What's wrong
that.
with that?
But I was just I asked
Wait.
Okay, all right. I'm
We're
just
talking
asking.
over each other. Wait. We're talking over each other. Wait, one at a time.
Yeah, I was just speaking to when they said government bonds. That's how I was in terms of government bonds.
You'd buy them as an individual. Dave would buy them as an individual. You would buy them as an individual. Dynas would buy those bonds as an individual. You would not buy them as a group, sir.
And all together,
Hold on.
Exactly. Cumulatively. Tell them, Dave. Cumulatively.
Hold on, guys. General Dave addressed this concern before when it was just he and I. Dave, can you repeat what you said previously about how the fund would work?
So each individual person could go to any bank in America they want. Any bank in America they want. And it's basically a mutual fund where, since African Americans, we don't trust each other. The one thing we kind of do trust is buy some U.S. Treasuries. We buy those U.S. Treasuries individually, but it pays interest. The question is, from there is what can we agree on to qualify for loans to build stuff with the collective cumulative interest from the people that we agree that everybody agrees on. Not
Too
even
complicated. Too complicated, Dave. Just tell them you get an interest, and that depends on the people on the other side.
Exactly.
Simple.
And then for me, my version of Pan-Africans, I just want to buy African national bonds. I don't want to get into the business of making anything or anything like that. I just want to loan the Nigerian government money in exchange for a bond. And as more and more people do that, that stabilizes the foreign exchange rate between the Naira and the US dollar. Because the banking systems, no matter what bank you're going to deal with, they going to eventually sum it all up and write up a swap agreement to say, hey, we know we're going to have whatever amount, millions of Naira transferring over to US dollar on this date. We know that there's going to be a deposit from US dollar to trying to go buy Nigerian bonds, the Nigerian bonds, which requires for you to actually get into that currency.
What
We know that
stabilizes?
through more and more of these cross-border flows of capital, everything stabilizes. It creates the
But what stabilizes bad leadership and poor character? What stabilizes that?
Nothing. It depends on us Africans making sure that the ground is fertile and set for you.
So should we wait until that happens?
No, wait, Chuck.
That's what Dave is talking about, sir. That's what Dave is speaking about.
I'm being a skeptic right
now. Wait, Chuck. We have to go to what creates corruption. And in my experience, what creates corruption is the demand by big capital holders not to have to send their capital through legislatures and through a bunch of people that they don't want to deal with. They want to deal with, wait 1 second, Atticus.
Yes, sir.
That they want to deal with 3 or 4 people. And then those people send it through their legislature and they get their money. That's correct. The corruption. I did this kind of work. So I can tell you this is, so what the corruption that people complain about is that the quote unquote democracy of that country doesn't have an impact on these transactions at the highest level. They're only dealing with 2 or 3 people at the top of that government. right?
Philippe, can I just inform you real quick? Sorry, my brother. I just want to inform you real quick. Please ask Dynast. 65% of the population of Africa is under the age of 25, not even 30, 25. They are pushing for not reforms. Reforms is too tame. And I don't want to say revolution because that's socialist. I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. What we're pushing for is total transformation. What's going on the continent right now, the old are being pushed out.
Yeah.
And when that happens, there's a mindset that's been cultivated that FBAs, Jamaicans, Haitians, people of the diaspora helped cultivate in the African mind.
Who's the
These young Africans are militant.
What's an
Ask
FBA?
Dynast.
I'm with you on this. I just want to land this idea because it answers Shah's question and answers Q Butter's question. The issue I just identified is that corruption is created by big capital sources demanding that they only talk to a few people and a guarantee of getting their money out of that market. So those people then are more responsive to the big capital from the outside than the people in their country. Okay? What Atticus just described and what General Dave just laid out is a structure in which the resources are being directed from the bottom up rather than the top down because of how the investment is coming in. See, if you had a normal functioning bond market in Africa, then you would rezone each small area or state or province to draw tax dollars. But the problem in Africa is that they cannot get a coherent system of tax collection from their provinces. And then it's further complicated by ethnic groups, right? So the way that you adjust to that is that one, you have to recombine, like AES did, ethnic groups over cross border, but also that you're dealing with the capital in a way where you can build a tax base.
Yep.
And what General Dave just laid out was, here is the money that's guaranteed. It's guaranteed by U.S. Treasuries.
Yep.
So the fund is stable. So then the question is setting up a structure on the other side that grows the plants, if you will, right?
Yes, sir. This is what I'm telling you, sir. For example, let me just buttress what you're saying, because everything you're saying is perfectly sensible. For example, I'm a Kenyan. Kenyans are capitalists. I repeat, we are capitalists by nature.
Yeah, I know a lot of Kenyans.
Not by policy. Even our government is capitalist.
Yep.
Our neighbors are socialists, but we're capitalists. So we understand how money works. On the ground, I'm talking about people who never may have had as much money as you, but they understand how money works. They understand how banking works. They understand how business works. So there's certain African countries that have greater potential than others because we're not socialists. Now, there are others that are of greater risk. I do not deny this. But at the same hand, there are others that are of lower risk. We understand that, look, if somebody invests something, they need a return. Same way, if I invest something, I want a return. I understand this risk. And risk means that none of us may earn anything, but in terms of a bond, whoever invests should get a return. The only way they don't get a return is if it's a failed state. What's happening right now with these youth, I wish, Philippe, I wish you could just listen to some of the interviews, some of the conversation that these young Africans, for example, young Kenyans are having. It's very sophisticated. It's very informed. I'm talking about people in their 20s.
Yes.
Talking economic policy.
As an African
I have
American,
listened to it, and that's why we're having the conversation, is because we see what's happening. What I would say, though, and I don't know if it was Q Butter or who it was that brought this up about the
Shout out Q
IMF.
Butter.
the World Bank debts, the guy, and I know Black Beauty talked about this, is that in all of this, like, I mean, Kenya has had this problem under Ruto of taking out these continuous loans rather than
and Uhuru before him. Yes, Ruto and the one before him, Uhuru.
Yeah,
you're very right, and I respect you for knowing that.
That the bottom line is that also affects the investment, Shah and Koja, is that if you've got these debts and you've basically signed over to give away state assets, if you don't pay your debts to the IMF and the World Bank, then it makes funds like what General Dave is trying to discuss harder to pay out because you're not a priority creditor. Right? The contracts the contracts that these countries have signed supersede any kind of investment that would come from the diaspora. And what they are really used to do is to seize control of state assets in these countries.
Philippe, do you know diaspora investment would supersede like any government to government deal?
Yeah.
Year on year.
Yeah.
But these African presidents, they're truly traitors. All of them have property in the West. All of them have their kids in the West. So you have to understand what we're facing. We're facing the old guard.
Right.
This is the old guard.
Has to do with systems too, with political systems and economic systems as well. And as a victim of capitalism, my people, as an African American, we are
actually we like capitalism. No, Shah, my brother.
Wait a minute, let
we
me
love
finish.
capitalism.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. We're tired of this way that we've been living in the cards that we've been dealt. We are at the beginning of capitalism. Capitalism is able to even exist because they had free labor from us for about 300 years or whatever it was.
Shah, this is where we and you, my brother, respectively,
in the United States.
we depart. We are capitalists. We want
you're
money.
Triggered and you're talking over
no,
me.
I'm not triggered, sir.
You're talking
no,
over
I'm not triggered.
Hold on, we're talking over each other.
LGBTQ.
Right.
Hold on, we're talking over each other.
And we can have a conversation and you can interject. Let me finish. So I'm gonna land right here because basically I feel like no individual should own the water, the lights, the air, the land. That should belong to the people. And I'll land there.
Socialist, like I said, there's plenty of water. No. There's plenty of water in Africa.
That's not socialist. That's Africanist.
I'm sorry, sir. It is socialist. There's plenty of water in Africa. There's plenty of land in Africa. Please let me finish, sir. There's plenty of water in Africa. There's plenty of land in Africa. You can own a stream if you wish. Did you know that? It's not going to affect me.
So can
you can,
and they could cut off the water, and then you can't.
No, I've heard that. Actually, I've heard that. Remember, I'm a Kenyan, and yes, I've seen the Coca-Cola company in my country. Guess what? They're not interfering with anyone. I've heard that propaganda argument. It's the same propaganda argument that. Please, sir, let me just finish this statement very quickly, and then rebuttal. I've heard this argument about the Chinese are taking over Africa. I'm an African. Listen, I have property in Africa. I pay taxes in Africa. Show me where the Chinese rule. It's this Western propaganda that's keeps. Listen, as an African, I laugh at this stuff because I live in the West and I live in Africa and I see both, but you guys don't live in Africa. You go by what CNN tells you. CNN said Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. CNN said that Gaddafi was apparently some kind of worldwide threat. I'm sorry. Yeah. Dinus, I know.
It's my show. CNN also said that Putin, Russia was running out of weapons. And
Dinus, this is what I mean.
Can I throw something here? 1 second, and then I'm going to drop off. I think we get into a lot of trouble in trying to embrace one ideology over another and building an economy that what we really just need to Africanize, because both of the concepts of socialism and capitalism are European paradigms. What I would say is you need a structure that can set up a command and control economy. And let's just take Kenya, for example, that they just built a huge brand new port, right? And they tried to set up freight rail. But what they didn't do was they didn't have a plan for the truck drivers, the Kenyan truck drivers to
Philippe,
re-educate.
come to Kenya. We need you. You know.
Let him
Really,
finish.
isn't that the mercantilism that Q Butter mentioned? That's all I had to say.
Yeah.
No. It's not mercantilism. It's corruption. Mercantilism infers that you are doing it for the benefit of your economy. There's no benefit to the economy here. These are individuals striking deals and making the African taxpayer pay the bill.
I agree with what you're saying.
It's not mercantilism.
Isn't what we need mercantilism. I know it's not on ground.
No, we don't need mercantilism. We need free trade.
You need capital from Africa, boy.
We need all of it,
really quick?
but what we need a structure that is command and control. What happened in Kenya was that you had the truck driver. Look, I have to establish something first. The way that the West is able to control the global economy in part is through shipping lines all around the world. That they can control which goods come and go from each part of the world. The way that Africans and Asians regain control is to have that freight come off of the oceans and go back onto land. That's our advantage. If we can stay off of the boats as much as possible through high-speed rail, then we can inter-African trade, and we can trade into the other regions without having to pay that paymaster at the boat.
Philippe, you're partially right, Philippe. We need
think of it like that. You're right.
But hold on. Kenya laid out the right plan, but then they didn't have the command and control aspect of targeting their truck driver industry, which is a big supporter of labor, into the new economy that they built. So what wound up happening was they wound up in a civil fight and a corrupt fight over which way the freight went, and then they weren't able to even increase their freight. So it collapsed in on each other. To me, that is not a capitalist versus socialist issue. It's a command and control of your economy issue. They had the right plan. They had the right tools. They built a beautiful new port. It's completely modern. What they didn't have was the direction of the economy in a way where it all fit together, and people weren't able to be redirected out of the old economy into the new.
Philippe, let me tell you real quick, and Dynast can confirm this as a man who visits the continent regularly, as a citizen of an African country. Philippe, no African government wants its African citizens to be wealthy.
They're right. Yep.
That means you will become direct competition. You will question the policy if you have money. Black Beauty, you know it. You know it, Black Beauty.
I was right there in Nigeria, and I never believed what they said, and I get it now. I get it.
Of course, they don't want you to be rich because you are competition. If Tinubu, that old degenerate in Nigeria, Tinubu, he can't have young Nigerians having money because they will challenge him. They will say, Tinubu,
That's like in this country too. If African Americans moved from the bottom strata up, it would destroy the economy.
I agree with you, Shah. Apart from
it's structured a certain way, right? We know that.
But no, Shah, I agree with you.
Hey, I gotta pass. Bang's been waiting. Go ahead, Bang. Unmute yourself, Bang.
Man, how y'all doing today, man?
Good.
Man, first of all, right? Capitalism, right? The way, like the other dude was saying about, like, we Africans, we love capitalism, like we embrace capitalism, right?
I do.
In my opinion, Africa do not need capitalism. Africa needs a hybrid system between capitalism and socialism. Yep. Let me tell you.
What country are you from, sir?
Hey, let him talk. Let him talk.
Let me give you an example, right? Like, in America, right? The what do you call it? the most bank that have the most money. I think is Chase or whatever it is, right? So within that bank, right, that's a private bank. You know what I'm trying to say? You look at all these companies that have control of America. It's all private. So the state does not have any ownership within these companies, right? But then you look at China, right? You look at China like most of their elite companies, right? The state own percent of it. So as a citizen, you own percent of that company itself. You understand?
Dennis, can I say something, please?
No,
This
you
is
No,
can't.
wrong.
But you
think about the
can when he's
power
done,
of it though.
Atticus. Chill out.
Think about the
I'm
power
sorry,
of that
Dennis.
though. Because you look at Tesla, right? You look at Apple, Microsoft, GM, Ford, all these companies are private owned. And then you look at the private banks that have the most money. It was there was a difference, right? A Chinese bank, right? A Chinese owned state bank, which have the most per capita, right? The CEO of that bank itself, I think he was earning about 200,000 a year, right? And then the J.P. Morgan Bank, which was private, which have the most money in the American bank right now, currently, right? The CEO was making about 30 million a year. Now look at the difference though. But at the same time, those citizens in China own percent of that bank because that bank is a state bank.
No, they don't. Oh my
That's a,
God.
I'm
I'm gonna say something.
I'm gonna look it up.
When I
Hold
bought my
on, Black Beauty.
I had
Black Beauty. Let him finish. I mean, Bang, that's not true. But Black Beauty, let him finish.
no. I had the evidence. I just I just need to look it up though because while you guys was talking, I had the evidence. It just you know what I'm saying. It just got replaced. Africa needed
Bang is correct. They do have
Hold on. Let him please. Let him
Africa needed
finish. You got a
hybrid
minute.
Dennis, please let us address him.
No,
Atticus,
guys,
stop
let him
smoking.
I'm
It's
done.
making you
Understand
Kindly.
this,
emotional
right?
and impatient.
Goodness,
Africa need
Stop
a
man. Be
hybrid
smoking.
quiet.
system.
Goodness.
I'm done.
All right, Bang. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I'm
Dennis, you're
done. All I'm
pressing
saying is Africa
Africans.
need a hybrid system. You look at England, right? England was going around the world stealing people's shit, taking everything they wanted, and then forcing people to use the pound. What's the difference between America? America is basically the same thing.
Dennis, we don't need idiots like this. I'm sorry, my brother. We don't need idiots like this. You're talking about Britain. You're talking about China in interchangeable terms, sir. I'm sorry. The Chinese are communists. Do you know what communism is?
No, my friend.
China's
No, my friend.
socialist.
There's a lot
The
of people
Communist
in
Party
China
runs China.
that
they're
with
mostly
billions of
communist in
dollars.
name only.
There's a lot of people in China that with billions of dollars and make a ton of money. You know what I'm saying? In America, the idea is how can I drain the hell out of people and make as much money as possible?
But I want to say
Dynast,
China,
these
that is not the
socialists
same.
are dangerous to us, Dynast. You hear how he's talking?
I'm not a
No proof how this money gets to the people. None. All he's championing is the government taking power over individuals. These types of Africans are absolutely dangerous to us, Dynast.
Okay. Look at DC, right? Up
No,
here in
but can I give
Congress,
an
right?
example, Bang? Because you
Up
said
here
something
in Congress,
I
right?
just want to give
The
a
U.S.
real
Congress.
example, in real life example. Can I
The
give
U.S.
an in
Congress,
real life
right?
example?
Yeah, Bang. You all over the place, Bang. Go ahead.
My
Black Beauty.
in real life example is this. Each time I went to producers to make this bottle for my product, all the bank information that I noticed something, a commonality. They were using American banks. So they don't even hold the money in mainland China. They domicile their bank in Singapore, and it's usually through Citibank or through JP Morgan. So all the producers that make the things that we need to package and distribute our products, even though they are Chinese companies, the money doesn't go back to Beijing or Hong Kong or anywhere. It goes to Singapore, where all the rich Chinese live, right? Where all the rich oligarchy Chinese, rich Asians live. And it's not even an Asian bank. You pay in US dollars, okay? And it goes to Citibank or it goes to JP Morgan. Those are the two that I've seen. I don't know about the rest. So that is incorrect. People is pulling
Black Beauty, they don't even realize this.
I'm gonna pull up the bank.
You don't have to pull up nothing. I looked at the agreement of the vendor. I looked at the vendor's agreement.
Listen.
Agreement.
No. You gotta understand. Okay.
I have a
Look
business
at how the world is going on right now. look who's dominating the world right now, currently, right? Look who in control of the world right now. Making what I'm trying to say is right. Look who eventually is going to take over the world. It's not
But why do
America.
you think they
Let's be
do
real.
that?
Let's be
Right?
real. Let's be real about it, right?
You know why they do that? Because of something
Let's
that
be
Philippe
real
said
about it.
earlier. If China is going to take 51% or 49% or even 50% of my business earnings, me are not going to bank with the Chinese bank as a rich Asian. As a rich Chinese, I'm not going to make my business and make China's whatever the hell bank.
Can I explain?
Well said, sister. Well
Can I
said,
explain what
cutie.
happens? Can I explain
Well
what
said,
happens on
beautiful.
the
Hold on,
transaction?
Atticus, can I ask you a question, Atticus? Atticus, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
What is black folks' obsession? Not all, but the majority. Well, a lot, not all. Obsession with socialism. I don't get it.
Sorry, is obsession with what?
Socialism. And
Socialism. I can tell you that really quickly.
No matter how you demonize capitalism, socialism and communism have just been failed concepts across the
Of
board.
course, they've been failed concepts, but you have to remember what happened, Dynast. In our history, because of colonialism, the capitalists never bothered to come and teach us about capitalism. They left a void. So what we had was the imperialist. The imperialist, by nature, on paper, is a socialist. We work and they eat. We don't get anything. That's socialism.
Well, it doesn't have to look like that, though. Our African socialism,
Sir, please.
African
It is.
socialism,
By definition, it is. The
African
masses work and the
socialism
minority
does
eat.
not
That
have to
is
look
socialism.
like
Can I say something?
European
No,
socialism.
I'm answering Dynast.
And
Kindly,
I know,
gentlemen, please calm
I know.
down. I'm
Well,
answering Dynast.
you said it. You said what you said.
No, but I'm still trying to go ahead, Atticus.
Thank you, Dynast. I know this is their defense mechanism kicking in. What happened after colonialism and after slavery in the United States and other places? The capitalists, because let me tell you something, the people that did the slavery and colonialism are socialists. The capitalists kept out of it. What happened is the socialists came in with a lie and said that, oh, it's the capitalists that enslaved you. It's the capitalists that colonized you. When you look at, by definition, what capitalism and socialism is, the capitalists never enslaved us. By definition, capitalism is this. No, please. Capitalism is the voluntary exchange between two or more parties in a business venture. Again, the voluntary exchange. Socialism does not. Here we go. Dynasty, you see what's going on? You see what's going on? No, I'm not done. Gentlemen, I'm not done. I'm going to be done in 30 seconds, please. Kindly.
During slavery.
Kindly, I'm going to finish in 30 seconds. You're not going to derail me. Dynast. Here's the thing. The socialists came in and blamed the capitalists for what they did. You understand? Because capitalism by definition is this: the voluntary exchange. Voluntary. Slavery wasn't voluntary. Colonialism wasn't voluntary. It was socialism. You, the masses, work for we, the minority, and you're doing it for the greater good. We Africans have studied both of these policies. There's nothing I'm sorry, sir. You're not going to stop me saying this.
Can I say this?
None of you are going to stop. No. None of you are going to convince it because we can read English. We can study French, sir.
White men to teach you capitalism, and we had our own.
You're not in capitalism here in America.
Dave, I'll let you go. Go ahead, Dave. I'll shut up and let you go. Go ahead,
Dave. Please tell them. Tell him, Dave.
I got a master's in finance, and there's rules to capitalism. And when you go by the rules of capitalism, you'll realize real quick you're not in capitalism.
Look at how the world took. Look at how America took over the world, right? With like after World War II, right? They took over the world. They forced the world to use the dollar, right? To trade in dollar, right? To trade in dollar, and then also to buy oil, right? Petrol, right? So at the end of the day, right? If you in your own country, right, you want to buy anything and then exchange goods with other countries, right? You gotta use American dollar. So that means you gotta go to America and then purchase their dollar. So America used that extra money and developed their country. as well, right? In the 50s and the 60s, right? Then everything stopped booming in America, right? Then after that, in the late 70s, right? Capitalism took over America slowly. In the 80s is when Ronald Reagan sold America to capitalism. You understand?
Okay.
Communist.
So let
You
me
understand? You understand?
interject.
You're a
Can I?
communist.
Can I interject?
Let me finish.
Oh, you're
Let
not
me
finished.
finish,
Okay.
right? Then after that, they sold these jobs to China and then over the world because you know why? They wanted maximum profit. They were making money, but then they got super greedy.
True.
They got super greedy, right? And then all these jobs disappeared and went to China, right? In the 90s. Look at Baltimore. Look
In
at
the 70s. In the 70s and 80s too.
in the 80s, right? Look at how everything happened slowly and slowly and slowly because of what? They got super greedy. They wanted more money.
Right. Right.
Sir, I'm sorry. How could you afford?
Atticus, hold on, Atticus. Let me respond to Atticus because there's some historic thing we got to bring in. We've always
These socialists, Dynast, watch the socialists.
Atticus, can you listen for a second?
Yes, I can, but I wish to rebuttal, sir. After you finish.
Africans have had economic systems before Europeans had major economic systems. They were living in fucking feudal states or even hunter-gatherer states. And we had economic systems. We need to study our political systems. We need to study our economic systems and our social systems and come up with our own form of, if it's a mix of socialism and capitalism, if the political system is an African style, based on communalism, which is what we are. We're communalists, that we create our own systems. We can do that. We're smart enough, and we can look at models. The Oromo and the Igbo have democratic systems. Let's look at the Oromo in Ethiopia. Let's look at Mbongi and Congo.
No, they don't. They don't. I know they
have
I'm East African. No, they don't. No, they don't. I'm East African.
Excuse me, sir. You can't run that shit on me, okay? I know about Gada. I know about Gada and the Oromo Gada system. Stop playing.
No, they
and
don't.
I also know a little bit
They're
about the
tribal,
Igbo system.
sir.
Sir, I'm talking about Gada, which is a system of a political system.
I go to Ethiopia and they're my neighboring country. They come to my country, sir.
That's a form of government and politics that we can look at and use some of those things.
No, you can't. Ethiopia is repressive, sir.
I'm not talking about Ethiopia. I'm not talking about Ethiopia.
The Oromo are from Ethiopia. Why would you mention the Ethiopia?
So then that means you're not listening at all.
Oromo from Ethiopia, sir.
Yeah, but you're not listening because I'm talking about politics, a political system that Africans have practiced democracy and have had political systems.
The Oromos are under
Europeans got there. We've had economic systems because you just finished saying that the Europeans didn't teach us capitalism. What? And that's the problem.
No, I never said that. I said the socialists never taught us capitalism, sir. I never said the European didn't teach us. I said the socialists.
You've had a colonial education.
You're not going to play this game with me, bro.
It sounds like you've had a colonial education.
No,
really.
no. I am the African. Listen.
But I've also had black studies too that got me together.
Black studies? Who taught you that black studies? Who taught you that?
Who taught me black studies? African Americans. And Africans from the continent all played a part.
Which African from the continent? I'm from the continent, and you're not listening to me.
Yeah, but you're not a teacher of black studies, though. Talking about
so you believe in academia like a socialist.
Capitalism.
This is the socialist. Listen, socialists went to the academia to hide in there and indoctrinate our children in their piffle.
Come on now.
Pathetic. We don't believe in anything you're saying. We are capitalists.
You're speaking for yourself.
We are capitalists. Visit the continent and see it. We're capitalists. Ask Dynast.
All I'm saying about that is that whatever it is, right? It has to come from us. This is why the politics in Africa is not working today, because we're using an exact model of the Europeans that they left, and that's the problem. It needs to be adjusted to African ways of doing things. Our politics, the politics in Africa. It's got to be adjusted. All the Africans are saying that.
Wrong.
Okay.
All the Africans on the continent are saying that. The ones that are conscious.
Dave,
not the ones that
please tell him.
In Great Britain.
Dave is an economist.
Tell him. It's political. Capitalism is economic. I'm not understanding how we're.
I'm saying we had our own economic systems before capitalism, right?
Yes,
right?
but I firmly believe we're not even in capitalism in the United States of America.
Right. We're not a true capitalist country in the United States. We're not. This mixed with socialism.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
yes.
we're not.
The fire department doesn't
Yes,
ask
America
you to
is
swipe
very
your card
socialist
before
today.
No, the fire department does not ask you to swipe your card before they put your burning house out.
No, socialists don't do that. They tax you for it. They tax you. They don't ask you to swipe a card. They tax you and they say,
that's what you just.
Dave, tell him. Dave, please.
It's a hybrid system.
It's coming through. We're in a hybrid.
I don't use these terms of capitalism or socialism. My point is this: the resources of the African continent should belong to the people. No private company should own.
No. The resources belong to whoever owns them. If I sell,
he wants to be Aliko Dangote. That's what he wants to be.
If I
to be an Aliko Dangote.
Please.
If I own a gold mine and I sell you gold, sir, if I own a gold mine and I sell you a kilo of gold and you bought it fair and square, that kilo of gold belongs to you. It doesn't belong to me anymore.
Atticus, can we hear what he's saying and then you respond?
That smoke is making you emotional. The resources should never be owned privately. What I'm talking about is water.
Socialism. Like you're not saying
you're a socialist. You're communist.
I'm not.
You're communist.
I'm not a communist.
Well, it actually is communism.
Communism comes out of Europe.
It is communism. We saw it firsthand, Dave. We didn't have to experiment it. We saw it in Ethiopia. We saw it in Somalia. Somalia was communist. It destroyed that country. We're taking Somali refugees today because of that.
State. What do you expect? It's a neo-colonial state.
No, there's no colonialism. Somalia collapsed in the 90s. The Italians left in the 60s, sir. Stop it. Stop the lies.
In Africa should never be owned by a private company. The resources I'm talking about are water.
Lies. You guys are communists. I'm glad you're not Africans. I'm glad.
Let him make his point, though.
I'm not a communist. And the smoke is making you emotional.
Yes, you are, sir. It doesn't matter what you say. You are a communist. You're speaking like a communist. And I'm glad you're not an African that owns any African land because we don't operate like you. You're communists. You're socialists. You're Bolsheviks. And you don't even know it.
You can't own the land.
How do you know I don't own land?
What do you mean I can't own the land? It's mine.
The kings in Ghana own the land.
Kings in Ghana. I'm not Ghanaian, sir. I'm Kenyan.
I know, but that's Africa.
I'm a sovereign.
Yeah, but that's Africa. Is Ghana Africa?
It depends what part of Ghana you're in, if it's still land or not.
Thank you, Dynast. Thank you, Dynast.
I'm aware of that too, Dynast. Yeah.
They want to talk like we're just one blanket thing. Like, listen, this is why we're going to outpace you. We're smarter than you.
Ghana is the operative word, and it's not a competition between African Americans and continental
Of course
Africans.
it isn't, because you're not competing. You're useless.
Let's look at Nigeria and its state right now. Let's not talk about Ghana. Let's look at what Nigeria is doing right now.
Dynast is better than you. Dynast is smarter than you because he saw it.
That's good. I'm glad he's better and smarter than me.
Of course.
I just want you to be clear about that. Europeans didn't teach us. We don't need to go to the Europeans to teach us capitalism. We're victims of capitalism.
What was the Mali?
You're a victim.
Nah, you're commie, dog. We don't want communism. You stay with your white liberal masters.
Of capitalism.
Your white liberal masters that support LGBTQ. That's your people.
Honestly, I think he's equating the capitalism with the fascism that he sees now. You point out fascism. Because I know what you're talking about, where everybody owns private land and the corporations. That's fascism. What we're in now. We're in fascism, bro.
It's not capitalism. It's fascism.
What was it when we had businesses in Wall Street and Rosewood and where's that? Wilmington, North Carolina, when we had thriving communities and we're practicing capitalism, and then what happened?
What happened is we talked about that in the beginning of this stream.
Right.
And I'm going to phrase this firmly. We had to integrate because we were paying taxes for all of these city
In
services and all this
1920,
other
we didn't
stuff
integrate.
that
In
we could not
1920.
use. It was not to be around nobody. It wasn't because we cared and loved somebody. It was because no taxation without representation. The water fountains were paying the water bills that we couldn't use. The city services, the fire, the trucks, the bus, even the public buses, we're still paying taxes for it.
That's what happened
That's
in Tulsa,
why we
Oklahoma,
integrated.
and
Now, what's the
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Correct, Dave. Correct.
That's what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma in the 20s, Black Wall Street, and Wilmington, North Carolina, when they basically terrorized and killed African Americans who were
That was
participating in the
racism.
political
That was racism.
system. It was terrorism, and it was supported by the government.
Here's the formula.
This is part of what capitalism does, because they didn't want any competition.
Please listen to this. This is a formula, and it's real easy. Nationalism trumps racism, and capitalism trumps nationalism. Nationalism trumps racism, and capitalism trumps nationalism.
So if I'm a nationalist in the United States right now, and I'm
We will lose against capitalism.
Excuse me, sir. If I'm a nationalist right now, and I voted for Donald Trump, and I'm a patriot of the United States of America, and I'm a black person, am I going to be able to benefit in this nationalist spirit that I have, along with MAGA white folks?
No, because
so then how does nationalism trump racism?
Nationalism.
Then how does nationalism trump racism then?
Because when it's time to get down on external forces, you let go of the racism.
Oh, you do?
When it's time to get down on the money, you let go of the nation.
Okay. All right. I'll land my point there.
You understand that?
I want to steal a point that
Go Black Beauty.
Can I just say this real quick?
Go ahead.
I want to steal a point that Niger makes on literally every single panel. You have something, someone's coming for it. You need to defend it. The reason why everything we ever had as Black Americans got taken is because we ain't had no security. We ain't had no Black militia to defend it. You see me? We need security across Africa. If we want to do these big brands and we want to develop Africa for real and make it a capitalistic place. It can't be capitalistic. We can't get money.
Black Beauty.
Oh my God.
Black Beauty, can I say something? Just an example. Imagine Black Beauty. Imagine just real quick. Kindly, bang. Kindly. Black Beauty. Imagine Black Beauty as a country.
With the white, success. You got to understand the white success, how it linked up. These people go to these countries and they take everything from these, from these people and then empower themselves.
You're weak, you're weak African. Stop talking, Black Beauty. Imagine yourself as a country, Black Beauty. If I'm not strong, no, stop it. You're weak. You keep crying about white people doing this, white people doing that. White people are not stronger than we are.
What's the difference? What's the difference with Kenya and Nigeria? Come on now.
Big difference. Big difference.
And so what?
He'll definitely make it to Chicago.
Nigeria is more corrupt. Big difference.
Who's building the airport?
Nigeria is way more corrupt.
Who's
Big
building the airport?
difference.
Wild, yo.
Who built the seaport?
Which seaport? Which one? Which one? No. Stop it, Dave. Which one? What seaport are you talking about, sir?
Who built the airport?
Because the one in Mombasa was built by Kenyans, sir.
Who built the airport?
Which airport, sir?
The airport a couple years ago.
Which one?
My friend, Africa don't build nothing.
Bang, hold on. One mic. Bang, are you the airport of Mombasa, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport?
The one in South Africa, the one in Ethiopia. Which one, sir?
In Kenya. I'm talking about the one in Kenya, sir.
Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
Yes, sir.
We built it, Kenyans.
Oh my God.
Check.
Don't believe me.
Oh my God.
With money from the IMF?
Oh my
No.
God. You sure?
Kenyan taxpayers' money. Please check.
That loan you guys the money, and then the Chinese build it as well.
Jomo Kenyatta Airport has existed.
You sure you telling me that?
Sir, I'm trying to tell you, but you're talking like a Nigerian. Relax. Jomo Kenyatta International Airport has existed for decades. The Chinese... Dinus, do you see what's happening? Do you see what's happening, Dinus? These are the socialists for you.
He's
How is
doing
this
what you
socialist,
do,
my friend?
talking
My friend,
over
Bro,
people.
I'm answering him.
Yeah, but he's only doing what you're doing too.
No, you socialists. We see your game. Jomo Kenyatta International Airport was built in the 1960s. Show me the Chinese money in the 1960s.
Okay, good.
yo,
Good
that's
to
Cut it
it,
know.
out.
I
it
didn't
was
know
built.
that. Good to
I'm
know.
Jomo
talking about
Kenyatta
currently.
Airport was
I'm
funded
talking
by the
about
World
currently.
Bank.
I'm not talking about in the 60s
Oh
or
No, it
wow,
whatever.
was
really?
funded by the
The money
World
was
Bank.
funneled
Oh,
out of the
But
the
they
that's
didn't
not
world
what
bank.
ask to
Atticus is
fund it.
The
saying.
They asked to
World
build it.
Bank
So
funded
did
that
say that.
airport.
You said
Hey,
China.
guys, I gotta pass. I gotta
It's
pass
not
the
that
mic. I gotta pass the mic.
Y'all said
DMV Pat,
China
go.
funded it.
DMV,
Atticus did
DMV,
say
DMV Pat, go ahead. DMV Pat.
Let me know when it get to me, bro. I want to talk.
Unmute yourself, DMV Pat.
Yeah. Dang, man, I forgot my point, man. Y'all been just all over the
Okay, well,
place.
bro, we'll come back when you remember. Come back when you remember, bro. Go ahead, Raw Hotep.
I want to hear Atticus's.
Raw Hotep, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Hotep. Yeah. Peace, Hotep, Haru, Uhuru to the
What's up,
panel.
man?
This is it. What's up, bro? Listen, we got to understand something right now in this time of day with this technology, and in this in the decade that we're in. There's something that is very that I've been looking at, this orchestrated effort, and I believe by financial means on the back end, why a lot of what we call people in black in America or FBAs or what have you, and those that are transcontinental, I believe I think there's a financial effort to undermine the black people that had the historical experience, who've laid down their bones and who their ancestors in the blood of the soil of America, and also having them being pitted, or the African, whether it be in Nairobi, whether it be Kenya, whether it be anywhere, to listen. For what we've been through, we
Ben,
have a
stop
right to
bullshitting,
wait.
Ben.
For what we've
Cut it
been
out,
through,
Ben.
we can
Hey,
adopt
Atticus, let him talk.
socialism. We can adopt socialism. We can adopt Marxism. We can adopt capitalism. We can use all the goddamn isms at our disposal. As long as we get the foot of these Caucasians, these Caucasoid Homo sapiens off the backs of black people globally. And there are those that look like us, but they're not us, that are working on behalf of the same colonial powers that help undermine Kwame Nkrumah and also help undermine Sankara. So before you come here or speaking across the pond or the Atlantic, trying to prescribe to us what we do in America as it relates to racism, white
Be
supremacy,
quiet, Ben.
and
You're an
the
old failure.
yeah,
Cut it
and
out.
you're
Cut
English
it out, Ben.
you're
Don't act
African
like you and I
English,
haven't had this
you're
conversation before.
African English homosexual. You know you're homosexual.
You're
So
failed, Ben.
you
How
just
can you fail?
Come on, stop, man.
No,
Oh.
Dinus, let him say what he
I
wants to
was on
say.
another
He's an old
panel.
failure and he knows it. Nobody listens to him. His
Am I
FBA
an
kids
old
don't listen to
failure?
him. He's a boomer failure.
Which one of us has the
Hurry
mic?
up and leave Earth, Ben. We don't need you.
Is it the English speaking African in English?
We
or
don't
the
need you,
African
Ben.
speaking
Boomer,
Africans
we
in
don't need
English?
you. You're useless. All you did was give us debt. We don't need you, Boomer. We don't need you, Boomer. We don't need you, Boomer. We don't need you. Go away.
You escaped to
Go
Europe.
away. You need to escape Earth, Boomer.
You ran out of Kenya because they would
Boomer,
allow
we don't need you.
to practice
Mr.
homosexuality in Africa. That's why you went to
Mr.
England.
Debt. No, you're the ones that don't know your genders. Bye, Boomer.
No, you don't know your gender. And
What gender are you today?
It's not your
Are you a
panel.
boy or a girl
And
today,
I would
Ben?
appreciate if the moderator
Are
would
you a
mute his
boy
mic.
or a girl?
Because if we having a discussion back and forth on
Do
social
you feel feminine today, Ben? Like
we're
this?
having
Jesus
now you
Christ.
see,
Do you feel like that?
Stop it, man.
Come on,
only
man.
a
Hey, y'all
homosexual would
gotta
do that.
don't bring this over to Dinus, man. This is
What's with the
I don't want to
obsession
bring it
of
over
trying to
here.
label somebody
Dave,
LGBTQ?
you know Ben, Dave.
He's feeling
Dave, you know
feeling
Ben.
himself.
You know
What's
what it
this?
is?
What's with this labeling
Dave,
of LGBT?
no, no, LBGT. I didn't label the shit. I didn't make the alphabet soup. They
Ben,
made
you're the one
No,
that came
black
up with the
men
alphabet,
labeling
not
other
us.
black men that.
Can I ask you a question, Mr.
Atticus, what you
Hotep?
smoking?
Let me ask you a
Atticus
question,
tried.
Mr. Hood.
He's
Tobacco,
still
sir.
feeling it.
You want to
He's
see it?
still feeling himself from another panel that we were on.
Let me ask
Okay,
you a
then
question,
this
Mr.
is
Hood.
productive black
Okay.
talk. What you got to say productively
Okay,
about
let's do that.
economics between
And
African
okay, if
Americans
he
and
makes no
Africans in the
if he
future?
I
makes
have a
no
question for
personal
you.
attacks on me, I won't make them against him.
I have
The
a
topic
question.
is economic business amongst African
Let Ben
Americans and
respond,
Africans.
and
Okay,
Go.
then
go ahead.
Black
Let
Beauty.
the
Hold on,
sister
Black Pass
talk.
to you next,
I
Black Beauty.
have
Go ahead,
I
Ben.
have a question for you,
Well,
Mr.
let
Hood.
Black Beauty, let Ben finish. I'll pass to you. Go ahead. Stop.
Basically
Stop.
we
Go ahead,
can
Ben.
take any financial model around the world, whether it be communism, whether it be socialism, not Darwinism, but Marxism, capitalism, or scientific socialism to use to help aid and abet us to get us out of the condition economically, politically, and spiritually that we're in as a people. And no one has a right, particularly, to tell us as lineage Africans in the Americas who paved the way, who tilled the soil, whose ancestors' bones and blood is in this soil, what we should do economically, what we should do in
Ben,
any
shut up.
means.
The only
See, there you
American,
go. He's triggered.
the only
He's
American black I'm listening to is
interrupting
Dynast.
me, Dave.
Dynast is the
Mute his mic.
only black
Mute his
American that I'm listening to
mute.
because he came to the continent and he got a
Shut your mouth.
passport.
Okay, why do I
Like the
trigger you?
rest of you, Black Beauty, shout out to you too.
So if I get a
Shout out
passport,
to you
you
too, Black
listen
Beauty.
to me.
That's what coming, Niger wife started.
Thank you. You live
If
on
I
the
get a
continent. You
passport, you'll
have
listen
skin in
to
the
me.
game. The rest of them are useless.
You don't.
If I have a
You live in
passport,
England.
you'll listen to me.
Hey, I
You
have a
live in
question for
London.
Mr. Hotep.
That's ridiculous.
Mr.
Ben,
Hotep, I have a question for you.
I'm literally a Kenyan citizen. I'm not a British citizen.
Now he's
I
talking
go
over
back
her.
home. What's
Now
wrong
he's
with you?
talking to her. I know you're not a
He was just
citizen.
talking
Man,
about
can we
how
I
man
don't
can
want
we
to be
get
a
to the
British
topic,
citizen.
man?
Why should I be? I'm a Kenyan citizen. I
Man,
travel
get
the
to the
world.
topic.
why
Did
do
you
black
just say
people
bloody?
why are we not allowed to travel? Why is it that we
Why
Exactly,
did you say
Dave.
bloody?
global
Exactly.
that same
Old
747
boomer.
Mr.
back home?
Hotep, I have a question for
I've
you.
been in 4 different
Hold
countries.
on. Let me just one question from Mr. Hotep. What am I and my children to come gonna do with what you just gave us? Let me
What
understand what I'm gonna do with them words you just. They were wonderful, but thank you. But what am I supposed to do with them? How I
you have
make
an
money?
you have an education?
I'm well educated. We beyond
Okay, okay. You're well beyond educated. I don't know what that means, but anyway.
Let me tell you what that means. That means rather than keep my head in the book, I went to Africa and opened a business and got married. I don't have time for
Okay.
this. So what I want to know is all the words and doctrine and isms that you just spit for us today, that you gave us today. What are we supposed to do with that, sir?
My dear, let me tell you this. I'm a 12-year military veteran. I have a degree.
Okay.
I have 2 incomes. I own 2 homes.
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Ben, we heard this before.
My grandfather is a veteran. On my
Yo,
Black American side,
okay.
my grandfather is a Vietnam veteran, and my
Wait a minute. Hold a minute. You said on your black what side?
On my Black American side.
There's no such thing as a black in America.
Yes,
There's blacks in America. There's Africans
Here we go.
in America.
Here we go. You see the bullshit?
More words, more syntax.
Okay, are you black? Are you black?
What is he
Listen.
supposed to do with that?
No, you can do what you continue to do. I care about the affairs of my people, wherever they may be on the planet, on the globe. But I am not in solidarity with those that choose to operate and think and move in areas of economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion,
We
labor,
don't
law.
need you.
That think on the European colonial axis. That I have no solidarity with.
I understand.
Hello, Dennis?
None.
Yeah, let me pass it to Lou. Go ahead, Lewis.
So what I said is not for you.
Sorry about this. I bought this Beats 7 headphones. They're rubbish, so I couldn't really hear you properly when I came on there. Sorry about that mess up. Listen, I love the show. Just to answer Black Beauty very quickly, listen, you can go to Ghana Commercial Bank online. You can buy gold. If you want it simple, you can do that, okay? The treasury bond in Ghana is still good. It still guarantees, okay? In 2022, there was a default.
I know that.
Yeah. 2022, there was a default, but there's a reason why that country gets the most foreign investment there, okay? You will get it back. The problem we have and what we failed to do is to pick up the button what Nkrumah left. Industrialization. That's why he got independent, not just to cock around. Industrialization. That's what they were scared of. To turn your raw material into finished products.
I agree with that.
That's
I
what it's
agree with
about.
that.
If
Boom.
Africa turns its raw material into finished product for the get China, we gonna above all that shit. So
But
the problem I have is that we've got the wrong people in positions of power.
right.
Okay, look at the African students here. What they studying? Which one of them are studying mining? How many African students you gonna come across studying mining?
Zero.
I studied woodwork. They used to laugh at me, told me I ain't got no brains because I'm not doing them stupid heavy academic subjects. Okay, they don't give
You studied
scholarship
what?
to the people. They don't give scholarship.
You
They don't
studied
give
voodoo?
scholarship to the people. Sorry, brother, I can't hear you too well because my headphones.
He studied woodwork.
Oh, I thought he
Yeah.
said he studied voodoo.
No. Yeah, no. No, I studied woodwork. I studied 6 years London College of Furniture. I make anything out of woodwork, out of wood in a furniture store. I make. That's why I'm going back to Ghana to do. Hopefully, this is my last year. The reason why I'm still here because of jealous family members who don't want you to rise up. But that's all right. That's life. I'm a man. I can handle it.
Where are you at,
Man, cut it out, man.
Where?
Get out of here. Who are you?
Right. Listen to me. What
You said
Africa
to where?
lacks is what Africa lacks is skilled workers.
Oh.
Africa lacks what the South Africans can do. They can go in the mine and dig that fucking gold out the ground. And who the geese are saying, who are you? Who the fuck are you?
West Africans is like
who?
they want nothing.
Right?
Who
We
you
need
talking to,
skills.
brother?
We
Who you
need
talking
skills
about?
so we can go back. What African government want is skills. So if anyone you want to go back, have skills. Can you make the trainers you're wearing? Can you make the shirt?
No,
You
but
were
I could
talking about the
definitely loan
printing.
you money.
Do you have the skills to do the printing? You know why you never learned that? You know why you never learned that? You wanted to bling bling. You wanted to
Stop
look good.
listening to
It ain't
bus
sexy.
drivers.
No, I'm a
It ain't
carpenter.
sexy.
I'm a
Stop
carpenter.
That's where the
listening
problem is.
to bus drivers.
Okay?
I'm a
That's
carpenter
where the
just like
problem
you,
is.
Lewis. But the only thing I
Yeah,
got to
Bubba
offer
Clock
is I
Bubba
will
Clockhead
buy,
is just coming on here
I
like
will
he
loan
thinking know what he
all the
talking
African.
about.
We don't want to hear any more PhD bullshitters. That's the problem with
Ben
black
and Lewis,
Why is he
be
on
quiet and go
bullshitters.
back to school. Please let
Why is he
Dave
on the
talk. Go
panel?
back to school.
Go back to
Let me
school
ask
for
you
what?
this question.
I'm a
Let me ask
carpenter
you this
just
question.
like you, my brother.
You're not bright. You're not bright enough.
Listen,
Let
my
Dave
friend,
talk.
my friend, listen.
Good in West Africa.
Listen to
So
me.
much good over there.
Brother,
Listen.
I'm not your friend. Let Dave talk. You're
Who's
not
this guy
smart
talking?
enough.
Who's this guy talking?
You're not smart enough. Let Dave talk.
Hey, my friend, listen. Okay? Go to the Ghana administration. Do you know that timber is one of the biggest products we sell abroad, even to this
Bro,
day?
you drive
One of our
buses. I'm
biggest
not
income.
listening to you. I'm not listening to you. You're a bus driver. I'm not listening to you.
You damn right.
I'm
You know
not
what?
listening. I'm
Listen, my
looking
friend.
at
You
you
know
at your
what?
face and I'm
Hello?
telling you, I'm not listening to you. You're a bus
You know what
driver.
Kwame Nkrumah used to do for a living?
You're a bus driver.
Do you know
Bus
what Kwame Nkrumah used to do for a
driver.
living when he was in America?
Bus man.
Okay, when I come to Ghana, I'm gonna ring up the Dynasty Media show. When I start my
Yeah,
factory,
you
we're
do
gonna
that,
see
bus
what you gonna
driver.
fucking say, you
When you
piece of
come to
shit.
Ghana, the bus
Hey,
driver. When
go
you do.
suck your grandfather's
Let
dick,
Dave
you
talk,
asshole.
please.
You're rude, brother.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
Go
We
suck
don't
your
hide shit.
grandfather's dick. What do you
Listen,
do for a living?
Africans don't.
What do you do for a living? Tell
No,
me
he's
what
a
you do
bus
for a living.
driver.
What do you do
Well,
for
we
a
need
living?
bus
We're not
drivers.
listening to bus drivers.
We
No,
need bus
let
drivers,
Diners
Listen,
talk.
if you
Let
heard
Dave
bus
talk.
drivers,
Let Black Beauty
need
listen to
talk.
bus
me.
Let
drivers,
If
Star
you
brother.
heard
talk.
bus
Let
drivers,
everybody else
Dinah,
talk.
shut this
We're
guy
not
down.
listening to bus
Right?
drivers.
We need bus drivers.
Dinah,
If
shut this
you
guy
were
down so I can get my
black
point across.
in
I've run the show
London,
up.
Go ahead,
Right? He's
We
been
Lewis.
on
need
there
them to
all day
drive the
talking
bus. We
rubbish.
don't need them to talk.
you
Go
can
ahead,
speak
Lewis.
My
on
friend,
your
listen to me very
block
carefully.
in
If you heard bus
London,
drivers,
and
we
after
won't
the
have
driver
truckers in
gets
Ghana,
off,
you piece of shit.
Yeah,
Can you drive a bus?
don't get
You
triggered
know
by
how to
him.
drive a bus?
Please
Go ahead and
drive your
cook,
bus.
Lewis.
Go and
Drive your
fucking
bus,
Go ahead
sir.
and
piece of
cook,
shit.
Lewis.
Do you
Drive your
have
Say
bus.
studies
some
where
good
you is,
shit.
you piece of
Drive
shit?
your
Okay?
182.
Listen to
Drive
me,
your
you piece of
Go
shit.
382
ahead, Lewis. Don't
bus.
get triggered by
Drive
him.
Got
your
the patience beyond
142
you, you piece
bus.
of
We're
shit.
listening
What
to
are
you,
you
Please
brother.
got is
drive
what
your
we need.
N18 bus. We
What
don't
do
We're
need
you do
listening
for a
to
income on
living?
the
you.
Tell us what
army.
you
All
do,
right,
brother.
yeah, we got it.
What,
Let's stop.
what
Let's
do you
stop.
do for a living?
Let's be
Tell us what
respectful.
you do for a living, Rob Trevor, bold-headed bastard. What do you do for a living?
I'm in tech,
What do you
sir.
do for a living, you
no,
I'm
shitbag?
no,
in
you're
tech,
not.
sir.
No, you're not. You sell yourself at
We
night
don't
in
Hey,
drive
my friend,
buses, sir.
listen.
I'm in tech.
Listen,
What
We
what
don't
I
country?
got
drive
for
What
you,
country are
buses.
you in?
right?
at night
What I
to
got is more than
businessmen
you got.
in
Fucking
Atticus,
in
asshole.
Britain.
Yeah, we
Atticus,
don't do
what
And this
country
is
are
the
this.
you
We
in?
don't
problem.
do
This
this.
guy
We
is
don't
the
do this.
problem.
We don't do
This this Ralph Fresman bold-headed guy is the problem with Africa. Okay?
That's right.
He's got all
That's
the
right.
solutions, but
I
can't
agree.
do shit.
I agree.
This is the sort of fucker we got screwing us over.
But go ahead, Lewis. We're listening to you,
Hey,
brother.
I earn more money than you, my friend.
Hold on,
I earn more than you.
We were listening to you, brother. Go ahead, Lewis.
Mr. Bus Driver.
The
He
biggest
was.
Regent
problem we
London
got,
speaking from his
right?
flat.
Idiots
He's
like this,
speaking from his
okay?
flat in
Right.
London, y'all.
Who come in to try and blind us
He's
with
speaking
science.
from
The
his
Yes,
flat
Mr.
in
Bus
PhDs, the big
Driver.
that,
London,
but
right?
every time they got to build a basic bridge, they're
We
gonna go
can't
to the
let
Chinese to get it
losers
done.
in the
Louis, he
conversation.
suffered
Okay?
mental.
Drive
This
your
guy is
mental
a
bus
perfect
enslavement.
example
and
with
keep
the
your
with the
head
program.
down, sir.
He has a
Keep your
colonial
What
head
you
down,
gotta
education. He
bus
do?
can't help
driver.
it.
This is
I
not your
wish
Go ahead.
conversation, bus
Go.
driver.
an
Keep your
Say
head
African
again.
down.
is sounding more British
So I
than
beg
a
your pardon.
British.
Say it again.
Y'all.
If you had, do
Keep
you have a
your
bus system?
keep your head down, bus driver. You're
Do you have
not
that system in your
of this
country?
scale.
No. Do you have that system in your country? Do you have that in
What?
your country? Do you
He's
own
a
a bus
child.
company? You piece of shit.
Sir,
If you
I'm
had
from
one,
Kenya.
you have
We're
a better
richer than you.
economy. You fucking
Brigade, this is
asshole.
the
I'm from
problem.
Kenya. We're richer than you.
Please.
The
Oh,
battle
you are?
line,
Stop it,
the
man.
battle lines has
Oh,
been
okay.
drawn.
So let me
You
what
said
is
you're
that?
gone. You said you're
Atticus,
gone in.
Is
you're
that
Didn't
the
you
you're
country?
not
default on your?
adding
Is
to
that
the
the country
Didn't
I
you
was
default
conversation.
on
writing
your
about
debt?
a couple of
Didn't
You're
months
not
ago?
adding
you
value.
default on your
You're
debts?
detracting
No,
from the
was that you that was
conversation,
writing a
Atticus.
couple of
Yeah,
years
be
ago?
quiet, FBA.
No.
Didn't you
Was that
default
you
on
that
your
was writing
debts?
on the streets? Were your people
You're
writing on the street?
defaulters. You're
Was your
defaulters.
people
You're
writing on the
defaulters.
street? You
You're
piece of shit.
defaulters.
Atticus,
Nigeria
we
India
didn't
don't we
man
don't
default
run
you.
want
the
to hear
company.
from
You
you
defaulted.
now.
India man run
Nigeria didn't
fucking
default.
We
Kenya.
don't want to
You
hear from you,
default. You can't
India
pay your
Atticus.
man
debts.
run Kenya.
Can't pay
You're
your
not
debts,
adding to
bus
the
Asshole.
driver.
conversation.
You don't
Can't pay your
control shit,
debts. Can't pay your debts,
right?
bus driver.
India man run you.
Can't pay your debts,
Hey,
defaulter.
who can't pay the
Can't
debt?
pay your
My
debts,
friend,
poor
we're
man.
richer than you are.
Can't pay
Louis,
your
Louis,
We're not in
Louis,
debt.
debts,
Louis,
We're
tell
richer
poor
than you
man.
are.
Indians
We're
Look
making
You
at
guys
you,
money.
have
can't even.
a history with each other.
Indians
Y'all have
want
a
to
history with each other.
Indians
Poor
want to
man.
I
Indians
don't
want
know, but it sounds
I
like
gotta
Mr.
pass
West
the mic
Cameron
to Theo.
can
Go ahead,
beat.
Louis,
Theo.
y'all had
Go ahead,
beef
Theo. No,
before.
hold on. Go ahead,
That's what
Theo.
it
Let
sounds
me go ahead,
like.
Theo. Go ahead, Theo.
Hey, good evening.
Defaulter.
How y'all doing?
How you doing, Theo?
I'm doing good, doing good. Man, I had to jump on and point out like the obvious, like I'm gonna say BS, of Atticus. Mainly when it came to talking about capitalism and socialism, it's like he just made
Total,
something up.
total bullshit.
Uh,
You
but
know
you
it.
can actually,
Of course you're
I
gonna say
mean,
that, Ben, you boomer.
you probably could have
Yeah.
got away with that like 20
You
years ago. I
speak
mean,
like
but
Theo,
a
we know
today,
London.
we know
You
your
speak like a
FBA.
London. You
Go ahead,
speak
go
like a
ahead.
Londoner
Hey,
Yeah,
better
yeah,
than a
yeah, yeah.
Londoner.
yeah.
African speaking the
Go ahead,
English
Theo.
dialect with the English
So
accent.
Remy
Is that
Dynast,
right,
nothing
Mike?
to do with the point.
You're
Talking about
sleeping in
English,
your
this.
It's Theo.
Guys,
Theo has this mic, y'all.
be quiet. Go ahead,
You
Theo.
speak Ebonics.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, you could have got away with that 20 years ago. And I don't mean to attack you, but I mean,
You're not attacking
you just
anything. You're
made
not doing
something up.
anything. Please do
Okay.
something with your life. You're not
Shut
attacking
up,
anything.
Theo. I mean, Atticus. Shut up.
Yeah, shut up, Theo.
Yeah. So
Stop being gay.
you could have got away with that maybe
I
like
think
20 years
Ra
ago, but
has clocked your whole thing going on there. Ra
No, I
has
think you've
pointed out
clocked that
you.
you're
I did. I
LGBTQ,
did.
Shaw.
I
I
think
did.
you're wishful
I think
thinking,
we've
brother.
clocked that you're
I'm not interested in you.
LGBTQ.
I'm not
Yes.
interested in you, sir.
No, of course not. Of course, I'm
Right.
not thinking that way.
I think
Come on.
Ra has pointed out your thing.
Nah, you've pointed out your LGBTQ-ness. We can hear it in your voice.
Oh, really?
Discriminated as his
Mm-hmm.
sister.
I don't think
Yes,
so,
girl. Yeah, girl.
sir. I bet I steal your woman
Hold on. Let me
if you
let me
got one.
snatch something out the
Let's be
air for
mature,
you.
man.
I bet I steal your woman if you got one.
You don't have. Listen, you and women are just like oil and water. Come on.
His
Can we
boyfriend.
get back
Let
to
me
the
snatch something out
conversation?
the air
Come
for you.
after
Hey,
Because
y'all.
you really don't have nothing substantive to say.
Hold on. Go ahead, Theo. I had to remove you, Atticus. Go ahead, Theo.
yeah, man. Man, you removed him. I mean, because I wanted to speak to what he
Theo,
was
go.
saying, but it's
Go.
all good. I mean,
Speak, Theo. Speak.
yeah. So I mean, I think today, I mean, information is so right at our fingertips. You know, that I mean, you just can't get away with just making stuff up and trying to pawn it off as the truth. And I think when it's done, it's just so disingenuous. ambiguous, right? Rather you for or against something, it's always better to like come in good faith, right? And be truthful. And to the point that you can, right? None of us know it all, but I mean, sometimes it's just obvious that people are on here trying to manipulate um, the minds and ideas and disrupt and antagonize versus contribute to productive dialogue on things. And I think that's what I saw in Atticus, unfortunately. But to the point about capitalism and socialism, I mean, anywhere you look, anywhere it's talked about. If you take economics, capitalism is essentially utilizing land, labor, um, and wealth for private gain, right? Socialism, in a nutshell, is the attempt, at least, to share the wealth. It's not any individual. It can be corrupted, don't get me wrong, and that's the biggest problem with it, is because it's anytime you're trying to share something, you open yourself up. It's a vulnerable position, because there are those individuals who are going to be selfish and try to use what should be a public good, or a shared resources, for their personal gain if they can, right? And that's just corruption, and that's what happens, and that's why socialist projects often fail, not because
I
the
agree.
idea is bad itself, but because it's such a vulnerable. It's like you put the donuts out for everybody to basically be able to get a donut, or the cookie jar out so everyone can share in the cookies, but then you got those people who are gonna, take a few so they can go off and sell some.
Can I ask you a
Versus,
question?
yes.
Who do you think, man? Who do you think control Congress?
Who do I think controls Congress?
In the
Yeah, like
America, in America,
the Capitol. Yeah. The U.S. Capitol.
Yeah,
Control the
yeah.
U.S.
So
Capitol?
that's a good point. So even when you democratize, right? When you democratize, it's an attempt to socialize political power, right? It's
Yeah,
it's
but
it's where you're trying to
who do you
distribute.
think
I know. I'm gonna
controls
get to
it?
your point. I'm gonna get to your point. So we have a system, a political system that's really a socialized system, where power is supposed to be
concentrated,
socialized
but it's
amongst the
concentrated.
people. Everybody is supposed to have equal power in controlling the government. But we have a capitalist system where individuals can own private wealth to the degree that they become entities become more powerful than the group. And in that
Thank you.
case, that
So you just
power,
answer your own
that
question,
power
which
is
you was
used. Oh, can I finish? That power is used to usurp what should have been a socialized power, right, by
In what means?
individuals.
In what means?
So when you
man. You
say
just
who
answer
controls
your.
Congress, I think I understand what you're getting at, and I think we all understand that money um it lends to a lot of power, and in that
No,
essence, money lends to control.
no. Money
You
is
just
not
answer
what they're
your own
after.
question
They print the
that you were
money. They
referring
print the
to
money.
socialism. You understand?
Wait,
What
wait,
you were
wait. Say
They
saying about
print
again.
the money.
socialism, what you were saying about socialism, right? Where you were saying somebody would get in the system and then I'll try to get everything for themselves, right? You just answered
Right.
your own question about capitalism in America. That's why I
Hmm.
asked you, who do you think control U.S. capital? U.S.
Who
capital is
controls
controlled by
capital? Or who control?
no, no,
I
no,
thought you said Congress.
no, Congress. My bad, my bad, my bad.
Yeah, let's see. We can. Capitalism rules the
It's
country.
basically
If you
No,
ask me,
no, no.
just taking a kind of a layman's view of things, I feel like capitalism, it's almost like the dogma
You
of
feel
our
or no?
society,
You feel or you
right?
know? When you
And
say you
and I
feel,
think
okay.
are you
I
saying
think
you know
he
this?
who can win the game of capitalism, or those few, or it's probably never going to be just one person,
Okay.
um but it's going to be a few, because capitalism creates like a hierarchical system, right? And it's
Let me
always
say
going to lend to a few who because once you get that ball rolling with capitalism, it's almost like big bank take little bank too, right?
I
okay.
disagree.
So
I
smaller
agree somewhat.
entities get rolled over, they get taken over, right? And those few get bigger and more powerful. I mean, we
They
see it today.
they
Okay. Let
teach
me
us
give you an
Maybe
that
like
in
example,
30
right?
years
business.
ago, we were still at one point in the middle
Look
of
at
the experiment, where it wasn't
What
so
do you mean?
obvious, right? It looked like, the trickle down effect could happen. It looked like, you know, there was opportunity for the middle class to expand and become the predominant.
Do we have
Um,
a middle class today? The person who's
Look at
talking,
look
do
but
we
at.
have a middle class today?
I'm gonna give you an example, right? Look at John Deere,
Mhm.
right? John Deere
I want to
makes
go
a lot of
next.
money. a ton of money making tractors, making like all type of farming equipment, right? A ton of money, right? These corporation, right, decided, you know what? Let's just take some of the jobs to Mexico. Let's just take some of these jobs to other countries, right? So we could make more money, right? More money, right? So which is
Capitalism has no loyalty.
okay.
Right.
Now look at it, right? So if you live in a small town, right? All town that depend on these type of jobs, right? John Deere just decided just to pack and then move to Mexico, right? You know, forget about these people that made sure they made a ton of money, right? They were like, F these guys, man. We gotta make more money. You know what I'm trying to say? We're not trying to pay the retirements, the this and that, right? So whose job is supposed to stop these people? Right? It's the government, right? Right or wrong? Now look at, if you have a tractor, right? You want to fix it, right? John Deere makes another tractor, right? And make sure that you cannot fix your own tractor. You own that tractor, right? You cannot fix it. You got to take the tractor to them, and then they're gonna charge you. Let's say if the tractor to fix it, let's say it's about $200, but then if you take it to them, it's gonna cost you about $1,500. Does that make sense? So John Deere is doing it to make sure that they make extra more money and that you cannot fix your own tractor. They put a software behind it, so then if you try to get behind the software, they're gonna say, "Oh, you can't fix this. You're not supposed to fix it." You know what I'm trying to say? This is going on currently as we speak. This called the right to repair. Apple started it a couple years ago. You understand?
Right, but you interrupt capitalism when
they paid Congress so Congress could protect them. Who made sure who was the leader during that time? It was Nancy Pelosi. Let's go back in the 90s, right? Look at Ford, look at GM down in Detroit. They could have made a much better car. Instead, they didn't want to do it. They want to make a shitty car so they can make more money.
We got to go back to 1925.
What's your point? What's your overarching point when you?
Okay.
My point is this, right? If the certain companies, right, the state must own certain percent, so that you could control these companies, so that they can't just do anything they want.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, if you don't control certain things about something, about a corporation, right, that feeds everybody in the state or the city, right, they could just pack this stuff and go, this is, you know what, we can make more money. Eventually, they're going to own your politician. They're going to own your Congress. They're going to own your Senate. They're going to own your president, just like right now.
Yeah.
I think you're describing
you need a hybrid system. You need a hybrid system.
Like we're in fascism right now, bro. Like it's a lot of stuff attributed to capitalism that ain't capitalism. Like what you're describing, the predatory nature that you're seeing with corporations right now, that's fascism, bro. Like just read what happened with Germany, dog. When coming out that ultimate rule. That's not capitalism. Capitalism is constrained by the actual rules of the government. Like there's certain rules that capitalism must follow that are not being upheld. So we're not in.
Then it's not capitalism. Then
that's what I'm saying. We're not in capitalism.
He's saying it's not. He's saying it's not capitalism. This is what.
But I think capitalism is a method.
Capitalism, but at the end of the day, these corporations they can just pack this stuff and go to another country.
Yeah,
they can't do nothing about it.
They did that.
Yeah. Look at Detroit. Look at Baltimore.
Listen, they did that under Captain NAFTA.
Look up.
Yes, they did that.
I'm not lying to you.
John Deere, yes, they did that.
Look at Apple.
Respect it, no.
No. I can't let certain people off the hook. Here's what happened. You are 100% correct. But Ben, don't get mad at me. The boomers, in an effort to get higher interest, higher profits, the boomers allowed all their pensions and everything to be invested everywhere. They took the money. Your country was sold out, not just by, I ain't gonna blame black boomers and all that because they didn't have all that power, but they were with it because the money was there. But the country has been sold at least 3 times in the last 40 years.
Bonds and certificates was the
all of this stuff. It was trick. Look, the boomers took a deal, dog. The boomers took a deal. After I'm telling you,
what are the mechanics of Reaganomics? What someone tell me or explain just in a nutshell the mechanics of Reaganomics and what its
Trickle
goal was.
down economics. No. Dave, please let me say it. Low regulation, low taxation. What next, Ben?
Okay, that
Low
makes sense. But I was
regulation is
talking to
true.
Dave. I
Trickle
wasn't
down
talking to you.
Yeah,
economics.
that's basically it.
I
Yeah.
wasn't talking to you. But let me understand. We got to understand
Of
this.
course you weren't, you dirty
I would
boomer.
say the same exact thing.
Oh
Let
my
me
That is
God, not
exactly it.
again, man.
He's
Please, man.
back.
Please, man.
money is
Stop
not
calling
what the
people names, man.
money is
Man,
not what they're
calling
after.
people names. They just have a
That's not what they're
conversation.
after. See, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank loans money into circulation to other nations. And second of all, we got to understand within America, they're not after the money. That's not what they're the Congress or the politicians or the three branches of government. Yes, their pockets are being fattened
But the
by
money is the
lobbyists.
last
But you
thing.
got to understand the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Federal Reserve are all in on this. All you got to go is look
Dave,
at
you see how worthless these
Bro.
boomers are, bro? You see how worthless they are?
Oh my
I
God.
thought he said
Come
don't
on,
be
man.
calling people names. You need to mute that
Yeah, come on, man.
We the
Yeah,
mute,
He's
for
bro.
real.
back.
Hey guys,
But
let me
that's what I'm
pass the
saying.
mic to Willie. Go ahead, Willie. Unmute
Money is
yourself, Willie.
basically created out of
Go
nothing.
ahead. I gotta pass the mic to Willie. Go ahead, Willie.
Go ahead,
Nah,
bro.
I'm not even ready. I mean, the conversation is kind of getting all over the place, and a
So
lot of
why'd
it
you
is
call in, Willie? Why you calling in?
I was waiting to,
I
contribute,
mean,
but it
Willie,
was
but so
my
why'd you
time.
call in, Willie?
Yeah, go ahead, say what you got to say, man.
I mean, I just think we make up a lot, and we don't deal with these terms and these systems as they are. Capitalism has a definition, socialism has a definition, and once we try to make hybrids and figure it out on our own, we just start confusing ourselves. I did hear one thing that I did agree with: a hybrid system is
Right.
something that we don't even consider, and I've been thinking for a while since college that might be a great idea.
Most
Why?
places
Both
have
That's
a
what I
section
actual
makes
a
mentioned.
money.
hybrid system.
Private make
I
money.
mentioned that we can make our own systems in Africa, whatever, we can put together a socialist system that has some capitalist elements
Who's
if that's what
we?
we want.
Who's we? I'm the African here. Who's we?
I'm the
Nah,
African
you
here.
British, man. You British. You
Who's
British.
we?
You
I'm the
British,
African
man.
here. You
You
sound like
British.
you're a Brit, a black
Americans.
Brit.
You're an American. You're like Trump.
I'm an
Who's
African and
we?
American.
You're
But I'm
no
You're
saying
different than
we're the
Trump.
me.
Who's
conversation,
we?
though. We're the
We
Who's
don't
we?
speak with
conversation.
we don't
Who's
speak with
Americans.
the
we?
English
I'm an
accent.
Who's
African,
Americans.
we?
sir.
We
Who's
don't
Americans.
speak
we?
with the
Not
English
you,
accent.
obviously.
Who's we?
You don't consider me
Who's we?
African.
Americans.
Who's
It's the
we?
Africans that are on this panel right now.
Who's we?
It's
We
all
You're
just
African here, man.
LGBTQ. You're
It's
gay.
We
all
too.
Who's we?
African people
Listen,
here,
remember,
sir.
there
Let's
you go
stop.
with
Let's
the
stop with
name
And,
the
calling. There
and
you
you
go with the
know,
name calling
you're
and the
zesty, sir.
sexual
You're
epithets.
spicy
All
yourself,
right,
so
let
you
me
got a
pass it
little.
back. Let me pass it back to Willie. Go ahead, Willie.
There we
Go ahead, Willie.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of in a place where we're not even thinking about creating our own economic systems and making any changes. It's either we subscribe to what's going on now, or we look at communism and things like that that haven't worked. We're not looking at changes, and a hybrid might honestly, the American government
okay.
is fairly a hybrid
It
because there's
is.
Can
a
I ask
lot
you
of
a question?
socialism.
Nah, you can
Can
Sure.
I
ask
ask
him a
you a
question
question?
when he's done. Let him finish.
Okay,
There's a
go ahead.
lot of socialism through welfare and things like that,
It is.
but
It is.
the fact of the matter is the overwhelming majority of our economy is based on capitalism. That's a fact. So we are kind of a hybrid. I
We are.
mean,
Nah, far away from
maybe
that.
some things just need to be tweaked.
No,
We
far
are.
away from
Man.
that.
All right,
Far
guys,
away from that.
I gotta read these super chats. Let's see here. I already read that. Here we go. PCH Rise, thank you for the $10 holla. We need leaders, not people that divide us, but unify us for the purpose of building a new Black Wall Street. If we could do it over 100 years ago, what's wrong with this now? We need to segregate.
Hold
African
on.
Goddess, thank you for the 4,000 naira. I think I read this already. Good conversation tonight. FBA Young Lion, thank you for $4.99 holla. Black American Pan Africanists should only engage with Africa economically, not romanticism or kumbaya like the Chinese and Lebanese do. The FBA Young Line, thank you for $1.09 holla. Victim trauma bonding does not work. Philly Yard Vibes, thank you for the $10 holla. Capitalism is built of slavery, low wages, racism, and exploitation. Black Jack 38, thank you for $4.99 holla. Socialism and communism only works in homogenized places where people have shared values, worldviews, culture, but not in diverse and competitive
I get that.
society. FBA
I
Young
get
Line,
that.
thank you for $1.99 holla. I misjudged Atticus. He's on point. Only thank you for the $2 holla. It was the British that built Kenyatta. Okay. Go
Hey,
ahead.
let me speak to it. One of the super chats that you read. somebody said that socialism only worked in homogenized areas or countries where people share values, and I get why that works. And
Socialism doesn't work
can
anywhere,
can I
sir.
can I can I can I
Atticus,
Atticus?
let her finish.
So I think part of the problem with any social product or project, right, in America is that it contends with racism, right? When you have racism, right, when you have a heterogeneous society where there is racism and elements of that society which doesn't want to share resources, right? Don't want to share the water fountain, uh, things like that. When you have that, socialism would definitely be sabotaged because
Sorry,
there's some
Dennis. I don't
people.
know why they're blocking me in the chat as well.
At Atticus, bro, I'm gonna remove you if you
I'm
interrupt.
sorry. I'm just saying. Sorry.
I know. I
Yeah.
listen. Just let him finish.
So if you look at like countries like the Nordic, areas like Denmark and Norway, and I know they're not completely socialist, but they definitely pay high taxes and they definitely roll out a lot of social programs, and people seem to be happy with it, right? Because they look at they're taking care of each other. Well, I think the problem in America is there's an element of America that doesn't want to take care of everybody. They don't want to
What
see
element is it?
some.
Can you name it?
It's the racist element, right?
Okay.
That
Okay.
element doesn't want to see their tax dollars going to take care of some black woman and her child, right? I'm gonna say it just that bluntly. I think it really comes down to that. Otherwise, it's quite natural for people to want to share and help each other and socialize the wealth to the furthest extent possible. But when
And
you
it's
have
even deeper.
racism,
They'll let their own poor starve.
there's a lot of
Just
poor white
not
folk
yeah,
out
that
they'll
here.
one
rather
Dennis,
sink the
they're
black.
boat. They
talking,
rather
but you
sink
want to
the
stop
boat.
me from saying anything, my brother. Can I
Because
say
you
something,
because
please?
you call names. You call names. That's why.
I never said that. I just asked Dynas the question. I called him my brother. I never called him a name. Control yourself. Dynas, can I say something kindly, sir?
Hold
Okay,
on.
I'll keep quiet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Chuku.
Be quiet.
Hey, salute. So, to piggyback off what the last brother
This
said
is not
about
CT show.
the Nordic countries, Nordic
Como,
countries are
como.
more homogenous, so you cannot really compare that to United States. United States is a multicultural society.
That was the point that I made, though. I said they're
Right,
homogenous, so they seem
right,
to have no problem rolling
right.
out social
Now he
programs,
agree.
right?
He
Because
piggybacking.
they don't
Yeah, but
Please
contend.
stop talking over each other.
Okay, all right, we
I
got
will
it.
stop that,
Go ahead,
please.
Chuku. Go ahead,
and
Chuku.
one mic. So yeah, so what you said is moot because we don't live in such a society. We
That
live
was
in a
the point I made.
right, and so this is a low trust society, and there is an element of tribalism that all people have, like racism, nepotism, classism, nationalism. These are all expressions of tribalism, and
Which
all of
one
us
is
are
more powerful
tribal.
or
So
unite?
we all.
Which one
This is
is more
always going to be
united?
an.
And that's
Please
an
let
We're
him
always
issue.
finish.
Girl, put
right.
your
We're
dress on.
always going to have wrestle with this idea that our group is better than your group. You see what I'm saying? I agree with Atticus on many things, especially the economic system. This idea that communalism, Africans can unite under communalism is a mistake. Tribal, like I'm Igbo, so Igbos, there are people who we don't really fuck with, like houses,
Like
the
who? Houses?
Muslim, right? But okay, but
Okay.
when it comes to capitalism,
Now you talking, boy.
I can make money. The capitalism
Well,
is a
that's why
form.
you here.
You see what I'm saying? So, like there's houses in Nigeria who give really good rates when you're exchanging money. So I fuck with them. You see what I'm saying? So capitalism can be a force to bring people together when it comes to making money. So don't discount capitalism. Capitalism, I think, if we can make money together, then we see each other
Yes.
like you're in my moral circle.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
That's
and
very
I think
European
you
of
can
you.
have
Hold on,
Thank
That's very European of you.
no, I'm
you can
saying
have a socialized infrastructure, right?
Man,
You can have
God,
an overarching.
let Chuku finish.
just
All
let
right.
me land.
I
So yeah,
get banned, but they can talk. Okay.
right. Just
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
almost
your platform. Shut up.
right. So okay,
Neither is it yours, Ben, old man.
But
what
I
we
haven't
need,
been muted.
Dirty Negro. Shut up.
But I haven't
Yeah.
been
Come
muted.
on, go Chuku. Go ahead, Chuku.
what we need is
Atticus
positive sum.
violent.
We gotta figure out how can we create systems that we both can benefit. We got to create win-win situations where we both can make money through interacting, through trading. I think intermarriage and economic trade are the only ways to really bring people together. This idea that we're going to unify under a shared identity and all have a homogenous identity, I think is mistaken. I think we got to unify under economic and political integration, not, we're all the same guy.
Political
Not letting
integration.
And that's what's
No,
happened in Nigeria. The oligarchs of
no.
Nigeria have
Dynast,
united
please
under
let me know when I can give a
economics and
response
how they can
kindly,
rape
please, sir.
everybody else.
Trust me, Atticus,
And
I will.
people in here want to be Aliko Dangote, but they're not going to be. And that's what's happening in Nigeria right now. All the people with the money have united, and all the people who don't have money are united in poverty and
The
fighting
wealth
each
is
other.
concentrated at
Fighting
the
each
top.
other over religion and fighting each other over
Wealth is
territory,
concentrated at the
while the
top.
people who got all the money is making sure they keep all the money.
And hoarding the resources in the land.
And giving it away to the white people. Don't forget that now. Don't
Chikwu,
forget that
when
now.
you said
Giving it to the British.
intermarriage, who were you talking about? What groups were you talking about?
Okay, I'm Igbo. My wife is Yoruba.
Oh, you're talking about as far as in Nigeria, Yoruba,
No,
Igbo, Hausa,
anybody.
and
I'm talking about
Fulani.
anybody. No, I'm talking
So
about anybody.
Ron, let him finish.
Listen.
Ron, let me answer the question.
My father is Igbo. My mother is a Black American. Do you see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
okay.
Like we.
So you don't fuck with
we see
houses,
each
that's all.
other. We are one group. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like
okay.
I think
Oh.
intermarriage brings people together. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
But if you're both African,
Can I say something?
No.
Atticus,
You
bro, I
see,
promise
go
you,
ahead. Let Atticus
I
go.
promise you
Let
I'll pass
him
you the
go.
mic.
Let him go, bro.
Damn,
He
man.
keeps squirming.
you see,
Let him go.
Dynast,
he's comparing.
with the utmost
Atticus, I
respect.
promise you I will pass you the mic. I promise you.
No, fair enough, but they just keep interrupting. I'm just
Atticus, please. Chukwu, are you done? Chukwu, are you done? Unmute yourself, Chukwu. Are you done?
Yeah, I think he landed.
Great commentary though. He had some good points.
Right.
He's
All right. Go ahead, Atticus.
Go ahead, finish it. Yeah.
Go ahead, Atticus.
Thank you. Everybody's been interrupting without getting penalized, but somehow I get blocked in the
Atticus, why are you
chat.
complaining about it, Atticus? Just go. Say what you got to say. Say what you got to say. Go ahead.
I was trying to say,
Go ahead.
He can't help it, Dynast. He can't
Nah,
help
just
it.
chill out. Go ahead, Atticus. Say what you got to say.
I'm sorry, who was talking? I haven't said a word.
Ignore him.
Me talking interrupted you breathing. Not you, Dynast. I'm talking about the other guys.
Okay,
Not you,
Atticus,
Dynast. You're the host.
Atticus, just say what you got to say. Ignore him. I'll mute him. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dynast. All I've been hearing here is FBA socialism. And it's disgusting. I wish any one of these clowns would come to the continent thinking like that. I wish. We're going to disabuse you of that real quick, us Dynast. We are capitalists. We're not playing games with anybody. We love money. We understand money.
How's it work?
Yes,
Right. How's
it's working.
Nigeria
It's working for
working?
me. You see what he's doing, Dynast?
How's Kenya working?
There we go. All right, let him talk. It's not my turn anymore. Go ahead.
Atticus, how's Kenya working? Go ahead.
No, please. When I was talking, I was almost Googling.
Atticus, go ahead.
Thank
Atticus.
you.
Go ahead, Atticus. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's working good. It's working good for me. I'm richer than you. Trust me. We're not playing games with you. We will surpass you. And we're not going to look big. Here we go. Here we go. There we
And
go.
who are you going to
Let him talk. Let him
surpass?
talk. Dynast, let him talk.
And who are you going to surpass? This is not a competition between African peoples, right?
I mean,
We're not
apparently
competing.
it
We're trying to
is.
work together. Yeah, for him it is. We're
Apparently
trying
it
to
is.
work together. We're trying to
Dynast,
build
I was
together.
talking, but you're allowing this. But you
I
stopped
thought
me
you
from
said let me
even.
talk. I just
No,
only talk because you said
Thank you,
go
Dynast.
ahead.
Okay.
Shaw, don't interrupt him. Nobody interrupt him. Atticus, I'm gonna give you a minute. No one interrupt him. Go ahead, Atticus. You got a minute. You got 1 minute. Go ahead.
No. With all due respect, I've tried to give my commentary. I'm always stopped. Let them contribute because it seems that they have all the answers and nobody else matters. Thank you, Dynast, but let them interrupt because whenever I say something, I've been even blocked in the chat. I never even swore or said anything bad.
It's because
But
you've been
someone just
interrupting
felt.
everybody the whole live. That's why they block.
There you go, Dynast. I'm talking and they're talking again. And yet I'm the bad guy.
I muted him. Go ahead.
I've been blocked in the chat. I'm being stopped. I'm being stopped.
Marie, unblock him in the chat, please. Unblock him in the chat. Go ahead.
I don't know why. Like Mary.
Okay, Atticus, you got a minute. Go ahead.
No. Dinus,
Okay.
thank you. No,
All right, no problem. We'll move on. We'll move on. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. All right.
Okay, so then he okay, I'm not gonna even go on it. I'm gonna talk about breaking news, Adonis. Little bit unrelated, but we get back to the subject. These countries, these three countries represent the potential and possible future of Africa, right? And I'm talking about the AES. And the breaking news is that the little ploy that Algeria staged with shooting down a drone, the Malian drone, right? In April 1, around April 1, was just a smoke screen to get a hair up their ass and like, we're not messing with you anymore, Mali or the AES, right? But in fact, they've been meeting with the United States, and they had their third meeting in January of 2025 for a militaristic agreement. So this is not good. You know, it constitutes a political a move, a physical move on the map of trying to position themselves around the AES, and so we were paying attention to that. But in the meantime, we were able to talk to people who have family who are from Burkina Faso and have family there. So that news that these two or three people have given has been consistent, which is they are controlling 70% of the country. So when you hear people start talking about that they're circling the Ouagadougou and the other big city, it's a lie, and that they have they have 60% or less than 60% under control from the insurgents, Al Qaeda and ISIS and Azawad, right? Also got a little history on Azawad, which is very interesting. It's about the Tuaregs, the white Tuaregs as opposed to the black Tuaregs. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there because if the AES fails, it could get worse for that region of Africa, all of Africa, but especially for Ghana, Benin, Nigeria, Ivory Coast. It could get actually worse because those the problems before the three countries came together existed, and the countries that have the wherewithal, like Nigeria, which they barely have any wherewithal to send some type of sources, military to help fight the insurgencies and control that situation, they didn't do shit. And they come together in ECOWAS. So if you're coming together under economics with the regional economics with ECOWAS, and you're not addressing it, you're not dealing with any, and plus some historic things they're not addressing, then that's why, when people say that the AES should go back to ECOWAS, no, they shouldn't, because ECOWAS is a farce too. It is compromised just like the AU. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that into the picture about things that are real. This is happening in real time. This ain't no make believe. This ain't no story that's being made up. This is what's really going on.
Let's have a discussion
Thank you,
around that.
Dinus. Notice I never interrupted. Thank you.
The ECOWAS is trash. It's been trash. It's been trash for years. Just like just like the African
Dinus,
Union.
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Here in the United States, kindergarten to 12th grade, do people pay out of pocket?
No.
In public schools, no.
No.
Tax.
Is that socialism?
No, it's tax.
It's a form of it.
It's taxed through property taxes.
Okay.
Public school is definitely a form of socialism. That's a fact.
We're
No.
taxed. You're taxed for school.
They pay for it through tax. What's wrong with you?
We pay for education through property taxes.
It's not free.
Automatically included in your
Sir,
rent.
it's not free. They're paying for it.
It's included in your rent.
That's a socialist endeavor.
No, it's not.
School is not.
That's how I know you don't know what you're talking about.
God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
They
Children in America,
have no
children
clue,
in
my bro.
America who are homeless.
Are you a homeowner? Because I know for a fact, 85 to 90% in Chicago is paid by property taxes, and then if you're not a homeowner, it's added into your rent because that's part of your mortgage. So the school is paid for.
Right.
And if in whatever deficit there is, there in Chicago we have Board of Education bonds, or it's rolled up into the general obligation bonds. So
Dave, these are the type of people that say education is free. There's nothing free. You pay for it through your taxes.
So all of the people coming together to pay to pitch in a portion of their taxes or whatever, isn't that a socialist endeavor?
Absolutely.
No, it is not. It is citizens paying their taxes towards the service.
Socialism when citizens come together and work together for the benefit of all.
Because Shah is right. That is a form of collective, whatever the hell you want to call it. But this is just the ism game, man. That's all y'all arguing about is isms. I think what Atticus is pushing it back against is the control of the mechanism, the gears of economy, where the government can take your tractor and say, no, we
ownership.
Need you have
ownership. Ownership, Dave.
Yeah, that's
with
communism.
regard to
I think you all are
education-
arguing in the middle where there's really not that much to argue about.
So with regard to education, though, you have to understand the taxes that are collected at the city and county level, they go to the state, and then the state divvies up those funds, right? So your taxes may go to a completely different county, right?
No, my taxes
Very
go
much
to
socialism.
No, that's
a
not
fact.
how it happens. I don't know. This is why I kind of lean off of debating a lot of stuff with the East Coast, because a lot of stuff y'all be saying is just totally different from what I'm used to.
They're socialists, Dave. They're communists.
If you live in Chicago and you pay Chicago taxes, 100% of those Chicago taxes, 85% is going directly to the Chicago Board of Education.
Okay, that's cool, but what about the fact that I hear that the states that are rich, New York and California, and what other of the rich states are paying federal? Their part of their money is being funneled into the poorest states in the union.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So
what is that?
Actually, the opposite way.
So what's happening?
The poorer counties actually fund
That's
the
socialism
children
and
in rich
welfare.
counties.
No,
we're talking about California, New York, and
I'm
maybe
in
another,
California.
and DC.
I know how it's structured.
What's happening?
That we're paying for EBT and whatever else in these other states.
I'm in California.
California is socialist. You're communists.
Your federal
so be
taxes.
quiet.
What's going on and why everybody? I
Shut
don't know
up.
if
Don't
everybody,
say
but
nothing.
when you talk about
Shut up.
eliminating the
Shut up, Ben.
Shut up.
What's happening?
Ben, be quiet.
Shut up.
What happens is your tax.
He's gonna mute you again.
Be
You better
quiet,
shut up.
Ben.
He's gonna
Man,
mute you.
y'all, can we be adults? I mean, golly, man. I know what you are, but what am I? I mean, shit.
Ben 78. Shut up, Ben.
Be quiet, man.
This bald head
Both
fairy.
you guys
Be quiet,
be quiet, man. Goodness.
I'll be quiet if that fairy be's quiet.
Man,
What's going on? What's going on? What happens
Old man.
with education on a
He's
federal
zesty, ain't he,
level?
man?
Young
What
fairy.
happens with the
Hold on,
collective?
man. I got okay. Yeah, I'm trying to hear it. Dave, I'm sorry. I removed both of them. I'm trying to hear this. Go ahead, Dave. It's yours.
What happens with the collective agreement on the federal level? So let's say you have every education system gets a federal allotment.
Yep.
And you are correct. Like states like mine, Illinois, and New York and California, we pay more into that than we get back. And so if you remove, what happens is that before we didn't have this Department of Education, states like Mississippi, Louisiana, and all that other, education was shot to hell, right? They weren't getting what they needed. Okay. And so they instituted almost like a collective bargaining. Like, hey, you send this everybody pitches into one big pot, right?
Right.
And we're going to send money back to each state. But, some poorer states, they get more than they put in because we want everybody in America to have a standard. So, yes, that is a form of socialism. However, what is going to happen when they're talking about destroying this Department of Education is states like Illinois, New York, and California, we have the capacity to go into the capital markets, which is literally what capitalism is. I don't want to get into that. There's only one there's only one definition of capitalism, and it relates to the capital markets. But we're able to go into the private capital markets and borrow that money because we're such a huge entity. California can do that. Texas can do that. New York City can do that. But these smaller states with not like us, they're going to be screwed because their interest rates are going to just skyrocket in order to borrow to fill in this gap that they used to get from the federal government in the collective borrowing.
Can I ask you a question about the education part of
Yeah.
taxes? Why is it that whenever I go to Black communities, our schools are run down? We don't have the books. We don't have we pay taxes though. We pay property taxes. But then I go to the white communities and they got Apple computers and swimming pools and PE programs and all of the. Why is that?
It's
so
twofold. It's
It's
twofold.
literally
One,
reverse
of
socialism.
I
course,
know
the
why.
difference. One,
It's
of
literally
course,
reverse socialism.
Man, Willie,
right?
can a dude answer the question? I'm trying to hear Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
One, of course, you can attribute to just higher property values and they're paying more taxes in general. And the other, which we fight all the time in Chicago, is actual theft from the actual allocations that Black communities are supposed to get. We fight over that a lot here in Chicago. I mean, we fight over everything in Chicago to get what we're supposed to get. But there is a theft part of where when you put into the pot, like Chicago, we have all these different nationalities and communities, and you got to have the people to audit to say, yo, where is our loot? Why ain't we getting it over here? But yeah, there is actual theft based on racial divisions of those taxes and
And
allocations.
so it's a combination of the two. And
It's a combination of the two.
right.
So I wanted to just say, right, it is a lot of reverse socialism that happens where the poorer communities are taxed.
Yes.
The funds go to the state level, and when they break it down at the state level,
We
they
don't get what we're
fund
supposed to get
the
done.
schools in the suburbs and not the schools in our community. So it's not like our tax dollars are even going directly to our children. When you hear Donald Trump talking about states' rights, let the state decide, it's because he knows. If you think about it, right? All Black issues in America were addressed by the federal government.
Yes.
Because you couldn't depend on the state.
You could
to
not
do right
depend
by
on
you.
the states. Yes.
So it
Yes.
literally is kind of reverse
Yes.
socialism.
And this is
what I'm saying.
capitalism. And this is capitalism, right?
Yes, sir. No, capitalism.
No. I'm saying
you
this
wanna
is
keep
happening
bringing up
in a
capitalism,
country.
I'm going to tell
No,
you the exact
let me
definition of
clarify.
capitalism.
Let me restate
It's
that.
socialism
It's
in the
happening
midst
in
of
a
a
country
capitalist
that has
system.
a form of capitalism, but it's that racism trumps all of the whatever combination of capitalism and socialism that we have. The people who are controlling the money.
This is that's not
They
capitalism.
favor their people. I know. I'm just saying though. A brother had said earlier that well, I shouldn't go by it. He said capitalism trumps racism. No, nationalism trumps capitalism, and nationalism trumps socialism.
Capitalism
Some
does trump
shit.
racism.
Some crazy shit.
Because the capitalists have sold out like white people are just figuring out that grandpa sold the country 30, 40 years ago.
It's whack.
That's what all this
We're
is
getting the
about.
worst end
They're
of
the
the
ones
stick.
just waking up. They actually thought they still owned it. That's why they keep saying we're going to make it great again. You don't even own this shit.
This is cute and all, but we're not in a good place in this country as a people with all the Black millionaires and you go to Atlanta and you got a Black boule there and they kicking it, looking large, driving big cars, going into little spots. All of that's going on, right? But we don't own no grocery store chains, no hospitals, no bank. Well, we got some banks. Schools.
What do you
We got
mean?
some banks.
This is what I
There's some
push
Black
back
owned banks in the
Our
United
banks are
States.
subsidiaries of larger
I
banks.
disagree.
Yeah. Carver, we got a couple of big banks, like maybe Carver and another one. But I'm just saying though,
You look at
we're not there's no manufacturing. What are we doing? We're
manufacturing. Okay, this whole manufacturing
Look
thing.
at
Go ahead and manufacture something for $6 an hour wage. You go ahead.
No, that's not the point I'm making.
think
I'm
you can compete
saying
with the
that
Chinese labor costs?
we
Go
have
ahead.
more millionaires and billionaires today than we did in the 50s, yet we have less of an economic basis of people. How is
Everybody
that
has
so?
less of an economic base. You cannot
Because you don't produce anything.
You can't compete with $2 an hour, bro.
I'm not even going into that. We're
We gotta be
competing.
real,
I'm
though,
saying
right?
we're in the United
Hold on.
States and we have a
When we
trillion.
get all the way to the ground of the community, right? We got to be real. We do have free schooling
right? And we have the opportunity to have our kids in things like Kumon. When I take my black babies to their Kumon class, it's filled with Indian kids, right? Now, Kumon is not that expensive, right? For the price of those Jordans you sent them to school with on the first day of school, you could damn near pay for 6 months of Kumon or something crazy like that.
What city you live in?
I'm in Charlotte.
Okay, they got an African Center school somewhere near you?
I
That's where you
believe
need to be
there's,
sending your kids to that school.
man,
Okay, do
that's just
you have
Kool-Aid
kids,
business.
something.
Shy? Hold
You
on. Do
got to
you have
understand, I'm
kids,
sending
Shy?
my kids to
let me pass
compete.
the mic to
I
Shy,
Roland.
do
have a
you
whole lot of
have
kids.
kids?
A
I'm sending
lot.
my kids to
Roland, go
compete,
ahead,
so
A
I
Roland.
lot of
do want
kids.
them in
Well,
I
the
well, I'm
taught for
environment
passing
20
the mic
years.
to Roy.
with
I'm
others.
passing the mic to
But do
Roland.
you
Go ahead,
have
Roland.
kids, Shy?
I'm passing the
Yeah, I got
mic
a
to
lot.
Royal Envy.
Yo,
Go ahead,
these
Roland.
guys, these are grown men. You guys concluded on the topic.
Roland, just go. Just go.
Um, I just want to say, like Dennis, you know, there's people that come on just to release some of their stress, right? So you got to do a better job. Give everybody 1 minute. Don't let nobody interrupt them. Let them get their shit out and let the next person speak. Because there's people in the chat too that also come on to
Roland,
learn.
get to your point, bro. Get to your point.
My point is, no, I'm not learning nothing because people are just arguing, going back and forth, and there's no point made. And I'm just trying to get you to make sure that we learn something when we come on because
You need to
I'm
go
not
back to the
learning.
first hour and a half. We broke it all down, me and Philippe.
So what's going
Yeah.
on right now?
I want to interject something in terms of the
The after
education
part.
conversation, right?
So hold on 1 second. So, World, is there anything you want to add? Is that was your contribution?
That's what I wanted to say because right now I don't know what's going on. So I'm
Okay,
just
all
trying
right,
to.
no problem. Go ahead, Willie.
Hey,
So when we're
rewind
talking
it to,
about
Hold
listen to the
when
first
we're
hour and a
talking
half. I
about
guarantee you you're gonna
privatized
It's
listen.
schooling,
Willie's turn. Go ahead, Willie.
when we're talking about privatized schooling, right? We literally are talking about capitalism, right? You'll get the education you can pay for. So Donald Trump will tell you that fine, we're going to get rid of the Department of Education. We're going to
Good,
give families a stipend so their kids
good,
can pick the school they
good,
want. Yeah.
good, good.
Right. No, I want you to understand something though, right? If parents weren't investing in their kids' education from the gate, right? If you want to put them in a school for 10 months at $1,000 a month, right? And the government only gives you 6,500, where are people coming up with the extra money to fill that void? They're not going to be able to do that. What also is going to happen is when you create a privatized school system, now they don't have to accept all of our kids. The one thing about the public school system right now, regardless of whatever he's in, whatever, there's schools for everyone, right? Now, when you make a privatized school system, if you've been suspended once, yo, respectfully, we don't really need your kid. I'm sorry. You can apply again next year, right? And a lot of our babies are going to get caught up in that cycle. If you think Shador went 5th round and that was a big deal, wait till your baby can't get into a single charter school in your community. Because
We if I
I
had
want to
kids, let me
piggyback
tell
on
you
that
something, brother.
because
I mean to cut you off though. If you
oh, go
finish.
ahead, Shy. I got after you.
yeah, now I'll land, I'll come back in.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you have kids, you cannot afford to be in some kind of ideology of or being the thoughts of projecting what could be or whatever. Get your kid into an education that is going to save him and maybe help save us as a people. And that's why I'm saying I volunteered for I don't know, between 4 and 6 years. I volunteered for 4 to 6 years. I did not get paid anything. And I taught a whole class, right? It was after school enrichment activities. We did drumming and dance. That's what I taught, right? So we had a lot of volunteers. We have to sacrifice and do the things that we have to do in order to make it happen. I'm not saying that everybody should volunteer, but and that it should be free per se. But I'm saying that we have to make it happen. This sister that is now she's in Atlanta working with this other brother who's got an independent school in Atlanta, who is the head of the CB schools, independent black schools for the whole nation, for the whole country. They got an organization. I happened to call. I was trying to get some information about this school, and the brother answered the phone. And so we started talking. I was like, yeah, brother, I just want to ask you this, where can I get, send people to find out all the CB schools in the country. He says, oh, here's my website. I'm the president of the thing. I was like, oh, I said, yeah, I work with this sister named Nobantu in East Palo. He said, she works here with me. I was like, what? He said, yeah. So it's a small world, but I'm just saying that that's what we have to do to break the cycle because the schools are geared to do exactly what they're supposed to do, which is keep us in a condition that we're in, prepare us to go and work for somebody else, not to go and fix the problems in our community. That's what your education is supposed to do. It's supposed to deal with, answer the problems, and give you the tools to fix the problems. The only thing I would say in Black Studies, and I land with this point, is they could have had more emphasis on business in the Black Studies department. But we did address the problems of business in Black Studies, and they sent us into communities. Those of us who were deep in it and maybe getting degrees in it, to use our tools to go into school, into the community. So, yeah.
I wanted to say that kind of Wall Street was kind of hitting on everything intuitively at the end. So all your charter school and all that stuff you're talking about, it originated in Chicago with a guy named Paul Vallis. Okay, so we've been through the whole full cycle. The end cycle of it is, and you can ask the national charter school association presidents and all the principals, they don't have the capacity to do what everybody thinks they do. They were built as an augmentation, a separate side alone.
And bro, you know what I know a lot of people who have opinions have never seen? They've never taken their kids to a charter school.
They don't have that capacity.
My kid was extremely intelligent, right?
Yeah.
But they had the opportunity to take all of the best kids from Harlem. We'll cherry pick who we want. So now you have a lottery for 200 spots. You got 1,750 kids. Everybody's not going to get a spot. That's what makes privatized education problematic. So when we're talking about a hybrid and when we're talking about certain forms of socialism, when it comes to education, when it comes to that Department of Education, I don't have a problem with that form of socialism in the midst of this capitalistic structure.
And that was the point I was trying to make earlier, Wall Street. You just hit the nail on the head. That's why I was saying earlier that the natural resources on the continent should never be privately owned. They should be leased out to companies. You get a contract to pump this oil. You get a contract.
Yeah, they already doing that.
But this guy was calling me a socialist. I'm far from a socialist or a
No,
communist.
you were going.
I'm a realist.
You got to take Atticus. You got to take Atticus with a grain of salt.
I understand, but
he was pushing back from you ever going too far. Like he screamed from the beginning to let you know, like, hey, I hear you, but don't go too far.
No,
so
but
sometimes you know someone's not listening. Be privatized, bro.
Right.
Like,
I brought up the point to him that if a company buys up all your water and decides not to give you the water, what are you gonna do?
No, but he's doing that to make sure you don't even come close to talking about I can't own my own house and some stuff like that. That's why I say you gotta understand. Once you get used to him, you'll be like, oh, okay, I get where he's coming from.
But I was telling him hybrid system. I kept saying the hybrid system is the way. That's why China
we're in the hybrid system now.
That's why China's looking like Blade Runner. It's looking like it's 30 years ahead of the United States because it's a hybrid system. That's
China's in a hybrid system. They're not.
Right. But he was saying, no, they're communist. Jack Ma is a billionaire.
Yeah, they are.
Jack Ma is
a
billionaire.
They're not. The only thing that stops China from being fully listen. The only thing that stops China, you can keep saying no.
America is a capitalist society that has bits of socialism. China's a communist society that has bits of capitalism.
No.
Look at Google.
Hold on. China's not communist. They're not. They're socialist.
Thank you.
The Chinese, the Communist Party runs China, just like the Republicans run this country right now. But the actual society is socialist. That's what you didn't see what was happening with Red Note.
Hold on, so I can stay with you. What's the major difference between socialism and communism?
Communism is complete state control. Right. Socialism is a balance between private sector and the public sector. Gotcha. That's what it is. In its purest form.
And in China,
wait, hold on. And let me make this
society. I would.
And let me make this.
We're in a socialist society to some degree.
Right. Let me make this clear distinction. The parts of Africa that need to be socialist are the resources, because There's a documentary called Life and Debt. It shows what happens when you open yourself up to an unchecked free market. Jamaica got ruined by the IMF. Anybody
Yeah.
who wants to watch this
That's what the
in
IMF
real time,
do.
I'm not going back to the
That's what the
40s and the
IMF
50s.
do.
Hey, guys, I gotta read these super chats. They're going to close out. Let me read these super chats. Thank you, FBA Young Line. Thank you for $1.99 holla. Chuku Igwe and Atticus are making the most sense. Blackjack 38,499 holla. Thank you. Great example of how capitalism works in sports. Competitive setting, only one winner at the top, but there's rules and regulations to keep it fair for all. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family dynasty.
Peace,
Much such
peace,
peace.
peace.